This is the space where our voice is heard, and we give you the headlines and the latest in Black news and views. I'm Romeo, along with CC Kane and Brianna.
And in today's report, we'll give you former President Barack Obama's response to the state of our nation, and we'll give you Donald Trump's response. It all happened yesterday.
We'll also let you know which Black civil rights organizations declined a meeting request from the Trump administration and talk with civil rights attorney Nakima Levy.
Plus, Dr. Anthony Samad joins us to remember the Tulsa Race Massacre. And political commentator Mike Muse joins us from New York to give us the 411.
It's our voice, our truth. So if you're ready, let's get to it. The Trump administration recently reached out to the NAACP, Urban League, the Poor People's Campaign, and other Black leaders and organizations to request a listening session meeting in the wake of the national protests and civil unrest. They all declined. Meanwhile, former President Obama released a detailed essay in the Medium on protesting and change entitled "How to Make This Moment a Turning Point for Real Change." The former president wrote this.
We should be fighting to make sure that we have a president, a Congress, a U.S. Justice Department, and a federal judiciary that actually recognizes the ongoing corrosive role that racism plays into our society and wants to do something about it.
But the elected officials who matter most in reforming police departments and the criminal justice system work at the state and local levels.
So the bottom line is this. If you want to bring about change, then the choice isn't between protest and politics. We have to do both. We have to mobilize to raise awareness, and we have to organize and cast our ballots to make sure we elect candidates who will act on reform.
He concluded, watching the heightened activism of young people in recent weeks of every race and every station makes me hopeful. I'm going forward. And in going forward, we can channel our justifiable anger into peace, sustained, and effective action. Then this moment can be a real turning point in our nation's long journey to live up to our high ideals. Former President Obama also provided some resources and ways to stay involved. For more information, just visit obama.org. To read the entire essay, visit medium.com. Meanwhile, an agitated Trump told the nation's governors in a video teleconference to aggressively target violent protesters. Trump stated, "It's a movement. If you don't put it down, it will get worse. The only time it's successful is when you're weak, and most of you are weak." Check this out.
Thousands and thousands of heavily armed soldiers, military personnel, and law enforcement officers to stop the rioting, looting, vandalism, assaults, and the wanton destruction of property.
By the end of the day, Trump had pushed back protesters from Lafayette Park near the White House with tear gas and rubber bullets so he could get a photo op. Can't believe he did this.
He didn't even know how to hold the Bible. He was like, what is this thing?
He's like, wait, what do I do?
A reporter could be heard asking him if that was his Bible, and his response was, "It's a Bible."
It's a Bible. I'm surprised the thing didn't burn in his hand.
He's disgusting and he's a disgrace.
Ugh.
That's not even his Bible, but yet he's the same person that went ahead and shot rubber bullets at protesters.
Yeah, putting
So you
people's
can
life
take a
in
picture?
danger for a photo op in a time like this. Makes no sense at all.
Here to discuss politics of it all, welcome co-host of Sway in the Morning, political commentator Mike Muse. Welcome to the Black Report, Mike Muse.
Thank you. It's happy to be here. And also the Mike Muse Show on SiriusXM on Sundays at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Absolutely. Make sure you guys check it out. Now, Black leaders are declining to meet with the Trump administration for a listening session meeting. Do you think they should show up? And who was he expecting to do the listening? And who was expected to do the talking?
I don't know. I think that's an interesting question, whether or not Black leaders choose to show up or not. I think what's most important as we begin to call for Black leadership, or as we begin to call for a Black celebrity to be the lead during this very dynamic time of COVID-19, and also too, with the injustice that we're seeing with Black individuals being murdered at the hands of the police. Black people are not monolithic. And I think if we state that all the time, in particular when it comes to political discourse, and particularly when we want our politicians to understand who we always say that we're not monolithic. So we're not monolithic when there shouldn't be one Black unifier that can bring us all together, where we should have individuals who represents different aspects of ideology, of Black culture, Black identity, Black economics, to be able to come forward and all have a voice within this matter. Because when we ask about the Black agenda, it could be very vast, right? And so we want to make sure that specific in our ask. And also too, when it comes to the quote unquote Black leader, that is so undefined because there's so many great individuals who have fantastic voices who are doing phenomenal things. The issue is they choose to accept or choose to decline comes to a matter of personal choice. But President Trump has shown over the years that he has an incredible distrust within the Black community. Black community just does not trust President Trump.
Exactly.
The last 3 to 4 years have not done anything actively to make sure that the Black community is on the same page with him. He always talks about make America great again, the MACA concept, but we don't see one, we disagree with that narrative altogether, again, because of the historical context of, again, we're asking what period of America is great and what's great do you want to return to? So that in and of itself creates this PTSD, traumatic effect dynamic issue that we have. And he hasn't worked hard to earn the respect and the transparency and the comfortability that he is going to work on our behalf from an authentic place, not from a social media moment, not from a narrative when he brings reality stars or individuals into the White House and parades them for a photo op, but then we never see any actual real tangible results. So there's a track record of distrust. There's a track record of not anything being tangible. There's a track record of not having strong policies that all of us can unite around and unify and feel comfortable around when it comes to that.
Now, we all know you've worked with the Obama administration, and now we're here, post-Obama era. How much of an impact do you think Obama will have on the 2020 election and our current racial climate?
I think that's two-part. I'll take that question with regards to that. You know, pre-COVID-19, the incredible injustice that we're seeing with the murders that have been consistent over the last month, if you will, I would say that any typical president, former president of a political party, doesn't start to come out for a campaign season until the Democratic nominee is either the presumptive nominee or until they are the official nominee of their party. And that goes both Republican and it goes for Democrat. So we weren't really anticipating seeing President Obama come out much until Joe Biden became the presumptive nominee of the Democratic Party. Now that we see Joe Biden's presumptive nominee, he's going to come out a lot more now because now we're in high campaign season when it comes to the summertime. When it comes to racial inequities and injustice that we're seeing by the hands of the police, President Obama, during his administration, had to do a lot of conversations and speeches around race relations. He was the leader, if you will, of empathy. He was the
he was
racial whisperers, if you will, right? He had a way to really explain to the nation what was happening, what was the underbelly, what was the anger about, what was the emotion about. If you recall the speech he did in South Carolina when he eulogized those individuals, he sang Amazing Grace. If you recall the speech that he gave from the White House and he talked about the unfortunate passing of Trayvon Martin, and he said that if I had a son, he would look just like Trayvon. And so he's always been able to communicate to America the dynamic of race relations. We're living in unprecedented time, CC, so no one knows what the role of a former president is, and no one knows in this time period what the role of the former first Black president is, in particular when we're in campaign season. We need the Democrats need the presumptive nominee, Joe Biden, in order to win the votes of the Black community, to show leadership on this effort. And so does he allow Joe Biden that lane to go through forcefully and show what Joe Biden can do with regards to that? Does he come with the assist? Does he take the lead at all? No one can really answer that right now. And I best believe, CC, that President Obama is probably right now trying to wrestle with that strategy himself in terms of how much does he take the lead when it comes to this.
Okay, so let me just go back to saying that when it comes to President Barack Obama, you're right, Mike, he was the president of empathy. And I think that it is important for him to come out and speak more, because I don't know about you, but every time I hear Obama speak, it makes sense and it calms me down.
Yeah.
You understand? Like it just makes me feel at peace that we have like a strong leader voicing.
Yeah, I think you wouldn't be alone, CC. I think he makes all of us feel that way. I think he makes a lot of Americans feel that way. But again, this is such unprecedented times. Whose role is that right now we're in campaign season for the next president of the United States of America. Is that responsibility now, does it fall on Joe Biden for him to take the lead? Does it fall on President Obama to take the lead when it comes to that? And so I think when we remove the emotion and we remove the want of President Obama, we then have to think about, we are in a high season of the presidential election cycle. And so what happens now?
Yeah. So, New York's popular and trendy Soho community was vandalized and looted this weekend. You were there and you noticed something interesting about the Nike store. Can you please share that with us?
Yeah, I want to be clear. I wasn't there during the night you saw the uprisings in Soho. I live in the neighborhood, and so the next morning I heard the helicopters overhead, and I couldn't sleep, both is because these race relations and race issues are heavy on my mind and heavy on my heart. And then also too, just physically couldn't sleep because of the noise. And so when I got up the next morning just to assess the damage, I went walking around and went taking pictures of what the results of the night before was, right? So I wanted to know what that morning after was. I wanted to know what was I feeling the morning after. It's one thing to watch it on television and to see the aftermath on television, but I wanted to experience it firsthand and see what it was. And so I was taking pictures, and a lot of the major stores and boutiques and art galleries, but then that makes Soho so popular, had all been, windows were busted, things out of the facility. We were all taking pictures, So then I went and turned the corner, and I was like, let me see what happened with Nike. So I'm curious about, did Nike have any broken windows? Was there merchandise taken from Nike? And when I turned the corner, CC, I noticed that there wasn't no window shattered from Nike. And I thought that was really interesting because every other popular store in Soho had damage to it. And I said, well, maybe there was no merchandise, or the lights must have been dark within Nike. So let me take a look inside of it and see. And I saw that, Nike had a full merchandise racks full of clothes. So then I'm an engineer by degree, CC. So I said, then my engineering mind clicked. I said,
right.
The break point, the material, the glass, maybe they're using some type of glass that prevents, things to be broken at a low velocity and trajectory. And then in that moment, I was taking pictures. One of the employees of Nike, it was two guys, two people of color. One was a black guy. One was a person of color who I couldn't tell the makeup. That individual comes over to me and he tells me that you have to, leave. I'm like, why do I have to leave? Because I'm on the sidewalk, right? This is
exactly.
And he says, but you can't take any pictures. And I was like, what do you mean I can't take any pictures? He said, it's a new policy now. I said, what policy? What law? And he said, it just is. So you had to move and you had to stop taking pictures. But Cece, what was happening around me was all these other white people were taking pictures, right?
Oh, but you're the one that they pointed out.
Yeah, and now there's a particular white couple. They were like on their knees. They had their fancy camera. I had just a basic cell phone camera, and they were getting the angles and adjusting their lens. And he said nothing to them. And in that moment, all the feelings came to me, right? I'm already raw of emotions from what was happening. And then here I am with this microaggression with people of authority, because sometimes we lose sight of the fact that this is a police issue, yes, but it's an authority issue too as well. And when people have authority, the microaggression that is caused towards Black individuals is a constant. And so I went from this whole notion of microaggression. Why would you single me out of all the other white people here that are taking pictures too as well? And then what was also most hurtful was that the Black Nike store employee said nothing to the individual to tell him to relax, to cool down, because he could see now that I'm becoming agitated. I'm becoming
right. You know what? And I totally understand where you're coming from. It happens a lot to our Black and brown men. And Mike, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come on the Black Report. I want you to know, Mike Muse, that you are welcome here anytime.
Oh, thank you so much, Cece. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
A medical examiner and family-commissioned autopsy states George Floyd's death was a homicide. Both the Hennepin County Medical Examiner Office and an autopsy commissioned by George Floyd's family have ruled that the death of Floyd was a homicide and the 46-year-old's heart stopped beating while police restrained him and compressed his neck. Dr. Michael Baden and Dr. Alessia Wilson performed the autopsy and said there was neck and back compression that led to a lack of blood flow to the brain. Attorney Ben Crump stated George Floyd's brother, Terrence Floyd, made a visit to Minneapolis and made the following statement.
Educate yourself! Educate yourself! Don't wait for somebody else to tell you who's who. Educate yourself and know who you're voting for.
The nation is entering its 8th day of civil unrest as protesters demand the remaining 3 officers, Thomas Lane, Tao J. Alexander Quang, be arrested for the murder of George Floyd. Derek Chauvin, the first officer arrested and charged in the death of Floyd, will have his first court appearance June 8th. Now, joining us from the Minneapolis is founder of the Racial Justice Network, civil rights attorney Nikma Levy. Good morning, Nikma.
It's Nikema.
Nikema, I apologize. Good morning, Nikema. Now, Nikema, you've been boots on the ground from day one, co-organized the rallies. Can you give us a sense of the climate in Minneapolis?
Well, here in Minneapolis, we are continuing to protest and demonstrate and stand against the violence of the Minneapolis Police Department, as well as police departments throughout the state of Minnesota. Our system has been crooked and corrupt for a very long time. There have been numerous police killings. We have tried to advocate, raise awareness. We have shut things down, whether it's the freeway or the mall or city council meetings or the legislature or the governor's office. We've gone everywhere we could possibly go over the last 5 years and beyond to demand a change and to demand justice, and our cries had fallen on deaf ears. And unfortunately, we all witnessed such a heinous situation with the Minneapolis Police Department abusing and ultimately killing an unarmed Black man by the name of George Floyd. And we can't get those images out of our head that we saw in the video.
Right. Now, we see one narrative on the news. What's the narrative you want people to know about why people are protesting?
Well, I think that it's obvious for anyone who has been paying attention to the unfolding events in Ferguson, Missouri, beginning in August of 2014, when Mike Brown was killed by the police, and all of the uprisings that have happened since that time to declare that Black Lives Matter, that we're fed up with systems that don't work for us, systems that oppress us, and leaders of these systems who maintain the status quo. I know that a lot of the narrative that the media has focused on has been honing in on, the symptoms of oppression, the symptoms of being fed up, such as some people engaging in an uprising, buildings being burned, stores being broken into. But the reality is that that's a very small number of people who've been engaged in protests. And with regard to the buildings being burned, there's evidence to suggest that white supremacists are behind burning those buildings. They have burned essential buildings within the African American community. There is no African American protester, it's anybody who I can think of or can imagine who would burn down a grocery store, a gas station, or any other essential business within their own community. We have actually experienced a lot of hate crimes since we started taking on the police and since George Floyd was killed and we took to the streets in protest. So white supremacists have been coming into our neighborhoods. They have actually been setting cars on fire, threatening people, and they're very sophisticated in terms of their networks. And they also are working very hard to undermine this movement. But no matter what, these white supremacists are not going to stop us from standing up for justice.
Right. Now, how much of our role does the current administration play in the racial climate of our nation?
Well, I think that the current administration helped bring some of the evil to the surface that has been here the entire time. Right. I mean, our nation went to war over whether it would, have some of the states as slave states, some of the states as free states. So there was bloodshed back then over whether we would remain property. So some individuals and some communities have a vested interest in keeping their feet on our necks. And they not only try to intimidate and manipulate through white supremacist groups and hateful rhetoric, but they also work within systems. I mean, it's no secret that the FBI has uncovered the connection between white supremacists and Ku Klux Klan organizations and law enforcement agencies around the country. But somehow when officers shoot and kill Black people, criminalize Black people, use excessive force on Black people, we think these are isolated incidences, that everyone should just pipe down, that we should go back to business as usual, that the system works, according to the way that it needs to. And we know that it is actually another form of enslavement. We have to rise up.
Yes,
we can't
absolutely
continue to accept this.
Look, well, I just want to thank you so much for joining us, and please be safe and keep us posted on everything.
Thank you for having me.
Now, yesterday marked the 99th memorial of the Tulsa Race Massacre. As protests erupt across the country in response to George Floyd's death at the hands of Minneapolis police, America should also reflect on one of the worst incidents in racial violence that was covered up and not mentioned much in much of our history books for decades. On May 31st and June 1st in 1921, a white mob descended upon an affluent Black community in Tulsa, Oklahoma, the Greenwood district, known as the Black Wall Street. It was decimated in a matter of days after a Black teenager named Dick Rowland was arrested for allegedly attacking a white female operator. Roughly 1,200 homes were burned and an estimated 300 people were killed. Here to discuss the Tulsa Race Massacre is Dr. Anthony Samad. Welcome to the Black Report, Dr. Samad.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks for being here, brother. Now, the history books have tried to paint it as the Tulsa riots. Meanwhile, others say it was a massacre. Which one was it, a riot or a massacre?
Well, actually, it was both. It started out as a riot and turned into a massacre.
Now, why was Greenwood known as the Black Wall Street?
Well, Greenwood was a community of African Americans that basically had their own businesses and they had their own professionals, largely due to de jure segregation, which was separate but equal. And so instead of trying to patronize white businesses in a subjugated matter, having to come through the back door, having to have their food thrown at them out the door, they decided to build their own businesses, and they built their own banks, they built their own movie theaters, restaurants, hotels, dental offices, doctor offices. And so basically they became self-sufficient from a built-in clientele to the extent of where they actually, by keeping their dollars in their community, they actually prospered more than the white community, which was Tulsa, across the tracks.
Do you think that's what's really caused the Tulsa Massacre?
No, that's not what caused the Tulsa Massacre. What caused the Tulsa Massacre was Negrophobia. Negrophobia, which is still quite persistent today. Most of these police officers have Negrophobia, which is an inherent fear of Black people, okay? And so Dick Rowland, who was a messenger, who delivered mail and carried packages around the city of Tulsa, had basically got on an elevator to take a package to the second floor or third floor. And the operator of the elevator was a white female. And so basically what happened in operating the elevator jerked. And to study himself, he accidentally touched her hand and she screamed. Wow. And basically, in that period of time, touching a white woman was considered a sexual assault, an attempt on behalf of Black men to rape the pure white female. And so as a result, the town of Tulsa got incensed as word got around that a Black man had touched a white woman. So initially, when white men from Tulsa came over to Greenwood, you saw Black men protect the town. There were men there to greet them because they protected their own. One of them actually shot a gun in the air, and the white males took offense to that. So what they did was they came back under the cover of darkness and then looted the town. They began to, assault Black people, steal what was in their homes, and then they began to burn them in their homes, and then they began to burn down the whole town. So the massacre portion is the fact that the riot turned so racially vicious that it killed thousands of Black people. They still have not been able to ascertain the number of people that were killed in the Tulsa race riots, largely because a lot of them were not discovered. And so European history has attributed it to folk leaving town, driving them out of town, but those people were actually killed. And in the 1980s and 1990s, Professor Charles Ogletree led the Tulsa Project that began to uncover many of the mass graves and many of the firsthand accounts of what actually happened.
Whew, that is tough to digest right there. With knowing that history and seeing what we see right now, have we finally reached the tipping point here in America?
Have we finally reached the what?
The tipping point.
Well, let me say this. Racism is economic and has always been economic, okay? And the real reason that the riot started was the jealousy behind what they called at the time Negroes trying to live white, meaning Negroes trying to be equal.
The audacity.
And so today, when police stop particularly Black males who don't fit the profile of a gangster or drug dealer and that type of thing, and they're intelligent enough to ask them why they were stopped, police get offended and then they want to assault or kill Black men. And so, no, we haven't gotten over it. We haven't gotten over the fact that many of these police officers still have Negrophobia. They are afraid of Black people. And as a result, they feel like they have to control the situation. And the only way they know to control the situation is to default to deadly force.
And let's hope after all of this, Doc. And let's hope after all of this, because we're seeing a repeat right now, what's going on, and we're trying to get this change, we will have some change. Dr. Anthony Samad, I want to thank you so much for joining us here on the Black Report.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Stay black, brother. Be safe.
We'll be back tomorrow with more of the Black Report. Until then,
be safe and be well. Up next, the Book of Sean with Dr. Sean McMillan.
So put your hands up high. If you love somebody, put your hands up high. Let me see you put your hands up high. If you love somebody, put your hands up. I don't mind getting older, as long as I'm getting older with you. I don't mind getting older, as long as I'm getting older with you, yeah. Minutes into hours, hours into days, yeah. And then the days turn into lifetimes, and that's alright. Girl, I'm here to stay, yeah. As long as I got you, got me, God got us. Let's ride the wave. And I know we can't stop time, but time can't stop us. eternity. I don't mind getting older, as long as I'm getting older with you. I don't mind getting older, as long as I'm getting older with you. Joy, I like sunshine.
Welcome, everybody. Hello, beloved. Welcome to Blackout Tuesday. If you are Black in America, you know that this is Blackout Tuesday 2020 all over social media. Black folks have been blacking out and making sure that we stand in solidarity with each other. And I welcome you tonight to the Book of Sean. I thank you for taking the time to be a part of this conversation. We're not going to avoid what's happening, but we do aim to take you a little beyond what's happening, to give you a mental health deposit. Change the subject just a little bit, not too much to avoid it or ignore it, but just enough for you to decompress when you're back home and you're trying to get back to your center. Tonight's show is going to help you do that because our topic is a rich one. And one, while I talk a lot about love, I rarely talk about this part of it. And so tonight we're going to delve into why relationships fail, why they fall apart, why aren't people successful at it, why is love so damn hard? Tonight, we're going to cover all of that. And again, it's connected because I'm a firm believer. I've said it 1,000 times. I'll say it 1,000 more. I don't care who don't like it. If your justice movement isn't rooted in love, it's deeply problematic and it's not going to produce the world that you want. It's going to reproduce the world that you're trying to change. How you like them apples? Before I bring up my guests tonight, who are two marvelous men, I've already enjoyed talking to them, especially one of them, who's already gotten in trouble. Let me cover some headlines tonight, some things going on. So listen, it appears that some Fortune 500 companies, they see what's going on too. Nike and Twitter and Citigroup and Netflix all posted on Twitter and on their social media how they stand with George Floyd's family and with the movement to eradicate police terrorism and violence and how they support Black lives. I'm hoping they mean it. I don't know if they do. In fact, Netflix said that to be silent is to be complicit. So you give credit where credit is due. You take people at their word. Shout out to the companies that did it. We're looking at the companies that hasn't done it yet. All of you need to do it. You take our money, stand with our cause. It's just that simple. Or we may decide when all of this is progressed just a little bit, not over, but progressed just a little bit, you don't deserve our money. So anyway, did you hear about this man named Raul Duby, who lives in Washington, D.C.? I watched the story this morning on the news. This man sheltered 70 protesters in his home last night. He lives in D.C. The police were coming down. They were beating people. They were acting ignorant, as they are apt to do. And these protesters who were sitting on his steps, they wanted to know if they could run through the alley to get away from the police. The police were in the alley. And he brought 70 of them into his home, and they spent the night in his home. His neighbors chipped in, got him pizza. Some of his neighbors were lawyers. They came over and gave them legal advice. This is what happens. If this happens, this is what you should do. Shout out to my man, Raul Duby, who lives in D.C., who did a good thing. Now, he's not Black. He's not white. I'm not sure what nationality he is. Looks Indian or maybe Arab, whatever he may be, but he's an ally in the struggle. We celebrate him. That little act right there probably kept 70 people from getting beat on or going to jail, and we honor that. Even in the midst of an uprising, compassion and kindness and love and courage has a part to play. I'm excited about that. And I know you watching tonight, you're doing the same thing. Everybody can't be out on the street protesting. Everybody can't be taking licks from the police or giving licks to the police. Some of us have to write books. Some of us have to have TV shows. Some of us have to, be the ones who support. Whatever you're doing, I promise you, what you're doing is supporting this movement because your heart is in the right place. Your intentions are in the right place. And you want freedom and justice just like everybody else. Anybody on the street, you want to see a new world just like they do. So whether your job is to be the parent of a protester who provides respite and a place to decompress for your teenage freedom fighter or your 20-something-year-old freedom fighter. When they come home, you make sure that home is a place for them to come back to the middle. You are as much a part of this movement as anybody else. So I celebrate you. But a special shout out tonight to Raul Dubry, because I don't know if I'm letting 70 people in my house. Anyway, let's get to the subject tonight. My dear brothers are on. They are remarkable people. We're talking about something black men don't get to talk about very often. Overall, we're talking about love, why it fails. Welcome to the program. He's an incredible author and a friend of the show, Anthony O'Neill, and the one and only from Florida, Pastor E.C. Weston.
Come on, man. Thank you for having me, Dr. Sean. What's up,
likewise, man? Yeah, man. Thank you for having me, Dr. Sean. And
no, my pleasure. I'm so glad to have both of you on. So listen, let me start. Pastor Weston, I'm going to call you many things tonight. Pastor EC, Pastor Weston, it's going to change.
It's all good, Doctor. All good.
As a black man tonight, what does this feel like, this moment where we find ourselves in, where there are uprisings, legitimate, long overdue uprisings, where black people and other people, quite frankly, are rising up together to demand a new world? How does this feel when you watch it?
I'm gonna be honest, Dr. Sean, man. There's a bunch of emotion. There's a mixture of emotion. A part of me is there's an excitement in the mere fact of just kind of being able to resonate with our forefathers and things that they have gone through. You know, this is our opportunity to kind of relate to what they went through to some extent now, of course. But then the other part of me, there's a frustration in how we go about it. You said something earlier that I thought was profound. You say, you know, sometimes somebody got to use their brain. You know, part of us, some of us have to use our head to fight. It can't all, you know, be sticks and stones, but it can't all be head either. So there's a mixture of emotion, and a part of me is frustrated in the fact that, man, you know, we can go tear up some stuff. I understand the emotion of frustration for those who go and tear up some stuff. But Dr. Sean, I can't get with the ones who look at it as an opportunity to go steal some Gucci. That I can't get with.
No, Pastor, I feel you on that, and I agree with that. But I've been thinking about that, because one of the things I try to do is I try to have a position, and then I criticize my own position. I critique myself on my own position. Now, I think my conclusions are right, that's wrong. But I'm starting to understand a little better the kind of pressures people have been under. Stuck in the house for 90 days. 40 million people with no jobs. People are food insecure. They've watched their grandmothers, their aunties, and their uncles die. COVID-19, you know what I'm saying? So it's a lot going on, a lot of trauma going on. I'm not excusing anything, because I still think that right is right and wrong is wrong, although there's always gray. Think of that whole statement. but the reality is I'm trying to use my capacity for empathy to put myself in their position and to see what part of me is in them.
Yeah, there's some, but it all has to be rooted in love. And you know that, Dr. Sean. At the end of the day, you know, it's all got to be rooted in love. And I think for the people who, you know, have been sitting in the house for, you know, 90 plus days and don't know how they're going to make it from today to tomorrow because the paycheck ran out a long time ago. I don't think those are the individuals running in the stores. You know what I mean? It's just being real. The people who are running in the stores, come on now. Come on.
I'm trying.
Come on, bro.
I'm trying to work my love ethic to the extreme of it. I'm trying to work this. So Anthony, let me ask you a similar question. You know, as you're watching all of this, what are you thinking? What are you feeling? What's coming up in your spirit, as it were?
Man, that's a good question. And you know, I think for me as a young black man who has...
what do you think we are?
I mean, come on, man, like we old. You know what I'm saying?
No comment. This is your show. So
you come on this show fight. That's what I'm talking about right there.
But, you know, I mean, as a young black man who has the opportunity, you know this, Dr. Sean, I have the opportunity to work around some amazing white people. And it doesn't take away from the fact that I am a black man raised up in the black culture.
Right.
I'm angry. You know, I'm hurt. I'm nervous. You know, I have nephews, I have friends. And as a black man, I am like, Lord Jesus, what's happening? I agree with the protesting. I agree that there needs to be some change within our police systems. I believe that a conversation has to be had, and we need to address racism in the country today. But I can't go down and say all white people are evil, because I work for an amazing guy. I work with
all black people are good, so that wouldn't make sense either.
There you go. You see what I'm saying? And so for me, it's I echo what you say and what EC Weston says is let's protest. And for me, you know, I'm a spiritual guy. I believe in righteous protesting, because we see in the book of Acts, Paul did righteous protesting. But I do believe that when we start looting and when we start breaking into things, then that's when we start losing the battleground, because now we've taken it a lot further and no one will respect us. But I do believe we need to fight this fight. We need to be loud. We need to make sure that America and the people hear us, that, hey, all lives matter, including Black lives. And it's not really just about matter, but we just want to make sure that we're equal. I heard Bishop Jake say this on an interview yesterday with Carl Lentz, and he said, we just don't arrest us. If we're wrong, arrest us, but let us go to court and be tried. Don't do it on the streets. And I think that's just the main thing all of us are screaming. And so when I see it, I'm angry, I'm upset, but let me tell you what I am happy about: seeing both Black and white people peacefully protesting. I am proud to see unity in a peaceful way.
Well, you know, first let me say, I think that the capacity for good and evil is in both races all the time.
Yes, sir.
An extraordinary capacity for goodness and generosity, and we can be petty and trite just like everybody else.
Yeah.
Although the difference here is white people have their hands on the levers of power, and their evil affects us far different than our evil affects them. They have the ability to frame the very limits and the scope of our lives.
Yeah.
They can deal with our existential existence.
Yeah.
We don't have that kind of power. So while both races have the capacity for both, because of our social positions and predicaments, that capacity plays itself out very differently. Pastor, I'm wondering this, because it's interesting. I am seeing a lot of white people out there protesting, and I agree with Anthony that it's probably a good thing, but I'm also suspicious of it.
Come on here. Now, let me tell you something, Doc. You're touching on something,
Anthony.
I'm just gonna put this out there, and again, you know, it's hopefully I don't ruffle too many feathers with this, but when you look at a lot of the burning of buildings, when you look at a lot of the
white folks,
come on, man, come
white
on,
folks.
It's not us that's doing that.
It's white folks, right?
But it makes you question. You know, we're not blind.
Mm-hmm.
And here in Jacksonville, Doc, I'll tell you this, here in Jacksonville, I was well aware of several of the people who organized the peaceful protests. Well, when they left, a whole nother group of people showed up.
Yeah.
That did something totally opposite of what they did.
Yeah.
But yet they got blamed for it.
Yeah. Pastor, if I could add this, here in LA, I'm close to some of the networks who have been protesting here. I just got off the phone 2 hours ago with a dear brother of mine who was saying this, that while they were protesting today, yesterday, I should say, there were white people who were planting bricks. There was a white woman out giving out bricks and spray paint. It's just, we have to be careful that we understand that everybody, you know, who's around us may not be for us. I don't want to descend into a long trope about stereotyping people, but again, we have to be aware of this. So I got let's move on just a little bit. We'll get to love in a second. There are, if everybody watching, if you want to do something and be involved in what's going on, there are a bunch of petitions online, social media now. Part of the Blackout campaign is getting everybody options that they can be a part of the change that we're trying to see. Of course, the biggest change is to vote. Well, not the biggest, but the most immediate one is to vote. You can certainly do that. Today, I think, was a voting day around the country, and of course in November. But I came up with some things that I want to see. Here you go. If Dr. Sean was running some stuff, these are the things I want to see. And I'm
here we go.
All right, I'm gonna let both of you respond. I'm ignoring you, Anthony. I'm gonna let both of you respond to this. Number one, I think we all ought to push for a national ban on chokeholds. I know many police departments have already banned them, but several have not. There should be a national ban on chokehold. If you use a chokehold on a civilian, black, white, male, female, gay, straight, tall, short, rich, poor, you are fired immediately. National ban on that. Here's my second thing.
Pretty good.
We need to demilitarize the police. Make the police give up their tanks. What do you need a tank for? You don't need military equipment to police an American city. You have enough force. You got guns and rifles. You don't need paramilitary equipment, because here's the problem with it. When you have it, you look for an excuse to use it. Come on, Dr. Sean.
Man, Dr. Sean, you're preaching, Dr. Sean.
I'm gonna keep going. Anybody saying amen on this program?
Come on.
Here's my next one. I'm almost done. We need to raise the requirements for body camera requirements. Yes. Every officer must have them. Every officer must keep them on. If you cut them off, your ass is fired. It should be just that simple. Keep the body cameras on. And here's my last one. You guys tell me what you think. We need the George Floyd law. And that law says if you kill an unarmed civilian for a non-violent crime, you will be immediately charged with either a felony or a misdemeanor. I promise you, you will not be going home for dinner.
That's Doc. Anthony, you can chime in, but Dr. Sean, what do we need? Where do I need to sign a petition for them things that you just put out, brother?
I'm so with it, especially that last one. I mean, just watching that, man, that I was in tears, and so I will co-sign on every single one of those, bro. I mean, that's for real.
All right, good. So let's give our audience a mental health deposit, and we talked about it, we dealt with it, and we'll come back to it later. But let's
Woosah.
Let's take a breath and talk about love. I'm just saying, love is everything. Even when you're fighting for justice, it still matters. It's still a part of it. But black men don't normally talk about love, Pastor. Help me understand why it is, as black men, we're much more able to talk about sex than we are about love.
Well, I think the reason that we're not is because we've never been taught it.
Facts.
We haven't been taught love. We haven't been taught what love is. And so it's hard to kind of talk about something that you can't make sense of, or you don't quite understand. We love stuff. We love things. And actually, we don't even love stuff. We like stuff. We like things. Right? You say you love chicken. If you love chicken, you wouldn't kill it. You like chicken. A whole lot.
If you like the chicken, why do you kill the chicken?
Oh, if you love the chicken.
Come on now. Come on, Reverend. I'm with you.
Y'all too, man.
Come
on, y'all.
Love the chicken.
Come on, Dr. Sean.
So I think that the issue is that we've never really been taught what love is. And if you break love down to just its rarest, bare bones, down to the cellular level, right? Love is simply value. Plain and simple. Plain and simple.
It is. It is.
Anything you value, you protect. Anything you value, you cherish and hold near. You don't put valuables out for anybody to see and get a hold of. You kind of lock them, keep them under lock and key, right? But we've never been taught how to value anything, not even ourselves.
Well, that's good. Anthony, respond to that, because I think that that's a very good working definition of love. To me, I've often said in my own work that love is ultimately the creation of value.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. And I think to add on to what you all are saying is, I think we've never been taught the true definition of love, but I think this younger generation and this generation, they've been taught that love is intimacy, love is sex, love is, if you value this person, give them your body, and that's love. And so if you do not know your value, then you give up something because that's all you know. And so for me, I think for me, the reason why Black men, we have a hard time talking about love is because we just really don't know. I didn't know what love was. But why is it in the Bible that Christ told men to love your wife the way Christ loved the church, but he never told the wives to love men? It's because I think he knew that we were going to have a hard time really expressing love and really being love to our significant others. So even as a young single man, I'm learning more and more how to truly love. But before I can love,
like me and Pastor on young, you got one more time.
Keep saying young.
One more time to do that. Come on, Pastor.
Hey man, listen, you can say young. I choose to say young.
Okay, but I agree with you though, and I agree with you on this level. I don't know if it's just that we haven't been taught to love, Pastor. I think it's in part because we've never been given permission to love. The conditions that turn a boy into a man, the conditions that form our manhood, don't allow for the kind of sensitivities and compassions and empathies that love requires. Love requires that you be able to see oneself as another. And if you put this conversation in the context of what's going on in America, how many times have Black men been given permission to experience the full range of our humanity, the full range of our ability to feel and show affection? We've always had to be in this space where we had to, not make white people feel a certain way, but then also make the women in our lives feel a certain way, when we may not have been feeling either one of it.
Right. No, that's good. No, that's real good. I think that is so right? Because, and the operative word that you said, Dr. Sean, is the conditions. The conditions for us to be able to love haven't been created. We haven't been in the position to allow those things to happen. I've always had to be a man. What does that mean? You better not cry. You don't express your feelings. You know what I mean?
Right.
Dr. Sean, it wasn't that long ago, my brother, that my wife and I, if we're mad at each other, it wasn't that long ago where, man, listen, for 2 or 3 days, don't say nothing to me. If I'm in the kitchen, you leave out of the kitchen. You come in the kitchen, I'm leaving out of the kitchen. I'm not going to tell you hurt my feelings, but I'm going to slam the door. You're going to know something's wrong with me.
Right. No, that's rich.
Yeah. But we have to be taught. We have to be taught that it's okay to value. It's okay to value. And it starts with self, Dr. Sean.
Yeah.
It starts with self. I can't love my wife outside of the capacity to love myself. If I don't love myself, it's impossible for me to love her.
And if you don't know yourself, you can't love ultimately what you.
Oh, now you're going into a whole other world.
Everybody, as a young man, Pastor.
Come on here. Come through here.
As a young man, Pastor, I want you to know that the audience, they're responding. We got a tweet from Razoni Rain. She says, we need to change. Yes. Blackout Tuesday, hashtag Blackout Tuesday, hashtag the show must be paused. Not this show, though. Although we're about to take a break, and we'll be right back.
In this crazy world, we all need a break to dish.
Come hang with us. Dance with us. Sing with us.
It's Dish Nation.
Laugh with us.
I don't know. I mean, I think Lizzo is probably embarrassed.
You can't embarrass Lizzo.
When
she
you're
went to a Laker game with no pants on.
The Juicy Celebrity Dish with us.
Catch Dish Nation every weeknight right here on.
No one wants to get that phone call to where your child has been diagnosed with cancer. So to come here and receive the treatment, not only physically, but emotionally as well, at no cost, means everything. I can't express how much I appreciate everything that St. Jude has done for us.
I like sunshine.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm talking to the incredible author and financial guru, Anthony O'Neill, and a dear brother who is a pastor and a renowned pastor of that, E.C. Weston. They're both on the program tonight. We're talking about relationships and love in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of an uprising. 40 million people don't have jobs. People are fully insecure. Here we talking about relationships because at some point you got to go home. How about that? You can't be out in the streets forever. At some point you got to go back to your house, and we want to make sure that your protest, your commitment to justice is not just directed to white people, but you have a commitment to that in your own home. Are you just to the people that you're loving?
Gosh, Doc, you preaching.
Do you have accountability to your house? That's what we're discussing tonight. So I want to change this. I want to change gears a little bit from where we left off. And Pastor, I'm gonna start with you on this because here's the question of the night. Why do relationships fail? Why do relationships fail? Why do they fall apart like they do?
I think the main reasons relationships fail is expectations. We go into relationships with high expectations. What would happen if we went into a relationship for what we could provide versus going into the relationship for what we need? Each person tries to find the person who fills a void or meets a need. Whenever I do premarital counseling, I always ask, why do you love this person? And 100% of the time, it is they do something for them.
For me, yeah.
For me.
Yeah.
Oh, the way she makes me feel. Oh, what if we went into the relationship of what we could do for them? We always got our hand out in the relationship. And the moment that need is no longer being met, I picked the wrong person.
Right. Because you were there to get something, not give something. You were there to have someone add to your narrative, not to support someone else in the creation of their story. And it's a very different thing when people stop being what you want them to be. I'm a firm believer, Anthony, that it's not love until somebody makes a mistake. It's not love until somebody gets on your last two nerves. Right. And then all of the reasons that you thought you needed them are no longer big enough to make you stay faithful. What do you think about that, young man?
Thank you for calling me. Thanks for calling me a young man. But that's so good because to add on to what you all are talking about is the lack of communication and clear vision from the very beginning. And so if there's clear communication as far as, all right, what are we both expecting? Where do we want to go? And if you do get into an argument, if someone does make a mistake, and if there was no clear communication in the beginning, then it's easy to give up. But if we are both going down the same road, then it's not easy to give up because we're very clear. And that's another reason why I believe relationships just simply fail. I'm gonna be real with you. That's why my relationship failed.
I was just about to ask you. Thank you for inviting me down that road.
Oh, here we go.
I was just about. Anthony knows that I'm.
Oh, Lord.
I was just about to ask you, what are some of your biggest regrets in the relationships that you've had that haven't worked out?
I think some of my biggest regrets was the lack of communication. I had a understanding in my head, but I never communicated that with her. We never had an honest conversation because I didn't want to seem soft. I didn't want to seem weak. I didn't want to come off insecure as a man. And so some of the questions that was on the inside of me, I was like, well, I wonder how will she respond? And E.C. Wesson explained this to me years ago. He said, communication from the very beginning is the bridge, is building grounds for understanding in the ending. We ended because in the beginning, I didn't clearly communicate what I was needing and some of the concerns that I had. And so I was engaged, man, to an amazing young lady. And when we first got together, we was on the same page. Then things started changing. When things started changing, I didn't communicate what I didn't like. I proposed. And then now we're forced to have that conversation. And I mean, clearly, I'm single today. And so that's one thing that I've really, really learned, that clear communication from the very beginning all the way throughout the relationship is very important. And I have to allow myself and give myself the permission to be hurt and to hear her out. And likewise, I have to give myself the permission to respectfully let her know something that may hurt her. But at the end of the day, I'm telling her the truth. And we all know the biblical saying, the truth will set you free. It's either going to set us free emotionally, or it's going to set us free from each other, and we didn't waste each other's time.
Yeah. You know what's interesting about that? I think part of the challenge is to be authentic enough to not be worried about being weak, not be worried about appearing sensitive.
Yeah.
A lot of times relationships become the place where we seek validation, when they should be the place where our validation is confirmed. It's where we live out our uniqueness, not try to get somebody to convince us that we are. You know, it's interesting, Pastor. So let's go through this. Tell me, Pastor, what do women do to mess up a relationship? And then what do men do to mess it up too?
So we're still in the same vein.
Yeah.
Like this isn't a different conversation. It's the same conversation. Yeah. So I often say that the word single means whole. It means complete. Dr. Sean, if I came to you and said, hey man, I got 4 quarters, can you give me a single? You're going to give me one complete bill. It's a whole number. And people get together when they were never single.
Never whole.
Never complete, brother.
I like all of that. All of that I like.
Come on.
For a young man.
Come on here.
Come on, young man. Come on.
So what we do is we get together incomplete, looking for the other person to make up my deficit, right? To make me whole. She completes me. He completes me. And then, and your question was specific to men and women. And then what happens is when that person, just back to what I said before, no longer fills the void, now it's time for me to go. First thing I'm going to say about women. You should not be looking for a man. Now y'all gonna kill my Twitter, my Instagram, and my Facebook and all that over this. But the biggest problem I think we have as women is we're in search of something that should be in search of us. Scripture says when a man finds a wife, he finds a good thing. Well, he can't find what's not hidden. If you're looking, you can't be hiding. And he can't find what's not hidden. If you allow God to send him, and he will, he'll send you what you need. Oh, but when you find him, you'll find something that's going to have you pull your hair out, have you stand up at night, and have you.
Pastor, I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm going to let you keep going in a second. But what's interesting about that is the notion that, I'm going to play angel's advocate, right? I'm going to speak for women. But there are a lot of women watching who would say, first of all, I don't need nobody to find me. That's because I was not created to be hidden nowhere. I was created to be who and what I am. That when the scriptures say that, it is a valid statement, but a not to be offensive, but a metaphor for how it is we come together. Women might say that the only problem they have with some of what you said is that it makes the woman passive in the experience and makes men active in the experience. And a lot of women would say, I don't want to be passive in being in something that I'm going to have to be in till death do us part.
So I'm going to stay right in the vein with what you said, metaphorically. That's all we're speaking. You don't literally go looking and you don't literally hide. So I'm speaking metaphorically as well.
I just want to make, because
let me be clear. Yeah, I'm speaking. So what I am saying is in your approach today, Dr. Sean, we got women asking men to marry them. Now, some would say, I don't see nothing wrong with that.
I don't.
Okay, you would say, I don't see nothing wrong with that.
What's wrong with that?
Come on. However, when we understand taking a hand in marriage, there is some roles that must be played by the man. If he's going to take over the fatherly role, and that's what happens when that father walk her down that aisle and give him to that man, then there's some things that he has to step up to. And if you don't give him a chance to step up to it.
Now, okay, Pastor, stop for a second. That I agree with. There are some things that in every relationship we ought to allow each other to step up to and to fulfill. I think it's true for men, but I also think it's also true for women.
Of course.
But I get the spirit of what you're saying, and it's helpful. So let's go back to the youngest of us on the show tonight, Anthony O'Neill, who's also the only, as far as I know, maybe you are, Pastor, the only best-selling author on the program. Pat, you got some books?
He definitely is.
He definitely is. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm an author, but not a bestseller.
He's best-selling. All right.
Come on, brother.
So listen, Anthony. What are some signs that the relationship is thoroughly toxic? What are some things that you notice from your experience that you can say, I should have known when I saw this?
You know, man, I think for me, it's mental health. You know, I'm very big on mental health right now, and I speak transparently on your show, even for myself. You know, even now I am consulting and talking with the therapist just to make sure that I am mentally healthy, because with my platform, I experienced a lot. And so I want to make sure when I go into a relationship with I was about to say a young lady, but with the lady, you know, I want to make sure that I am healthy mentally, because, you know, the mind just plays games. And so it's like, if I go looking for something, I'm going to find what I'm looking for. So if I get into a relationship and I start looking for something bad, I'm going to find something bad mentally. And so for me, you know, I'm very big on how is she mentally? Is she healthy mentally? And that's one of the reasons why I stopped dating for a season, because when I got out of my engagement, I wasn't mentally healthy and healed to pursue another woman. And I think that's another red flag. You know, and so I think you got to make sure that you're mentally healthy and you are healed from your past.
So what I hear you saying, Anthony, is that the signs for a toxic relationship would therefore be someone who has extreme emotional responses and traumas that manifest themselves both in the relationship and as it relates to how they treat themselves. So let me say it better.
Say it better.
You shut up. You can watch someone's way of being in the world, and based upon how they treat themselves, you can get a sense of how toxic or non-toxic they'll be with you. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, man. You know, one of the biggest things for me that I look at is, how does a woman talk to herself? How does she talk to her kids if she has kids? How does she talk to her friends? How does she talk to her peers? But the key thing is, for me, is how do you talk to yourself? Are you always saying, I'm ugly, I'm fat, I'm this, I'm that? And so if so, then that means you're toxic yourself and you are speaking negativity to yourself. So no matter how much positive I speak into you and love onto you, you're not hearing me because of what you are saying to yourself.
And eventually you're going to speak it to me.
Exactly. And that's the last thing I want, because ain't nothing ugly about me.
Okay. Well, there you have it.
Can I, Dr. Sean, can I say it in a way
that better than Anthony?
Yeah, hey, he can't say it like this. I'm gonna say it like this because he can't. You got to hang around long enough for people to not take their medicine so you can see what you got. Real talk.
That's true. So Pastor, let me follow up with that. Give me some signs. I want y'all to give, because we have viewers who want to know these things, man. Give me some signs that someone can tell for themselves that they are not ready to be in a relationship.
I think things like, you know, Anthony mentioned one, but I think things like just, you know, how do people handle conflict? That's the biggest one, man. Like, conflict resolution in relationships is the largest. You said it earlier. We ain't in love until after, you know, some issues, some conflict. And so how do people handle conflict? Is everything a deal breaker? Is everything, you know, I said this a while back and Facebook went off on it, but I said this a while back. When you have a woman, she'll get mad with you and go clean the whole house. When you have a girl, she'll get mad with you and go sleep with one of your homeboys. So you have to know exactly what you have when issues arrive. Now, that ain't a knock on the women. I'm just a man talking about women. But when it comes to the men, same thing. Do he want to hang with his boys and play video games all day long? Where does his money go?
Come on, man. Now, wait a minute.
Come on, wherever he puts his money, I know that's your space. Dr. Sean, wherever he puts his money, that's what he loves.
Yeah. So what I hear you saying is that some of the telltale signs that you're not ready for relationship depend very much on from Anthony we got whether or not you are able to affirm yourself. If you are still thinking negative thoughts about you, stay by yourself until you get better.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other, what I'm hearing from you, Pastor, is stay by yourself if you are triggered by everything.
Come on, man.
Deal breaking triggers where you take it from 0 to 1,000, and let's stay by yourself. Leave somebody's son or daughter alone because you're not ready to be in a relationship, and it's okay not to be ready. Am I right about that?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Dr.
I think
Sean,
it's better.
go ahead. I can add something to that
Go ahead,
too, man. And I think another sign is if you can't take care of yourself, you can't take care of nobody else. If you're struggling to survive, if you're struggling to pay bills by yourself, then you don't need to be in a relationship. You do not need to be dating. And that's one thing that I'm teaching these other young men that I'm mentoring.
You really think, here's where you and I got into an argument the last time.
Oh, Lord.
Last time we argued about if you can't afford a college, don't go. And I think go to whatever college you can get into that's great.
Well, that's an argument you lost because 70% of your audience agree with me.
I'm about to win this one too. So you're saying if you can't afford to be in a relationship, you shouldn't be in one?
Let's poll the ladies right now. If a man cannot pay his own rent, what makes you think he can pay y'all's mortgage? If he cannot take care, if he can't take care, no. But what I'm saying is,
I'm not talking about just be in a relationship. We can't. You got your own apartment.
But we don't know that. If the young man is sleeping at home with his mom, sleeping in her basement, if the young man is in a apartment full of 4 guys, or if a young man got his own apartment and his electricity is cut off every other week, no, the responsibilities, can he take care of the principles of just the bottom line? I'm not saying he's out there living a nice lifestyle. I'm saying, can he take care of his priorities? Can he cover food? Can he cover electricity, his utilities? Can he cover his mortgage and rent? Does he have solid transportation? Can he just be a man? Because here's the difference. And Weston said this earlier. You can either date a man who can take care of his priorities, or you can date a little boy in a grown man's body who's acting as a grown man. So I think if you're not able to provide for yourself, then you don't need to be pursuing no woman, because a woman wants a man. Now, if you want to date a little girl in a grown woman's body and you the same way, go do that. But you got to take care of your foundations. And I won't allow any of my young men who I mentor to get into a serious relationship, because here's my philosophy on dating. You're dating with the purpose of courtship with the purpose of marriage. So immediately you're going to date someone that you potentially see as a wife. And then that means you should be able to, within that 6 months to a year, stop wasting her time and get married. If a lot requires on the man.
Okay, I got to take another break. Pastor, I'm gonna get you when we come back. But I don't agree with none of that. Anyway, but
it's a fine line.
The tweet from the Girls Incorporated of Central Alabama says, today's Blackout Tuesday. Today we take a break from our normal posting to amplify Black voices and to tell each other that if you ain't got no money, you can't have love. Anyway, we'll be right back.
We know that we're asking Americans to do a lot right now. So we're asking everyone to be selfless for others so that we can protect those who are most susceptible to this virus.
A question I often get asked is, why should young people care about the spread of coronavirus? Well, we know that people with underlying medical conditions over the age of 60 are at highest risk, but they've got to get it from somebody.
Social distancing is really physical separation of people.
It's what we refer to when we ask people to stay at least 6 feet apart.
Not going to bars, not going to restaurants, not going to theaters where there are a lot of people. It all just means physical separation so that you have a space between you and others who might actually be infected or infect you.
We all have a role to play in preventing person-to-person spread of this disease, which can be deadly for vulnerable groups. For more information on how you can social distance, please go to coronavirus.
sunshine and rain.
So while we were on break, our executive producer and one of my producers, who both of whom are women, came on, and they agree with Anthony 100%. So I've lost this argument
again,
democratically, but principally, I don't think I'm wrong. Now I can't get the votes, but I'm gonna win. I don't know how. Pastor, help something. Are you
Listen,
on his side? You on his side too?
No, you're not. You just didn't win the popular vote, but you're on my side, brother. We're on the same side. Let me tell you why. I agree with Anthony.
What?
But only to an extent. Let me tell you. When he mentioned, this is where I got on the same sheet with him. When he mentioned, if you're dating for the purpose of courtship for the purpose of marriage, I agree. Now, this is where I disagree, because my wife wouldn't have me today if she waited for me to have every duck in the row. Come on here, in order to date me. I think
young people listening, keep going.
Come on, young people.
I didn't say all the ducks in a row.
The Reverend's talking, Anthony.
Yeah. Come on, young man. Dr. Sean, if you have a plan and you're working towards something, I don't care if you're on your mama's couch. You better. Did you ever watch the movie Acrimony?
No.
So in the movie, the brother
I'm running out of time.
Huh?
Give me the short version. I'm running out of time.
Okay, the brother had an invention that he was working on forever. The girl left him because he didn't never have enough money coming in. The invention took off. Brother made $400 million. Whatever.
Keep going.
Come on, and then cut her check for $100,000 and kept it moving. You better know what you got before you make a decision based solely on dollar amount or solely on having things in place. Now, if it's for marriage, I understand it. If it's for marriage, I understand.
Hold on. This is my show, so I get to do this a lot. Wait. That's what I'm talking about.
But wait, y'all taking it totally wrong. Y'all are taking it I never said you have to have a lot of money. I just said take care of the priorities, the baseline. I'm not saying you got to be making $100,000. I'm not saying you got to have your own business or be an executive. I'm saying have a job working at Walmart and you can pay your own bills. That's it.
I actually agree with that. On a certain level, I agree with it. And
I
even
won
if
this argument. Thank you.
Because the women who work with me agree with it, I'm just going to say that I agree with it so that I will have a peaceful life after this show is over. So anyway, let's move on. I don't know how we got down, and Anthony's always taking us somewhere that the Lord don't want us to be. You know what? So let's do this. Let's do this. I'm very fascinated tonight because we're talking about love and relationship at a time in which Black America is rising up. A lot of people may be watching, thinking like, "Why are they talking about this? This should not be what Black people should be talking about." A pastor and then Anthony. Tell us why this is something we should be talking about right now.
Because that's what love is. Love is value, and we don't value human life. Just plain and simple human life. What happened to George Floyd was inhumane.
Facts.
And that's all we're asking for. Love is value, and everybody should be valued. As simple as that. And that's why we got to talk about it. We don't have a, let me tell you, Dr. Sean, we don't have a race issue. We have a love issue. That's in every community.
And I also think too, Dr. Sean, is the reason why we're talking about this is because if we're going to fix the race/love issue, we got to have relationships. We have to have healthy, good, solid relationships, not just romantic relationships, but healthy brother and brother relationships, brother and sister relationships, sister and sister relationships. Relationships are key because, I forgot the whole saying, but it goes something like, it's not about how much money you have, but who can you touch? Who do you have a relationship with that can open those doors, take you into that room, give you this, take care of that? So relationships are key, especially right now in the state of America. We need people. We need relationships to change this thing around.
I love both of that. We have a love problem. I like that because America is completely loveless. Yeah. This country teaches us to love everything and be committed or devoted to absolutely nothing. Love your house, love your car, love your wife, love your job, love your kids, love your dog. but have no devotion, have no singular commitment to anything. Don't even get me started on that. So let me, because I'm trying to pull myself out of that, because I was about to go all down the rabbit hole.
It's good stuff.
And then the show would be about me. So listen, since both of y'all are real holy and deep and spiritual and saved and sanctified and filled with the Holy Ghost and do your head like this when you're in church, I'm going to ask you some heathen questions. Here comes some heathen questions. Pastor,
Why you start with me? Why you start with me?
Whoa. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying.
No. Go. Where is he? He's on that. Go over there.
Here's my first heathen question. Can you be in love with more than one person?
Ooh.
Can you value more than one person? Of course.
That ain't what I asked you.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Hold up, man.
Can you be in love with more than one person? Don't try to avoid it.
Can you be in love with more than one person? No. Can you have feelings? Yes, but that's not love. So it's just truly understanding the definition of love. So I'm gonna still straddle that line, brother, by saying value. Can you value more than one person? Yes. But can you be in love in the term that we use in love? No.
Anthony, you agree with that?
Yeah, I do. Honestly, no, all jokes aside.
Yeah, think about that a little bit.
Because I mean, I think from the spiritual perspective, when you look at it from the spiritual perspective, there's no way you can be in love with more than one person.
Anybody ask you for the spiritual perspective?
You just said we're pastors and we're spiritual.
From your perspective, a spiritual perspective.
I mean, from my perspective,
you're a financial guru. You are not a theologian. I'm just messing with you, man. You know, you're one of my guys. So actually, I agree with both of you. I people don't know what the hell I think on this show because I'm not able to say anything. But I don't think you can be in love with more than one person. No. I really don't. At least I can. You know, I'm the kind of person where if I'm in love with you, it's only about you. And then if I ain't in love with you, then it ain't about you no more.
Yeah. No, that's real. No, that's real.
Here's some more heathen questions. All right. I got one more, Pastor. Just one more. Just one more. And I know
coming to me first every time. Okay, come on.
You the pastor.
Bring it on.
All right, Pastor. Is it okay for us to live together before we get married?
Now you're gonna touch on something that's really sensitive.
I'm doing my happy dance.
If you go back to, if we're gonna keep it biblical, then no, you cannot. The husband.
Wait. That's not true.
Give it to me biblically.
That's not true. Look at Anthony's face.
Come on, let's talk about this.
I'm an actual theologian, Anthony.
I know you are.
So I know you are. That's why I'm like, this is gonna be good.
That's not true.
All right. So at what point? Hold on. At what point during the betrothal process does the woman come into the house before the marriage? At what point?
Who cares at what point? She comes into the house when she's betrothed and they're not married.
But what is betrothal?
Betrothal it ain't marriage. Do you agree with that?
It ain't the ceremony, but has he not paid a deposit? Has he not put down the money?
Paid a deposit like a woman is a piece of ham hock?
Come on, theologian. We paid for our wives. Don't act like you don't know it. Come on, theologian. Yes.
My God, we pay for women?
Yes. Come on here, talk. This is your show.
Oh, I can't do this. I can't do
this. You go back. Now you go backpedal. Now you go backpedal.
Backpedaling.
Come on.
It's biblical. Mary and Joseph were not married and they lived together.
They were in the betrothal process, which means he had already made payment for her.
Were they married?
They already had a house.
Were they married?
The ceremony. That's just.
Were they married?
That's the ceremony.
The ceremony is where you commit to God, not where you pay everybody else for your wife. That's what marriage is.
Betrothal process. You know you playing on the fine line. You're so slick.
Were they married? Anyway, answer the question just answer the question. Is it okay or not?
No, it's not okay.
All right. Because the Bible say it ain't. Although I think the Bible say not so much. Anthony, what do you think?
Yeah, man, I'm gonna go with no. And here's why I'm gonna say no. It's because the Bible clearly says, but here's it is. I'm gonna let y'all have that argument, but the Bible clearly says do not have intimacy before marriage. So if I want to live right and be right, I'm not going to put myself into that atmosphere with a good-looking woman who I have feelings for, who has everything that I want, and then be tempted that way. So I agree with Weston. on y'all's argument, but then I'm adding on top of that, if I really want to be right, if I really want to treat her with the utmost respect and be a queen, I'm not going to put myself in that temptation. So no, you're looking at me. But
he agreed too. He just messing around is what he doing.
Yeah, he over here playing with it.
You know, actually, here's where I really am a heathen. Like here's where all of my Christian followers on social media are picking up their phones right now to tell me I'm going to hell. Because I actually think that I'm not advocating that the people run off and live with each other, but I do think part of the problem with modern marriage is we get married to people we don't know. And part of the problem with the institution of marriage is we have this, we automatically assume marriage with sex, or we're married, so now we get to have sex, or being in somebody's proximity automatically means we have sex. I just think that the more you can know about a person, the better decision you can make. So it may not mean living with them, but
there's no way in the world I can live with a woman who I love and who I think is beautiful and not have sex. I'm just going to be 100. So I'm not even going to put myself in that atmosphere.
You're hearing from a young man who's speaking
truth. What I'm saying? I'm just being 100. Anthony, how am I going to have feelings and not want to touch her?
Anthony, no sex before marriage?
No sex before marriage. Now, I'm not saying that I am a virgin. I'm going to be honest on your show. You know, I've had my mistakes in the past, but as far as me, I value a woman. I would respect a woman. Is sex a mistake? It was definitely. It was biblically wrong. Now, God made sex. It's an issue before marriage. Now, I'm gonna be real, but once I get married, I'm going to enjoy the festivities. Put it like that. But until then, and I even think about this too. For me, as a man who has fallen short in the past, take away the spiritual aspect. I want my woman to know that I love her and I value her for the queen who she is. And I think if I can control my flesh and show her that I can control my flesh with her, when I'm out there on the road, when I'm out there traveling, she already knew that I could control myself with her. So when I'm out there in other atmospheres, speaking on stage and traveling, she will not worry about me sleeping with another woman because I've already showed her personally that I cannot touch her and respect her for the woman who she is. And I'll respect her when she's not around me. And so for me, that's my thing. I'm going to control my flesh to show her that I value you, I respect you, but most importantly, I value my relationship with Jesus Christ.
Okay. It's an honorable answer.
But that's speaking from a non-perfect man. I ain't no heathen, you know what I'm saying? Like you.
We're gonna move on. Those are all my heathen questions. I didn't realize it was gonna blow up the show like this.
I love it.
But I love it. I'm gonna live with you. First of all, I don't want to be married, but if I was, you're gonna have to sleep on the couch or something. I need to know how you are.
But you won't know. Think about this though. I'm gonna go a little deeper. You won't know.
Come on, man.
How would
do you know how many marriages end after they've lived together for tons of years, but then can't get along when they say I do? The devil don't fight boyfriend, girlfriend. He only fights marriages.
Yep.
You'll go through problems you never went through when you're together and not married. As soon as you say I do, you can't get along. Come on now, let's be real.
Okay, so we're gonna move on. You don't brought the devil into this is what happens when you talk to two saved people. This is what happens.
Oh, whatever.
Anyway, so this question is for you, Anthony, and then I'm going to ask Pastor a different question. Give me like a 30-second answer because I got 3 minutes left.
Gotcha.
This whole conversation, first of all, it's been a great conversation.
It's been great, man.
Talking to y'all. I could literally talk to y'all for 3 hours, although T would not like that. But here's my question to you, Anthony. Tell me about a defining moment in your life when love was not enough.
Oh, man. Love wasn't enough when I was not in a true relationship with Jesus Christ. It wasn't enough. Loving a woman, looking for her to fill the void when I wasn't in a relationship with him, it wasn't enough because I needed him before I needed her.
You trying to take your job, Reverend? Let me ask you a question. That's a good answer. So, Reverend, give me a sense of tell me about a conversation that you've had in a love scenario, whatever range of details you want to share, a conversation that you had that changed you. It changed how you loved. It changed how you saw love.
So we're talking personal, obviously.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
I mean, I could probably think of tons. You know, one thing that you learn when it comes to love is that it's a process. And what love does is it shows you yourself more than anything. Love's like a mirror. When you really love a person, it exposes you, not them.
Right.
It exposes your biases. It exposes your flaws, your weaknesses. And, you know, all it takes is for, you know, my wife, prime example, early in the marriage with tears in her eyes to be looking at me and explain to me where my flaws are. And only for me to, at the same time, be thinking of her flaws to come back with a response. Love is a process. You have to grow to a place where you realize it ain't about her. It's about me. Here's a conversation that changed my whole perspective on love.
Give me 20 seconds of it. I'm running
20
out of
seconds. Had a guy that had been faithful to his wife. She cheated on him 1,000,000 times. He kept going back, being faithful, taking care of all the bills, taking care of the kids. She'd end up divorcing him with the same guy she cheated on him with 4 or 5 times throughout the marriage after he kept coming back. He questioned God and said, why would you allow, as great as I've been to her through all of these cheating, why would you allow her to divorce me anyway?
15 seconds.
He said, God told him, people don't cheat on greatness.
What?
Wow.
Okay. Now we need another half hour for this because I want to understand what the hell does that mean? Because that's great, and then it's deeply problematic. I don't have time to go through it. I want to thank Pastor E.C. Weston for being a part of the program tonight, and of course, Andrew O'Neill, who's always a part of this family, my dear brother, who I love talking to and bantering with. Both of my guests tonight, incredible minds, incredible spirits. We talked about love in the middle of a pandemic and a civil unrest all over the country because, as Pastor Weston taught us tonight, that's all it's really about. We're fighting for a space in this country to love each other, to love ourselves, and to know that this country finally loves and respects our journey here. So we talked about love tonight. And you can rest assured, no matter how long the protests and the marching and all of that goes, we're going to talk about it again and again and again and again. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Catch me tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, I'll be on at 5:30 tomorrow night. Coming up next is a very lovely and wonderful, my colleague, Claudia Jordan. She's always amazing. She's always talking about something that's interesting. Listen, be good to each other. And most of all, remember, I love you.
You're the engine that makes all things go, and you're always in disguise, my hero. I see your light in the dark, smile in my face when we all know it's hard. You're doing a good job, a good job. You're doing a good job, don't get too down. The world needs you now, know that you matter.
All right, you ready to cook?
Quarantine Cook-Off, hosted by Ricky Smiley.
I haven't ate meat in over 2 years. I'm calling, man. Healthy soul food. Man, you're going to live 2 weeks longer than everybody else.
Who will he take on next? Stream it live every Wednesday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
Man, you're making me miss sausage. I'm going over here.
Quarantine Cook-Off with Ricky Smiley. Stream it live on foxsoul.tv.
Hey guys, it's your girl Claudia Jordan. Thank you so much for joining me on Out Loud right here on Fox Soul. Now I'm coming to you live, but instead of being in the studio, I'm bringing you the show from the comfort of my home because we are still about that quarantine and now lockdown life. So we're gonna make do. Now tonight I'm excited because I'm talking to 3 talented actors who are no strangers to our television screens. They're starring in some of the hottest shows on television, and they're here to talk about achieving their dreams in Hollywood, their upcoming projects, and in light of everything that's happening in this country, if it's possible to receive justice in America. Please welcome Karen Moore, Leland B. Martin, and Sierra Payton. Welcome to the show, you guys.
Hey, thanks for having us.
Appreciate you. Oh no, thank you for being here. It's nice to see other faces. Like I got 2 cats and I talk to them.
Bored in the house, and we're in the house bored.
For real.
Yeah,
Like,
really.
I can't do any more organizing of my closet. It's all color coordinated. It's all coded.
Wow.
Things in order. I cleaned up everything. So how are y'all dealing with being in the house? What do y'all doing to keep yourselves and your mind busy and not just standing the TV watching television all day?
For me, this week it's been kind of hard to stay away from the television, to be honest with you. Everything that you see in social media and all the rest has been, the images have been so tough to see, and it's been so heavy this week. It's been kind of hard to get my mind off of things, especially being in the house for so long that we've been in. I mean, just trying to read and stay sharp on my craft however I can, but it's been tough. It's been tough.
Yeah. Ladies?
Yeah,
for me, it's been a challenge too. I mean, this week, this whole thing has been a challenge. I mean, none of us are accustomed to being quarantined. Like, the concept of it is absurd, at least for people in our country. So it's been tough, but I've taken up gardening and I've built some furniture. And right now I'm working on a masterclass with Samuel L. Jackson. Y'all need to check that out.
Oh,
yeah, I love that. I have that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just doing what I can, working out when I can, just trying to stay positive and protect my peace as much as possible, kind of stay off social media, you know?
Yeah. And, for me, I've just been, first I just try to use this time to just get like a daily regimen in of just like meditating, working out. And then I just kind of started shifting my efforts a little bit. I've been in like the final stages of finishing up filing all the paperwork for my nonprofit organization and working with my board of directors for the Michael's Daughter Foundation. And so, and then, what's been going on in the country just kind of highlighted like why these type of organizations are important. So it's been a challenging time. I mean, I was like very gung-ho about, getting all my stuff and work done. And now, like for the last couple of days, I've just been pulling the sheets over my head a little bit just to just try to rest and close a lot of it out, but also still remain, positive and proactive with the work that I'm trying to do.
How can you not? And I think no one would blame you to want to just hide under the covers and just want to cover your eyes. I mean, on top of a pandemic, on top of high unemployment, even if it's not affecting you all, somebody that it's affecting. And if you have a heart, which I'm sure all 3 of you do, you're gonna feel something. You know what I mean? And just seeing all the suffering that's happening in our world, and now to see the looting, the rioting, the sadness, it's just like it's a bit overwhelming. So how are you all keeping your spirits up during this time? Because it's not an easy thing. I'm looking for advice because I feel anxiety. I feel like someone's knee is on my chest. I feel like I can't breathe, and I'm obsessed with everything. I can't stop looking at it. Yeah. And then it's another case after another case after another case, and it's just I don't see the light at the end of the tunnel right now. So please help us.
I think the big thing right now for everybody is to just like give yourself grace and give everybody grace right now. Like we are not in the best state of minds. Like everybody's just doing the best that they can right now. And so I think, just, and I know it might sound like, frou-frou or whatever, but it's just like, you just got to exercise as much compassion for yourself and for others as much as possible. And for that, like I said, today I just took like a long nap, like just sleeping, just trying to like
just fill my mind, just with scripture and just everything. And also just, at the end of the day, and I know this might sound whatever, and I don't know how it's going to be interpreted, but just look how far we've come so far, as a people. And just let that just have like a little bit of just hope in that, knowing that like, we can like seriously visualize a future and like do whatever we can to like put some change forward. I mean, so much awareness has come across with this situation and with all the situations. I mean, in the last years, I'm talking about, Katrina and, Trayvon Martin and Mike Brown, like everybody, like so much awareness has like brought us to this point right now. And people are literally screaming and begging for change, and it's going to come. And we just have to exercise our awareness, our compassion, and also get to action as soon as we pull the covers from over our heads, and so it's going to happen. And there is hope for the future. There really, really, really is. And you've got to just hold that just so close to your heart and believe that. That's where I'm at right now.
I feel like it's okay to feel how you feel. I feel like it's okay to feel that anxiety. It's okay to feel like you want to put the covers over your head. I feel like however you feel in this particular moment is your honest reaction. But once we get to the point where we've absorbed the shock of what's actually going on, we gotta vote. We gotta get out there and vote. We gotta, what we can do in our ways to, to fund the movements and to draw awareness as best we can. And for whatever platform we have to call awareness to what's going on in our country, I feel like we should do that. And I think, when it comes down to your presidential, the primaries and the elections coming up, we gotta vote because, we can't see more of the same, more of the hate speech, more of the same rhetoric that we've been seeing that has been perpetuating this type of violence and these type of images that we've been seeing for so long. We have to do our part. And it's okay to feel how we feel, but at the end of the day, we can do our part. And our part is to register to vote, get out there and really make our voices heard as the people.
Yeah, and I think we really need to, like I said before, hold each other accountable. And we move so fast in our daily lives that sometimes I think we tend to forget those of us who need us most. And so I think it's our responsibility to reach back into those communities that perhaps we graduated from and make sure that we're not leaving people behind. We need to, take care of our brothers and sisters. We are our brother's keeper. And I really do believe that. And I think that if we bind together more as a community, especially as Black folks, we'll be a lot better off.
Karen, you said that. That's such a nice way to say it.
Thank you.
Graduating, and it is. It's a nice way to say it, and I hope people pick up on that. It's easy to say it, but to actually go back and do it, two different things.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? It's easy to give lip service and put a post up on Instagram, but to actually do the action.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's what I think. So Karen and Sierra, Tyler Perry is planning to reopen his studio during the pandemic. Are you two ready to get back to work? And how do you feel about this?
Ooh. I think I'm ready. I'm ready to get back to work just because I'm tired. Well, not just because, but I'm tired of being at home. And, as actors, we do best when we're in our element, I think. And so I am very anxious on that end. It's a little bit, scary just because of whatever our new norm will look like. We don't know what that's going to be just yet. We can read it on paper or write it down or have, our ideas about it. But until we actually have to live it, I don't know what that's going to be like. So I'm going to have a little bit of apprehension about that, but I'm looking forward to getting back on set. I'm looking forward to getting back with my castmates. I mean, we have a really good time together, and it'll be a different type of situation. We'll be quarantined, so that'll be unique. And yeah, I just want to get moving.
Yeah, same here. I'm ready to get back on set and just to see how this is going to go. I mean, we can be setting the bar for, a new life, a new set life moving forward. I mean, literally quarantining with your other fellow actors, like being in a little bubble and, knocking out episodes and stuff. And so, yeah, I'm excited to get back to work. I mean, we're all a little nervous, but I would say, you know, the meetings that we've had and the stuff that we discussed with as a whole cast, everybody is like a willing participant in it to just, you know, get going and to make it happen. So I'm excited about it. And we're ready to entertain people, you know? I mean, that's really what it is. At the end of the day, it's just putting some content out there that's going to entertain the folks.
We're going to need all of your shows to take our minds off all the stuff that's going on. I know we touched upon it earlier, but I want to just talk a little bit more about George Floyd, just a little bit, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
What's your take on what we all watched happen to him? What are your thoughts on what we saw? I mean, it's not the first time we saw a Black man choked out on television, but the fact that it happened and then it happened again, what do you think? What do you think, Leland?
It's disheartening because I identify completely with George Floyd. I mean, you know, that man that had his knee on his neck don't watch BET, I'm sure. You know, so he probably wouldn't know who the hell I was, and would have did me the same exact way. And I see images like that, and I identify with that, and that rips me. That rips me, and to see the way the distress that he was under, and how that man had no regard for his life whatsoever. It puts me in a place of not shocked, because you've seen it so many times, and that's why I have such an issue with it, because I've seen it so many times. You know, how long do we got to protest this? You know, when is this going to be over with? You know, when it's like this. I feel like in elementary school, I was told this lie of we've progressed so far from the '60s when there were dogs and hoses and things of that nature. But then you see modern day lynches like this, and you ask yourself, have we really progressed? You know, and it's like I said, it's just disheartening to see stuff like that. Yeah.
What do you ladies think about, you know, a lot of businesses have been looted, luxury stores? Does this take away from the cause, or is it like, well, hey, if that's what we got to do, that's what we got to do? What are your thoughts on that?
Look, at the end of the day, people are going to grieve and translate their pain into a number of different ways. And, you know, honestly, at the end of the day, like, brick and mortar buildings can always be rebuilt, but, you know, we can't ever bring a life back at the end of the day. And so, you know, people going to do what they're going to do. And also, you know, I think that there's been a lot of just misinformation and misportrayal of what the looting is, or what the rioting, if you want to call it, is. And you know, we've seen it so many times. And I mean, I remember, you know, just taking it back to, you know, when Katrina happened. I'm from New Orleans, and I remember how shocked the country was to see the disregard for Black life, and how it affected, you know, us and poverty and all the many issues. And at the end of the day, it's like, this is people's reality. People are suffering. People are, you know, lost. And yeah, like, a storm's gonna happen, whether it be a racial storm or, you know, a political storm, and people are gonna react in a lot of different ways. And so that's what I mean by give people grace, because people are angry, people are upset, and our lives have been taken too many times by disgusting ways. And so if somebody want to go get a Gucci belt because of that, then hey, like, let them do it. You know, that stuff is material stuff, and we can always remake it, always bring it back, but we can't bring George Floyd back or anybody else back, you know?
Karen, what do you think? You think we can really spark change if we only devote our energy to, you know, peaceful protesting? Do you think it's gonna work still, or do we have to go this route to get their attention? What do you think?
I think just like everyone was shocked to see the video of the lynching of George Floyd, I think the protests are, I mean, and because they're still going on, and because they've been so volatile, some of them, at times, it's kind of a shock in the opposite direction. Like, okay, you guys, we've done this, we've read this story, we've seen this movie, we've played this part. We need to draw focus to where it seems like nobody is paying attention, or at least, you know, the powers that be are not paying attention. And so sometimes you need to shake the table a little bit to get people's attention. And I don't know that it's the best way to do it. And that's something that I think once we all calm down and come to terms with what's happened and what's happening. We need to organize and strategize and figure out what we want our communities and what we want our country as a whole to look like going forward. But that's going to take a lot of work on the part of African Americans and the people who claim to be our allies. And again, we need to hold people accountable.
I agree. We have a couple of viewer comments I want to read to you. The guy that games said, "This is the cause. We can't decide what the correct face of our movement if we constantly apply makeup. Sometimes you need to show out for a change to show up." Jen J says, "America has looted Black people. We learned it from you." That's a quote from Tamika Mallory. Rapper Lil Nas X tweeted, "The riot and protest situation is the same as a child being bullied at school. You are silent while they're being mistreated, but upset when they finally snap back. Had you spoken up while they were being mistreated, they wouldn't have had to snap back. Silence equals complicity. Do you all agree?"
Heck yeah. Yeah.
You know, Malcolm X said by any means necessary. And I mean, as far as the violence and things of that nature, I'm not sure if it's necessary, but I'll tell you what, it damn sure got people's attention. So regardless, at the end of the day, sometimes you got to shake things up, and it is what it is.
What about the
pay attention to who's starting the violence at the protest?
Absolutely.
That's
There
the
are a
big
lot of people
thing.
hijacking the reason, the message of the protesting in the first place and turning it into something else. There's already been evidence of white supremacist groups infiltrating kids from the suburbs, just bored from being in the house because of Corona, just getting out there, taking advantage. There's also been some reports of police officers jumping in, throwing the first bricks, and then, kicking rocks. And then, we're out there looking like we're the, and by we're, I mean African Americans, looking like we're the savages. And we have to be careful about that.
And this ain't the first time that's happened, I mean, there's all kinds of documentation going on of that type of behavior happening in previous protests that have, given a whole completely different narrative. So, but I'm glad like now that is being brought to the forefront, people delivering boxes of bricks and stuff like, hello.
like, there's been rumors for years about guns being left in the streets of Chicago.
Yeah.
Not necessarily all those murders are from Black on Black crime either, but it's being labeled as such. We have another comment. The guy that games also says their attention was always there. They know exactly what to do and what not to do. We aren't talking about kids. These are grown-ass adults with guns and live ammunition. Will Black people ever get justice in America? We've been asking for a long time. I know it's a heavy question, but do you think it's ever we're gonna really get the equality we seek and the justice, or?
I mean, I think personally, it's still going to be a slow burn, just like it has been. Just progress slowly but surely. You see demonstrations such as right now, and I think the uproar causes such an upheaval that people are forced to see themselves in a different way. And you can't change everybody, but there are certain people that are seeing this and are changing because of it. And I just hope that progress just continues, because I can't see that it will change right away. That's in my experience watching human history throughout just even the time that I've been here on this short time on Earth and seeing how things have gone. It takes a while for progress to happen. So will we ever see, that day where everything is equal? Human nature, I don't think so, but I think we'll progressively get there. Hopefully, I have hope. I got hope.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be bit by bit. I mean, I just think, every generation so far, like we've definitely, we've carried the torch, but we've also carried, the years of the pain and the history of everything that's happened. And so I just feel like bit by bit, something happens. And, we may not see it in its totality in my lifetime while we're here, but I'm hopeful that, the generations to come, maybe my grandkids and my great grandkids will be able to see it, and understand the importance of it at the end of the day. So that's where I live with that.
I think it's like we also have to keep applying the pressure. It's kind of like, you know, when you're trying to lose weight, you lose 5 pounds, but you want to lose 10, but you lost 5. So you're like, okay, cool. I can relax a little bit and I can kind of like breathe a little bit. No, I think when we make progress, like we got to keep applying that pressure. You know, we elected Barack Obama and then we didn't support him in the midterm election. So then he didn't have a Congress to pass what he wanted to pass through, you know, and then we just kind of like dropped the ball the next election. And then the midterm, we haven't learned it. It's like when we've got to get control because we got all these wicked judges that got appointed that are no friends of the Black community. And I need people, I gotta keep saying on every show, to not only think about the president. There's so many people underneath him that are making the real things that hurt your family. So we're gonna take a break, and when we come back, we're gonna talk more about this and also talk about your amazing careers when we come back right here in Fox Soul. Welcome back to Out Loud. We're having a really interesting yet heavy conversation about the state of America right now and exactly what's happening about, you know, I mean, what everybody's talking about, the protests, which have turned to riots, which have turned to more police brutality, which has turned to more injustice. So I want to say this, there's been a call to action for not only celebrities, but, you know, people with platforms to bring awareness to what's happening. Are you all utilizing your social media platforms for that, or is it something you want to just like leave off there?
Personally, I have been. You know, my story has been flooded with, you know, just ways you can donate and help and different things of that nature. I feel like, you know, we react in our own different ways, and you know, whatever way that you choose to react, no judgment whatsoever. But I know for me, it's hit me in a way where, you know, I definitely blacked out today. And not only that, but I'm on my story, just letting people know, you know, just you got to bring awareness to this. Like you said, we got to apply pressure. We got to apply pressure, power, and be consistent. So, you know, me personally, definitely been on that way.
Yeah. For me, you know, I haven't done like an Instagram post. I've definitely been resharing and retweeting stuff that I see on Twitter. You know, for me, I've done that so many times, you know, now as far as posting the Instagram stuff. And, you know, I've been really just trying to seek out ways to just really share the right information and to post the right post and not do it, you know, in the sense of like, it's the cool thing to do. And whoever does it, like, do it however you feel. And like, seriously, like no judgment at all on my end. But I do think it is important to just, you know, for us to use our platforms however we choose to use it. And, you know, for me, I just, it's deeper than putting a post up. Like I mentioned, my nonprofit organization I'm working on, like that's the stuff that I feel is important for me, is to, you know, really put my action where my mouth is and work with youth and just try to, you know, teach people how to just share their stories and give each other grace and compassion throughout. So that's where I'm at with how I want to use my platform, how I've been using it, working with youth, and also how I'm using it moving forward. So.
Oh, is she muted? We don't hear you.
Sorry, y'all, we live. Okay. No, I like to use my platform for, I like to be thoughtful, you know, and so I don't just repost whatever. I try to consider what I convey before I do it. And so I try to be very careful about that. But yes, I am using my platform, but I also want to use action. You know, that's the most important thing for me. And what I would like to say, which I haven't said in a public forum, is that, you know, our white actor friends or our white friends, I need them to show up. I'm not talking about the people who are protesting out in the streets. I'm talking about those people that we work with alongside every day. I need them to pull up, and I haven't seen that enough. And so I'm a little bit disappointed. I'm a lot disappointed in that.
I think that's very important because, you know, I lost some friends when Donald Trump got elected that were Republicans. And I said, do you understand how Black people, you care about me as your friend? Yes. Well, do you care about how some of the things he's saying and doing would make someone like me feel?
Right.
And it was like almost like I was speaking a foreign language.
Wow.
You know, it's like
no consideration for what's not happening to them.
Because it doesn't affect them and they think, well, you're good. No, I'm not good. And if you care about me, then you should care about things that are being done systematically that may hurt me and my family.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I know. I've hit that block button a few times on Facebook with friends and family. And you know, and it was crazy. I used to engage so much and do the back and forth and the arguing and everything. And I was like, I'm done. Like, you have no space in this place right now if you don't understand what I'm talking about or where I'm coming from or what's going on in this country with Black people. So.
I mean, we're constantly standing with everybody else with their causes. So we've got some tweets from Black Lives Matter supporters. I'm going to read them. We stand with Black people all over the world. Black Lives Matter, HBO. We also have the president, who has done nothing but subvert to destroy justice since he entered office, claims he is our president of law and order. I laugh if I weren't grieving the death of justice in America. Also, we have, please know, we see you, we hear you, we see your pain and we struggle. We will not stand by and allow it to continue. We will fight for change. So people out there being vocal, and that's nice to send a tweet, but we're gonna need that action as well. We're gonna need that support. And I am happy to say that I've seen far more support in this one than I've ever seen in any of the other protests. And I'm always out there in the front. I protest, I'm marching with them. And I was actually amazed at how many of our, white brothers and sisters were out there joining in. The ones that weren't throwing bricks and making us look bad,
Right.
Okay, another comment. East Up says, buy guns, stock ammo, practice your Second Amendment or leave. So, wow.
Wow.
I mean, listen, it's our right? So, yeah. I mean, do what you have to do in my household and fight me. But I believe in defending my household. We take care of ourselves and by any means necessary because we have to.
I agree, because you don't want to be the only one.
Exactly.
There's more guns in America than citizens. So if you're not one of the people that have a gun, best believe the person that's coming after you probably has 2, 3, or 4.
Absolutely.
Okay, my friends, switching gears.
Yes, please.
My heart is heavy. Okay. You're working on some of the hottest shows on television. What inspired you all to be actors? And was that your first choice, career-wise?
Speaking for myself, no. Actually, I wanted to be a preacher growing up, of all things. And then, went to school and got a.
Really?
Yeah, I wanted to be a preacher. I wanted to be the next Creflo Dollar.
Well, we are making a lot of money.
Right.
And everything.
But no, then I went to school for business and actually got a degree in finance, and then ended up working for Merrill Lynch and hated that particular life and got like a aha moment where the arts came into my life and it was just complete change. And it was like, I was 23, 24, so it was late. I never thought about performing before a day in my life.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, for me, I went to school for psychology and biology, and I was on a pre-med physical therapy course and decided to go another route and entered the corporate world and hated it. And I went back to school for television news broadcasting, thinking that I wanted to be an anchor. not understanding what it takes to get there. And I was around, you know, in my mid-20s at the time, and I just didn't have the palate for it. And one of my instructors suggested that I go seek out a talent agent. He's just like, oh, I think you'd be really good at this. And I acted as a child, and I was a singer, but I've always been really shy. So I've never really been interested in being out front. But I gave it a try, and I don't know, the rest is history. I kind of got bitten by the bug, so they say.
Yeah, I grew up in New Orleans. I kind of split a little bit of my early childhood between Mississippi, Texas, and New Orleans. And when I lived in New Orleans with my dad, we lived in like a little 2-bedroom apartment, me, my dad, my grandmother, my 2 aunts. And we lived in the 3rd Ward of New Orleans. And my dad, he had some struggles with crack. He had some struggles with drug abuse. Both of my aunts also had struggles with drug abuse and alcoholism. And, you know, I think for me, acting and performing just became like just more like an outlet. You know, I'll never forget when I was 8 years old, my aunt Kim bought me a karaoke machine, and that just like changed my whole world. And from there, my dad, you know, he got his boss's address to enroll me into one of the nice like art schools in New Orleans, where I learned how to play clarinet and paint and sing and dance. And so that bug, although I was definitely bit by it, I think that just performing for me just became a means of survival. It was just like a way to just escape the reality I was living as a kid. And I just kind of like fed that and just went with it and went to performing arts high school, and then I ended up going to college for it. And the funny thing is that at one point I really was trying to seek a different path, because everybody kept saying you're gonna be broke, like you can't, like actors don't make money, all this type of stuff. So I was like, I'm gonna try to be an architect. And so I had applied to all these schools, and I did half of the schools were for architecture, and the other half was for acting and performing. And I got into like every school for acting and performing, and like 2 schools for architecture. And I was like, there's something there. And I was like, let me stick with the acting. And yeah, you know, every single time that it's gotten hard and I've quit or, you know, pseudo quit, something would happen where, you know, a glimmer of hope would happen as far as like, you know, another job or another like just nugget or something. And so I decided to stick with it and just stay in it, go with it.
How did you overcome that? Because most people that grow up seeing that's their reality as a child, they're not so optimistic. And to be an actor, I think in this business, don't you have to be extremely you have to think you're lottery like for a living, basically. I'm going to beat 400 people, 200 people. That's amazing that you were able to get through that. And I don't know.
Well, you know, for me, I honestly, like, you know, I had some good teachers. You know, shout out to Miss Oliver, who was my 7th grade teacher, who was just amazing. She gave me this book called Don't Sweat the Small Things. And I remember, like, she looked like Halle Berry. She was like one of the most beautiful teachers I ever had. And she gave me this book, and I was like, okay, I guess, you know, my daddy being in prison and stuff isn't the worst thing in life, you know. And then my aunt Kathy, she gave me I Know Why the Cage Bird Sings by Maya Angelou. And just kind of like, you know, giving that whole different perspective of like, there's so much more to life than what you're living, was just fuel enough for me to just be like, look, let me just, you know, change this situation that I'm in. Let me just look forward towards a better future for myself, and, you know, make a name for myself some kind of way to where I could come back and give back and uplift the rest of my community as well. And so that's always been my fuel, you know. I mean, and even just as an actor now, I mean, the ebbs and the flows, the highs and the lows, like, I just remind myself, like, you know, I got through that, and I can get through whatever, you know. And not saying that it's ever easy or it becomes easier, but I just try to hold on to that optimism, like you said, as much as possible.
Thanks for sharing that. Karen and Leland, any pushback from your families, because you both were planning to do other things that are far more stable than this business? Were they like, no, don't do that, that's not the way to go? Were they disappointed? Were they supportive?
You know what, for me, my family is I come from a traditional family, and a traditionally dysfunctional traditional family. And surprisingly, I didn't get any pushback. I got so much support from everybody in my family because I think I was the only one who stepped out and just followed a dream, who dared to do that, you know, and I was afraid, but I didn't allow that fear to stifle me. And I think that drew some admiration from my family. And so they've been immensely supportive.
I think some people thought it was a hobby for me. You know, they were like, why would you go get a business degree and then go and start becoming an actor? And then at the same time too, I was working at Merrill Lynch and then over at Bank of America. So they were like, all right, well, he has a stable job still, it's all good. You know, so the entire time that I was trying to focus on my acting thing, I still had a stable job. So they kind of were like, all right, well, that's just his hobby until, you know, a couple of credits start rolling around and you start to see me on TV a little bit here and there. And it's like, oh, okay, well, maybe it's not a hobby. You know, so like they kind of were, I mean, everybody was supportive of it, you know, but I don't think people really took it serious until, you know, they start really seeing the credits and started seeing me pop up on different things. It's like, oh, he's an actor. This is not just a hobby. You know?
Do you all remember the first time you auditioned for a role and what it was like?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Don't you hate auditioning? Like auditioning, you feel so
stupid. Worst.
The worst.
You go back in your car and you do it, you're like, I'm so much better in the car.
Right. Listen, my first audition was a complete and total disaster.
Really?
Oh my God, it was so bad. It was for a commercial.
Okay.
And I went into it my first time in the room, and my new agent was there, and I'm nervous, and I got my lines, and I'm so excited, and I had a scene partner, and we started doing the scene, and the client was there. They were present at the first audition, and in the middle of the audition, my agent got up and she stopped us and pulled the two of us out into the hallway. She's just like, those aren't the lines. That's not the sides. Did you pick up the sides on the table outside? I'm like, nobody told me to pick up the sides on the table. I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that the lines had changed. And it was so embarrassing. And so we had to learn the sides, like while we were in the hallway. We had like a minute to get it down, go back in with the client. And I was so embarrassed and my feelings were so hurt because she ripped us a total new one. And that was my first experience. But I booked it.
What? You still?
Yeah.
So they saw
I
you
still
able
booked it.
to adjust. That's an important thing, right? Being able to make an adjustment when they give you direction. Good for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, honestly, I bombed so many auditions. I don't even remember how my first audition went. It's like a whole just cluster of just bomb after bomb after bomb after bomb. I just started doing good auditions, so you know we got to come back to me on that one. The whole bunch of bombs in one area of my life. I don't even remember my first audition. It was bad. All I know that.
You know what? I'm right there with you, Leland. I think the first audition that popped up in my head, which is not my very first one, is like when I was doing community theater in New Orleans. Like I remember we just like, I don't know, I was like, I'm gonna audition for this play. It's a musical. And I remember the director, I mean, we were just all like little like teenage kids wanting to like, you know, get up on stage. And the director came up and he said, if you don't know how to sing, you don't know how to dance, don't worry, just do whatever you can do and make it big. And I got up on stage. I didn't know how to sing, dance, nothing, but I just like, I made it like the biggest thing ever. And I like said the lines like as big and as loud as possible. And he was like sitting in the far back of the theater and he was like, girl, I don't know where I'm going to put you, but I'm going to put you in this play. I was just like, yes. And that was like one of my first auditions I remember. And yeah, I ended up being in a little local play in New Orleans.
So I guess they dug the confidence.
Yeah.
Do you all just go out for roles that are specifically for Black actors? Is that are those the only types of roles you get called in for? Or do you get called in for roles that don't specify? Because I know for a while it was like, I remember back in my day when I was auditioning for things, trying out, going all the way down there, and they're like, oh, we're not looking for a Black girl. You're like, well, why the hell you bring me up in here? And that's the one business industry where they can really say that kind of stuff that sounds very racist right to your face, and that's just, it's okay because they're looking
It's
for
like business that they can be blatantly racist, like, and it's okay. It's like we're not looking for anything. It's like, how do I guess it's okay for acting, right? Like
they
it
can
feels
literally say, we don't want a black guy.
right. And like what do you do?
Yep.
Like if I call the NAACP, you know what I mean? Like
It's definitely been for me like waves of it. You know, I remember like early on, you know, they were trying to do like ethnically ambiguous, and you know, I remember like trying to go in for a role, and my agent was like, "But are you really ethnically ambiguous? Like, you know, you're black, right?" And I was like, "Okay, you know, like, does that mean I can audition for the role of the guy's girlfriend? Like, that's crazy, you know?" And then, you know, things started to change, and what I was seeing coming in was like definitely specifically for Black girls. And then I remember another wave came in where it was like just open ethnicity, you know. And I remember I booked something that was like labeled open ethnicity, and the Twitter fingers went off because the role was based off of a book, and the character was originally for a white girl, like literally, like the breakdown originally was like blonde hair, blue eyes, but they did open ethnicity and I ended up getting it. And people on Twitter were pissed off about that. They were just like, that really bothered me that they cast a Black person for that role, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, this is insane. And so, you know, now I think it's about 50-50 now that I'm seeing that it's like open, but also like specifically for Black women. You know, I see that it's just, like I said, it's like a wave, like it kind of goes up and down because the business is trying to keep up with, you know, what the public is saying. So, you know, we'll see where it goes next.
Got it. Okay, well, we have to take another break. We'll be back with more of these fantastic, talented people when we get back right here on Fox Soul.
We know that we're asking Americans to do a lot right now. So we're asking everyone to be selfless for others so that we can protect those who are most susceptible to this virus.
A question I often get asked is why should young people care about the spread of coronavirus? Well, we know that people with underlying medical conditions over the age of 60 are at highest risk, but they've got to get it from somebody.
Social distancing is really physical separation of people.
It's what we refer to when we ask people to stay at least 6 feet apart.
Not going to bars, not going to restaurants, not going to theaters where there are a lot of people. It all just means physical separation so that you have a space between you and others who might actually be infected or infect you.
We all have a role to play in preventing person-to-person spread of this disease, which can be deadly for vulnerable groups. For more information on how you can social distance, please go to coronavirus.gov.
Welcome back to Out Loud right here in Fox Soul. We are back with actors Karen Moore, Leland B. Martin, and Sierra Payton. I have some tweets I have to read still. This is about what's going on in the nation right now. So we have a tweet from Hatsuko that says, "I'm not Black, but I am with you. I see you, I hear you, I stand with you, I fight for you." We have Alex Heron who says, "It's obvious that all lives matter, but that isn't the focus right now. The focus is on pushing for equality for Black people and ending police bias and brutality, which is why we're focusing on the Black lives. Black people are oppressed and change is needed." And Coco Caramel says, "Black Lives Matter isn't a trend. It isn't something you post now just because everyone else is doing it. It's saying that you acknowledge the injustice and you want better lives for Black people who have been oppressed by generations and continue to suffer." So people are out there speaking on our behalf, and I'm glad we have some allies. Now, we've talked about a little bit of everything, and I want to get to what y'all are working on now. Karen and Sierra, you have lead roles on Tyler Perry's series, The Oval. What can you tell us about the show and the characters you play?
Well, the show, if any of your viewers haven't seen it yet, is it's about a first family who was placed in the White House by powers that be, and it kind of pulls back the curtain on what you think may be happening behind the closed doors with the family, first family. And then there's an upstairs, downstairs thing where the staff, we follow the staff home and they have their own drama. And it's a nighttime soap. It's a lot of fun. It's escapism. And we just have a really fun time. It's not a political show. It's more of a soap and it's about relationships, but it's definitely dramatic and crazy.
Got it. Sierra?
Yeah, I play the chief of staff's wife, Lily Winthrop, and I'm also a fashion designer. And so you just kind of see like how people deal with being, brought to the forefront and also just being placed in a political powerhouse, such as the White House. And I would say my character, she's probably one of the only characters that's like totally far removed from the White House and all the drama there, but she slowly but surely gets pulled into it and is trying to figure out how to get out of it or make sense out of it. And so it's definitely a really, really fun show for people to watch. And there's a lot of cliffhangers that just kind of leave you wanting more. So I love it. It's fun. We have a lot of fun working on it. So
we do. And Sierra plays I play Victoria Franklin, the First Lady of the United States, and Sierra plays my fashion designer. And so we have a really interesting relationship that I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see.
You've been compared to Scandal's Olivia Pope, and right? So how does it feel to have your work compared to these shows?
I think it's an amazing comparison, but it's an accurate one. I mean, it's kind of one of those things. You either love it or you hate it. It's not for everybody, but the people that it's for, they love it. So I would never compare my character to Olivia Pope because it's just not the same type of thing. There's a power dynamic there that would be but other than that, I don't think that Victoria Franklin could be compared to Olivia Pope.
Okay. Now, Leland, you're starring on BET series Boomerang. Now, what can you tell us about that character?
Well, Ari is just a crazy, free-spirited, type of person where, Boomerang is a continuation of the 1992 story with Eddie Murphy, Halle Berry, and all those iconic stars. And we just, it's kind of like a Black Friend, so to speak, almost, you know what I mean? It follows 6 characters and my particular character is kind of like the wild card. The one who, gets the party started, turn up, you know what I mean? It has a whole lot more energy than I have in my real personal life, to be honest with you.
And your character is sexually fluid, so were you nervous to take on that role?
Sorry, say that again?
Your character is sexually fluid, so were you nervous to take on that role?
Yeah,
You like,
it was definitely a nerve-wracking decision in the very beginning. Me being heterosexual, I've never had an experience with same-sex relations at all. So taking on this character, just even in the light that people will see it in and see me as an actor, and it was something that I definitely had to consider for sure, just given the magnitude of that particular character and the vein that he lives in. But I'm so happy that I took on that particular role because, like we're seeing now, representation is important. Seeing it for yourself and it causes a stir. And I feel like, within the LGBTQ community, the V is pretty silent. And to see somebody, a strong masculine character such as Ari, represent bisexuals in such a way, I feel like it's powerful and dynamic to add that representation so that people can see the image of Ari and get inspiration from it and feel like I too can live with that same type of confidence because he's extremely unapologetic about who he is and how he lives his life.
How was the feedback from the community?
Oh man, they loved it. Listen, first of all, the captain of the flagship is Lena Waithe in the first place, right? So it's going to be an authentic representation. Mm-hmm. So I mean, I got nothing but love, nothing but just praises as far as the role is concerned from the community for sure.
Speaking of Ms. Lena Waithe, who's just doing humongous things right now in the business, what have you learned from her?
How to be a boss. the way she moves is incredible. The command that she has, and the respect that she has from her people. You know, it's a sense of integrity that trickles from the top to the bottom that Lena has. I mean, it's like it's a family type of, it's a tribe type of thing. You know, I never felt uncomfortable on set. It was always like a family type of relationship, and it starts from her. It's the integrity that comes from her that trickled down onto all of us. And I just the way that she is, her mannerisms, I learned so much. I mean, when you watch an icon, you sit back, like you can't just take away one thing, you know, it's just she's incredible.
All right. Now, Cameron, you're joining the DC Universe family because of your role as Dr. Chappelle on CW Stargirl. Now, what can you tell us about this series?
Stargirl it's a lot of fun. It's a family show. It's a DC universe. So if you are a DC comic fan, you know about Stargirl. And you have to watch it. We just, gosh, today is our 3rd episode. So if you haven't caught it, you can catch it on the CW and on DC Universe. It's streaming. And it's just a lot of fun. And it follows these teenagers through what they go through in their teenage lives. And it also incorporates their older super counterpart much away, but it's a fun show. And I play Dr. Chapel. I play one of the superheroes' moms, so I get to play a mom, which is a decent mom, which is kind of the opposite of what I'm playing on the Oval. And so it's a lot of fun. She's a nerd. She's all buttoned down and buttoned up, and it's a lot of fun to play the role. And it's been really cool to watch. Because you don't see how all of the special effects and stuff is going to come into play until you actually see the finished product.
Yeah, to see how that
it's so cool.
So what about, real quick, dream role for all of you? Give me a name, a character. What would be the dream role for all of you to play? Each of you to play. Do you have
For me, let them come out with a Bad Boys 4, and I'll be Will Smith and Martin Lawrence, you know, understudy.
Okay, all right.
I've always wanted to. I mean, I just want to play amazing characters in general, but I've always wanted to play Lena Horne. I just have this like also crazy draw to, you know, both Angela Davis, Pam Grier, and I would love to one day play Cleopatra or Nefertiti. Those are all my dream roles all across the board.
You snatched mine. Yeah, I would love to play an African queen. That would be amazing. And then on the shallower end of it, I want to play a superhero. I mean, we don't see enough of us represented in that world, so that would be a lot of fun.
So if you all weren't actors, I know you spoke about other career paths you were on before this, but if you weren't acting, what would you all be doing that you think you love that would fulfill you? Anything come to mind besides acting?
I would continue teaching. I mean, one of my side career for about 15 years now has been a arts education teacher. So I work with a lot of teenage and middle school youth, teaching them how to write their own stories. Also, I use August Wilson's plays as a template for them to talk about what legacy they're going to leave behind, and also help them come up with their identity. And that is just work that I've just always enjoyed doing it. I've been doing it since I was a teenager myself, working at different summer camps. And so that's work that I continue to do when I'm not acting, and it's work that I would still do if I wasn't an actor. So I love it.
All right.
Yeah, I feel like before I found this craft of acting, I was a little lost. I tried so many different things and was working the 9 to 5s, and it just felt I just felt lost. I mean, I almost went into a depression. So I can't really even see myself doing anything else. But if I had to guess, I'm kind of good with people. So I could see myself in sales, perhaps. You know, it would have to be something entrepreneurial, though. I couldn't work for somebody else just because of the way that I am and my mindset. Yeah, it'd probably be sales or something like that. I don't know. I mean, I'm an actor for life.
Thank God you don't have to.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I would at some point like to do some directing. But if I wasn't in this world altogether, the entertainment world altogether, I would be in mental health. I'd probably be a counselor because I'm a mental health advocate, and it's something that's really near and dear to my heart. So probably a counselor.
Okay. We have one more comment from the viewers. Chanel Miller says, the Oval and Boomerang had me hooked this season. Like, what's going to happen next? So people, they're loving y'all. The chat room is filled with people that are really loving you all and are really grateful to be able to support and watch y'all. So we have a minute left before we go. I want to ask you all real quickly, if you can just sum it up in 30 seconds or less. What's the one thing you'll no longer take for granted once this quarantine and lockdown is over?
I'll say just working, period. Being able to go into an audition room and actually fight for a role, to be able to actually go and to work and to produce different things. I mean, you see now how important entertainment is. We're running out of stuff to watch. We're binging. And I feel like us being in the house, we need more things. And we see how important it is. It's medicine, it's therapy. So I can't wait to get back out there.
Okay.
For me, it's time with family and friends. There's been, we've been able to, do Zoom calls and FaceTime and so forth, but to be able to actually spend time with the people you love, I will never, ever take that for granted again.
Yeah, for me, I think it's just, I would never take for granted, like, just the freedom I have of being able to go to the store or get certain foods and stuff like that I like. And also just, appreciating my home and where I live, like this is the longest I've ever been home in a long period of time. So it's, I love it. I appreciate it. So, yeah.
I'd like to thank all of you for joining me tonight. I mean, like you said, we're running out of things to watch, and I'm glad that you were able to provide our Fox Soul mates the opportunity to get to know you all a little bit better. And I look forward to watching you all for a long time on my screens. I really do. Positive, beautiful people. Like, I really appreciate y'all and what you do. I want to thank Karen Moore, Leland B. Martin, and Sierra Payton for joining us tonight. Thanks for watching us on the Fox Soul TV mobile app. Stay tuned because the Mike and Donnie show is up next right here in Fox Soul.
Fox Soul presents Chatter.
Welcome to the chat room with all of these women.
Help me, Lord. Help me, Lord.
5 women of faith, keeping it real.
I'm coming from Maryland, dealing with menopause. I just want y'all to know that.
Every Tuesday night, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific.
He's still producing music, so he's still in his corner of the house.
I need her to be quiet sometimes.
Okay.
Stream it live on foxsoul.tv.
sunshine and rain.
What's up? It's Tuesday. You know what that means. It's time for some more real talk with Mike and Donnie on the Mike and Donnie Show on Fox Soul. I'm Mike Hill alongside my co-host Donnie Harrell. What's good today, Donnie?
Oh, you know, beautiful day, positive vibes. I'm loving seeing this peaceful protest. You know what I mean? It's beautiful out here because I'm all about that love. So it's a lot of love being spread, you know, the message being sent out there, and I'm loving it.
And you know what I love today? I've been getting a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails, a lot of text messages from a lot of my white friends, and they're just wanting to know how they can get more involved and what they can do and actually coming clean and admitting they didn't realize it was that bad or that they had that much privilege. So, you know, luckily, like you said, the positive vibes, we're actually starting to see some of the differences that these protests are starting to make in this nation.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I don't believe in all the white and black stuff. You know, we all part of humanity. You know what I mean? We can all coincide together and just get along, man. You know, it's a beautiful thing when you're seeing all the people out there together, black, white, Asian, Mexican, walking down the street. It's powerful, man. You got people out there in Paris and France and all over, man. The word is spreading, man. It's beautiful. And that's what we like to see. That's how change is going to come, by that.
Amen.
Power
Amen.
people, man.
It's about unity across the nation. Hey, and we're a talk show. We like to entertain. We wish we can get away and have a real escape from all this reality that's going on, at least for the next hour. But because of the current climate, it's kind of hard to do, but we're going to try and entertain as much as possible and be productive and figure out how we can get past this and make this world a better place to live in. But as always, Donnie, you know what we're going to do. One thing we always have to do on the Mike and Donnie Show is keep what?
Keep it real, baby. We keep it 1,100.
100%. So the guests who come on this show, the people who chime in via the text or the message board, please say what's on your mind and we will let it be known what you have to say. We got two great guests on the show tonight, both actors, both from the stage as well, and do a lot of film and also filmmakers as well. And they're here to share their perspective with us about what's going on in the state of the world and talk about their careers as well. Let's please welcome to the show, Rhonda Mormon and Jason Durden. Hey guys, how you guys doing tonight?
Well, great.
I'm all right, man. I'm all right. Thank you for having me.
Doing good.
Yes. Thank you for having me.
You know, it's, that is something that when people ask you how you're doing these days, it's kind of,
Right.
you're kind of caught in between somewhere. You know, you're feeling good physically, but mentally, when you think about what's going on in the world,
right,
it's kind of a conundrum, right?
Yeah. Well, you know what, man? I've been telling the truth. Usually I don't. Usually I say I'm good, I'm all right. But now, look, you ready for this 5-minute answer? because it's up and down. Really, as a black man, it's up and down right now. It's up and down.
Right.
Ron, you feel the same way?
Yes. My thinking changes constantly because I'm not sure how to feel. You know, it just depends on what I'm seeing on the news. If my family is getting home okay, it's all dependent on all of those things. It's never the same.
Hey, Mike, I'm with Jason, but you know, me coming from the ghetto, when you say it's up and down, I mean, that's how I lived my life in the ghetto, man. Growing up in the ghetto was always up and down. So I'm used to this, man. This ain't nothing to me, man. This is easy work. You know what I'm saying? You know, when you see these people coming together, man, it's a beautiful thing. You know what I mean? So, hey, Jason, man, you know, I don't know where you come from, but hey, man, shit, if you come from the ghetto, you know what it is. So this really ain't nothing. We can get past this, man, because we black, man. We powerful, man. We proud, man.
Oh, absolutely. I don't doubt that at all, Donnie. It's but you know, the difference when you have control of the situation versus you depending upon everybody else to do their part. And this is where we at right now in society. And I got total faith. I have total faith in humanity. This is going to take work. This is going to take accountability. It's going to take all that. And so I'm watching, and I'm doing my part, but I'm also watching. You know what I mean? But I hear you, D. I hear you.
Right. I definitely want to talk about the mentality part of this whole situation when it comes to us being black and us just kind of accepting it somewhat or getting used to it, or this is part of life. I'm gonna get into that in a second. But how you guys right now with everything that's going on, not just the protests or everything that's going on racially, but the coronavirus, we still got to deal with that or whatnot.
Right.
How you getting through it all, Ron?
You know, well, for me, I mean, I'm just working on myself internally, my soul, you know, making sure I'm staying connected to my faith, because we are in a pandemic, you know. So in my mind, my whole thing is that let me continue to build my faith, spending time with my mother, doing exercises with her, you know, getting to talk to my family and my husband more, you know, spending more of that time. But at the end of the day, I feel isolated. You know, I do feel isolated.
Why so?
Well, because for me, I'm an outsider. I have a community center I serve. So for me, this has kind of been a adjustment, as well as for my family. I mean, we're all just trying to get through it the best way we can. But when you're dealing with a pandemic and then you're already feeling isolated and then you have the situation happening, I feel even more isolated because I feel like I haven't even caught up with the pandemic. It's so much to catch up on, so much to get involved in, so much that we have to work out at our homes already just to feel relevant, you know, just to feel like we're part of the essentials. You know,
I'm happy you actually brought up faith because, you know, I've been looking at the peaceful protests, I've been looking at the rioting, looting, everybody's upset, mad, angry, sad, whatever emotions that you have, Black Lives Matter, we understand all that. But has anyone noticed, and Donnie, I know you're very spiritual as well, man, I ain't seen a lot of prayer. And no. Black folks pray. But lately I haven't seen it, even though he's needed. I don't want to word this wrong.
I've been seeing people pray, Mike. I've been seeing people out there praying.
You have? I just haven't seen a lot of it, though. I mean,
but are they in the march? I mean, are they in the protests? I mean, who's praying? Who's doing that? Who's doing it out loud?
What do you mean praying out loud? I see people.
Who's showing themselves praying? Like who's coming on live and saying, you know, let's just pray. Who's doing that, or is it in a group setting?
I seen it in a group setting. I see police officers praying. I see young African Americans praying. I've been watching news. I've been seeing a lot of people getting on their knees and having round circle prayers. You know what I mean? It's not how many times you do it. It's, you know what I mean? You got to just do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. How many times you do it?
I completely agree. Or just getting on one knee to have a moment of silence, but I don't necessarily think, I don't know if it was prayer now. I just haven't seen it. Jason, I mean, have you?
Well, I mean, I've seen the videos like Donnie. I've seen the videos on Instagram and whatnot. But how do we know everybody's not praying at home? Yeah. And then when it's outside, that's time for the work.
That's right.
Pray without work. Yeah. So outside is the work.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Hey, Mike, I pray every night, and every morning I get up. Because if I don't pray, man, I don't feel right. So I get on my knees.
Right.
I agree.
Morning, at night, I say, God, thank you for waking me up. And I say, please wake me up in the morning.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Thank you for a great day. Thank you for waking me up in the morning and whatnot. You know where your base is. And that's why Black people, no matter what, man, ever since slavery, ever since the beginning of time, Black people have always known, for the most part, what their base is, and that's their spirituality, and that's usually God.
Yes. But I'm gonna say this, Mike, and I'm a man of faith. I'm a man of God as well. But at this moment in time, I'm not asking the next man if they're a man of God. I'm asking if they're a man of humanity, and that's what's most important right now. You know, you can believe what you want to believe as long as it's in alignment with humanity and progressive movement forward.
That's funny because a lot of times the people who don't show that type of humanity always claim to be men and women of God.
Right.
Christianity as a reason why they do the evil that they do.
Right.
And that's one of the issues that we actually have, not only in this country, but in this world.
Yeah, period. Yeah. Their character.
Yeah.
Their character. Yeah.
And you know, when you put that hate out there, like Trump been putting all that spewing that hate and this and that, see that hate will turn around and kick you in your ass one day. You know what I mean? Everybody will turn against you. Now everybody's turned against him now. And we gonna get his ass out of office because love is carries throughout the world and love conquers everything, man.
That is good.
We gonna get that devil out of office.
Love conquers everything, but voting gets the job done.
Voting gets the job.
Say it again. Say it again for the people in the back.
Voting gets the job done.
We
can love all we want to. I love you, my brother. I love you, my sister. Take your loving ass to the ballot booth.
Hey, Mike, I really believe we're going to do that too. I think everybody's going to rally up, man. You should see all them young people with that good young energy out there, man. Them youngsters, man, they going to get to that voting, whatever you call it. They going to get out there and vote and, man, peep this out. We're going to get him out of office, man. Trust me.
I believe that too.
But that's the energy we need. The same energy we see with the protests, whether it's peaceful, you're looting, whatever you're doing. If you have the right to vote, you got to bring that same energy in November to cause the change.
Right.
Absolutely. Hey, guys, it tore me up today. I got to admit, man, I was having a good day. I was getting through. I saw the peaceful protests, but it tore me up today to actually see the daughter of George Floyd. She was at a news conference with her mom today, and she's only 6 years old, little Gianna, and to hear her mom basically talk about little Gianna growing up, not having the opportunity to have her father walk her down the aisle or be there at the graduation or whatnot, just to see her grow up. I'm the father of two daughters, 18 and 20. They're grown. And it just made me sad because I can't even imagine not seeing the rest of their life because I'm gone. You know what I mean? I'm praying for them, but you know what I'm talking about.
Right.
It's devastating.
That saddens me a lot. I can't imagine that. I do know what it is to lose someone, and I can't imagine what that baby girl is feeling. And my heart goes out to the family. That's disheartening. I'm trying not to cry.
Yeah, and I don't want to bring on that emotion, but Rhonda, I understand 30 years ago, you actually had someone that you lost due to a murder. And I think all brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
That was your baby sister, right?
It was my baby sister. You know, I chose to not look at the news today because I didn't want to come on emotional. But yeah, I lost her, and I lost her. And you think about God and you go, you know what, God, okay, I know I'm going to trust you. You're going to get me through. And you say, God, I'm going to put her in your hands, but it's how it happens too, that you got to do. It's not just the why, it's the how. So when that's in your brain and it's in your head, you can't cancel it. It doesn't go away with time. So my heart goes out to that baby girl because she will always see that. And it's tough. It's a tough place to be. And though it happened so many years ago, you'll never get over it. It hurts. It hurts. And you wish you could have done something. So my heart goes out to the brother. I did see him a few days ago who went and visited the site, and his knees buckled. And I can only imagine. Because I had to do the same thing. You got to kind of go and see it for yourself and take it in. And then you have to conquer it at that moment, because if you don't, it sticks with you and it eats you up. And then that hurt becomes angry, and that anger becomes, it lashes. And it can have its own effect on you. So you have to take control of it, and you have to use forgiveness. It's hard. It's a tough place to be. It's a tough place to
talk about that, the forgiveness to actually forgive somebody that actually killed somebody in life. We've all lost somebody to senseless acts of violence. I lost my best friend to a drive-by shooting. Donnie, I know you've lost people. Jason, I'm not sure, but I'm just saying it's like when you do that, it's hard to, as Black people, we're always told to turn the other cheek or to forget. But that's getting tiring, man, at the same time. But you know, as a child of God, like we just established our spirituality, it's necessary for you to move on.
It is. It's very necessary, because it damages you more than the situation. And then you can't use it. You can't use it to empower someone else. You can't use it as fuel to build your faith.
Yeah, it is.
Go ahead. Jason, just these images are tough with George's brother speaking, and we see George's daughter. But the one thing that we can say is that when this happens, and I can't imagine how it would feel to have my family speaking in the press conference to thousands of protesters. But when this happens, when we hear these people, we get a piece of how human we are. And as a Black man in this country specifically, we're not viewed as human. We're viewed as aggressive beasts. So you see a piece of his daughter. You see a piece of George in him. You see how much his community loved him. You see how much his brother loved him, how his life was affecting people, and you took him away. And so when these thousands of protesters who don't look like us, the whites, the Asians, the Hispanics, you know, they're taking all this in and say, this is not right. This is, and that's why they're affected so powerfully. you know, in this moment. That's why it's different this time. It's different this time.
Yeah,
I really believe that.
You feel the difference, Donnie? You feel, I mean, because the movement that we're seeing more diversity and people, not just black people fed up, but when you look at the protests, you see maybe just as many white people as you see black people. So the world, like we mentioned before, is fed up.
Yes.
You want to say something, Rhonda?
No. I was just saying yes.
Hey, let me tell you something, Mike. It's so different because I was a young cat in '92 when the Rodney King riots happened. I was out there looting, acting crazy, and it wasn't no white people out there. You know what I'm saying? And now you see all diversity of people out there, and real talk, you see more white people and people of other nationalities out there. I'm like, God damn, there's some other races out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's the beauty about it. And you know what I love? I love to see the good. I love to see the little youngsters, man, with all that good young energy out there, man, because they are the future, man. I seen a little white dude in the Manhattan Beach on a little fifth grader. He was out there, had the mic. Hey, man, listen, man, they protested in Manhattan Beach.
Right.
How many black people in Manhattan Beach, man? And you see that, you be like, oh, man, this is beautiful, man. And things are going to change, man. You know, I have hope, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, always talk about love. Because like I say, man, I'm about love and positivity because I did so much negative in my life. So I love to see that positive vibe and people getting out there and doing good and we all doing it together. So I think, man, it's going to have some positive outcome out this situation.
And even when we have the positive outcome, we still got to do some self-maintenance. And I believe in self-maintenance when it comes to counseling, therapy. I think if you're black in this country, that you should go to therapy because you have anxiety, you have some kind of depression, you have something that's built inside that we as black people have always been told, hey, that's just being black, that's being black or whatever. You've had to actually deal with it, but you've never done anything to fix it. And Jason, I know you share with our producer that you've gone through some depression and anxiety yourself.
Yeah, you know, you realize as a black man, the older you get, that you come into this world with PTSD. You know what I mean? And you don't even know it. You don't even realize it until you're placed in a situation where like, oh, this don't feel right. You know, I can see it happening. And the beginning of the pandemic, you know, I battled so much mental instability, man, anxiety, to the point where I couldn't move. And I love to be informed and stay informed. But I had to turn it off. I had to turn it off because I wasn't getting out of the bed.
That's right.
And I was turning down interviews. I was supposed to be publicizing something. I thought I'm not in the mental state where I can talk right now. And then 2 months later, this happens. You know, Ahmaud Arbery and then Breonna Taylor. And now, and it's you're constantly met with situations that you can't control. So what do you do as a black man? Or if you try to take control of them, now you become the problem. Now you become a threat and you become the dangerous, you know, person. So what do you do then? So absolutely, man. And especially in our communities, it's gotten a little bit better, but in our communities, we don't believe in mental instability, mental health. It's not a priority for us.
And we have to. In order to overcome all this type of stuff. And like even just, you know, like you talked about the racism or just dealing with life, growing up in a certain community right now, knowing you being stepped on, the anxiety that you have just when you walk out of your house or you get in the car and the police ride behind you or whatever, that's anxiety that you have built up that you put inside of you. But Rhonda, I also know you overcame, like you talked about your sister dying 30 years ago, whatnot, but you were confined to a wheelchair for a great deal of your younger life.
Yes, I was. And, you know, I wanted to piggyback on what we just said to segue into that. One of the things, you know, that was said in my house is, you know, what happens in our house stays in our house, right? You know, that's this black families. That's what we do. You know, your stomach hurt. What your mom tell you? Go to, you know, your head hurt.
Take a nap.
Take a nap.
That, you know, and you know, and as black families, you know, on Saturdays we would clean up. We just had our rituals. We had our thing. It's what we did, right? We put the music on, and you know, we that's what we thrived on. That's how we got together, even as a family, and we'd be at auntie's house and such and such. But when the music stops and things happen as a child, and now you're in a wheelchair. What do you do with that? You know, what do you do with that? You know, you didn't know it was going to happen. You were unprepared.
So your story, I'm sorry to interrupt, but your story is you got shot in the.
I got shot. Yeah, I was in a drive-by.
Okay.
Rhonda, where you from? Where you from, Rhonda?
So when you talked, Bobby, you and I, we got a lot more in common than you think.
Me and you, Rhonda?
I'm from the Shaw. I'm straight Crenshaw, Nipsey.
Okay, all right, okay.
I'm right there. In fact, I was looting when Rodney too. I don't know what I got. I think it was Montgomery Ward. I think I grabbed out of there at that time. So, you know, but yeah, that's what we did. You know, that's what we did. And at the end of the day, that happened, you know, 7 to 11, I was in a wheelchair, told I would never walk again. And by the grace of God, I was introduced to a Bible study that was taking place on 27th and Van Buren, right up there in Normandy. And I start going, and they build up my faith. They let me understand that, you know, God helped the blind see and the lame walk. So in my youth, I said, okay, well, if he listens to prayers, let me start. Let me start. There was no, you know, way for me to know if it was effective until one day I started walking. And by the grace of God, I am still walking today. Now, how I walk in between then and now, that's a whole story right there. That's why I have a story of, you know, Life Beyond the Chair, which is my one-woman show that I'm working on right now.
And you know what? I feel, Rhonda, because, you know, we growing up in LA, we had PTSD.
Yeah, we had that all the time. Yeah,
that all the time. Like that was normal for us.
That was normal, and the gunshots and everything else was just normal. You know,
what you just said. What you heard? What you just said. What you just said is why you need counseling.
Well, let me tell you something.
I mean, you said it was normal. No, seriously, but you said it was normal, but it's not. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be what an American citizen has to go through. It's not normal to hear gunshots. It's part of.
So when you say American citizens.
Yeah, for American citizens. But you understand what I'm saying, Donnie?
Yeah, but you know what? You got to look at the people from Iraq and Iran. They have it tougher enough in them type of the war zones all day long. You know what I mean? So I feel for them more than I feel for myself, because you know we got it better than them. So you know I believe we should have counseling. You know, I've been to counseling before. Not by choice, but by force. You know what I mean? So, you know, it is what it is. You know what I mean? But it was good. You know, I learned something that was good, you know what I mean? And I expressed myself, and I learned something from going to counseling. So, yeah, I think we all do need counseling, Mike. I totally agree with you, brother.
All right, we'll just continue to get better as we move along, man. Hey, we got a lot more to get to with Jason and Rhonda in just a second. We're going to talk about their careers and talk about deeper dives and getting past obstacles in this business we call entertainment. You're listening to the Mike and Donnie Show. I'm watching the Mike and Donnie Show on Fox. So stick around.
We are tired of mourning. We are tired of suffering. And we are tired of waiting. Experts predict that the Black female vote will be central to the 2020 presidential elections. The truth is in the numbers, but the voice is in you. Imagine if we use our collective voice to create a collective powerhouse. Black women have always been at the forefront of lifting our voices to vote. In this very moment, we can change the history of this nation. Let us not forget that we are our ancestors' wildest dreams. You see us, but now it's time for you to hear us. I'm Ivy Coco, your Miss Black California USA 2020. Queens are lifting our voices to vote. Join us and let's rise up.
Joy, I like sunshine and rain.
Back on the Mike and Donnie Show on Fox Soul. Mike Hill hanging out with my partner, Donnie Harrell. Once again, joined by actors Jason Durden and Rhonda Mormon. Thanks so much for hanging out with us here tonight, Mr. and Mrs. When it comes to your careers, you know, great careers, did the research. Rhonda, NAACP nominated actress. And Jason, I told you, love your work on American Soul on BE2. Both of you from the stage, though. I mean, that stage, that's, to me, when you go on that stage, no disrespect to any actors or actresses out there, that's real acting right there.
Oh, wow.
You know, ain't no cut, edit. You know, let's take that back. No. You got 1,000 people watching you. You better say the right thing. If not, you better make it right.
That's right. That's right. Be quick.
Have you ever been in that situation where you forgot the line, something didn't go right, somebody else messed up their line, and you're in that live situation? What did you do?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, yeah, I fail actually. I fail. You know, you make it part of the show. You know, that's what
you know how black folks do. When you trip, you just gotta play it off, right?
Yeah, you just make it part of the show. That was supposed to happen. Yeah, that was. I fell, and I fell again. I fell live, and then I fell behind stage, and didn't even realize I was bleeding until I got back on stage. So, so I just kind of, touched it and kind of made sure it didn't run down my leg. Yeah, but the show must go on, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Right.
And Jason, you worked on Broadway with the likes of Denzel, Nicanoni Rose, Viola Davis.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, what was that experience like?
I mean, incredible. I mean, the way you said it, that's the experience. It was an incredible experience to be on stage across, saying lines, telling a story with masters of the craft. People you've been watching and wanted to emulate. Speaking of Denzel, just emulate his work, hoping you would have a tenth of his career and his ability. And to have the opportunity to be on stage with him 8 times a week, night in and night out, is absolutely incredible. Viola, Anika, these are just masters of the craft,
And like I said, man, you're a good actor. I've seen you on American Soul, enjoy your work, so I know what you bring to the table. But when you're first on stage with Denzel and Viola Davis, I'm talking about beasts in this game. How do you not be intimidated?
You know what, man? Because you quickly realize all they want you to do is do your part. And the only way they won't think that you can't or you're not good enough to be on stage is if you don't do your part. So come in with your work, ready to be prepared and work. And that moment right there, the moment, not TV, not Greenleaf, not American Soul, working with Denzel, Anika, and Viola, and Sophia Okonedo, it gave me validation that I belong. And so as I go further, it's like, what I have to be scared about? I don't care who you put in front of me. I'm going to hold my own. You need me as much as I need you, so let's roll.
I love that.
Yo, Jason, when you're on Broadway and you do mess up, do you have to improvise real quick? Talk to me. What happens?
Yeah, you do. You got to improvise if you forget the line or if somebody else actually forgets the line. That's why you got to know the whole script.
Exactly.
Actually, one time I couldn't improvise. I actually fainted on stage.
Oh my God.
Now this wasn't with Denzel.
Hold up. You fainted in real life or that was part of the script?
No. In real life, I was doing this play and it was an emotional scene and I was crying and I wasn't breathing right. I was working too hard. And next thing I know, my character's name was Lewis. And the actress I was working with, Leslie Uggams, I heard her say, Lewis? And then I heard her say, Lewis? And that's when I woke up. I got up, went backstage, stopped the play for about 5 minutes and came back and finished the play. And then I went to the hospital after that. But
Rhonda, you in that situation, how you playing that off? And Leslie Uggams is a great actress.
Wow.
How you playing that off if you in that situation? You see one of your cast members actually faint, and that ain't part of the damn script. That's how you play it off, Rhonda.
She's just gonna let me hang. Close the curtains, time to go home.
Say, close the curtains.
Right.
Go ahead, Donnie.
But hey, I'm always interested when people from LA come on the show, Ron. I want to know, how did you get into acting? You know what I mean? Because growing up where you told me you grew up, that's a tough neighborhood. So how did you get into acting? You know what I mean? How did you get into acting?
You know what? When I was in a wheelchair, I used to be on a balcony at my right there on on Western, and I moved from Western and 65th, where that's where I got shot actually, and we moved to 27th in Normandy. In that area is where I learned about Bible study, but we stayed on the second floor, and there was a cul-de-sac there. I used to watch some of the kids jump rope and play and everything, and watch their legs. It didn't matter what color they were. It didn't matter, if they were a girl or a boy. I just wanted their legs because I couldn't walk. And I would just sit there and I would dream. And then I would imagine, and I would close my eyes and imagine that I'm doing what they're doing. And while I was on the balcony, I actually heard this voice coming from my television, which I always kept on, which was Diana Ross. Diana Ross and Ladies Sing the Blues. She was in the scene with Richard Pryor, and she was crying on that couch, when she was doing all of that with her hands, and it touched me. It made me feel something, even though I was numb, down in my legs. My heart was pounding. It made me feel like I was alive, that I wasn't ugly or set apart, or exiled. And as she was doing it, I just said, you know what, I want to do that. How do I make somebody feel something other than where they're at or what's going on or what they're feeling? So from there, I did end up going to Bible study, and I ended up singing with them, and we would do little skits and plays. And then I start to feel this passion for it, and later on, as I started getting into more plays, is when I learned that it was my purpose. And now that's where I'm at today, where I just allow whatever God's going to do it. So it ended up happening that way, where he allowed me to feel first. He allowed me to feel something other than what I was going through at that moment.
Ain't God good?
He is.
All the time. God good all the time. Sometimes,
Yes.
like what you just went through, when you're going through a tragedy or a situation like we're going through right now, creatives are at their most creative. Has that been the case for you too?
Yes, absolutely. When I allow myself to be that, you know what I mean? We're human. So the creativity key doesn't always just come on in the midst of despair. You know what I mean? You have to allow yourself to, okay, let me take this pen and let me start writing. So absolutely I have. And I think, especially with Rhonda and her journey, and I'm the same way, we understand that this craft, this gift that we've been blessed with, is a gift of intention and integrity.
Yes.
So we have purpose and responsibility every time we use the gift. So absolutely, this moment right here, I'm always thinking of how can my gift inspire people to get closer to, I'm gonna use the word the whole night, humanity.
Absolutely.
To humanity. Absolutely.
The smile on your face now. I love it. All right, we're going to take another break. We're going to come back. I want to go into a deeper dive, talk about some of the obstacles that you've had to overcome, talk about the inner issues that we have as people, Black people, how we kind of, have prejudice against one another. We'll do that right when we get back, right here on the Mike and Donnie Show, right here on Foxo.
We know that we're asking Americans to do a lot right now. So we're asking everyone to be selfless for others so that we can protect those who are most susceptible to this virus.
A question I often get asked is, why should young people care about the spread of coronavirus? Well, we know that people with underlying medical conditions over the age of 60 are at highest risk, but they've got to get it from somebody.
Social distancing is really physical separation of people.
It's what we refer to when we ask people to stay at least 6 feet apart.
Not going to bars, not going to restaurants, not going to theaters where there are a lot of people. It all just means physical separation so that you have a space between you and others who might actually be infected or infect you.
We all have a role to play in preventing person-to-person spread of this disease, which can be deadly for vulnerable groups. For more information on how you can social distance, please go to coronavirus.gov.
I like sunshine.
Back on the Mike and Donnie show on Fox Soul. Mike Hill hanging out with the man with the $1 million smile, Donnie Harrell. Also talking to actors Rhonda Mormon and Jason Durden. Rhonda, you just gave Donnie the biggest compliment. You're gonna be doing a Colgate ad pretty soon. That Colgate smile, that Kool-Aid smile he got going on.
You know what? One of my sons named Diamond. That's all he do is smile all the time. I'm like, man, that's all you do. And he's a stone cold killer on the football field. You know what I mean? You will never know. That's all. He smiles like Jason all the time. So my whole family, man, just like, man, smiling, man, it makes, it gives you joy, it gives you happy. I don't want to be mean mugging. Man, I did a lot of mean mugging in the streets, man. I got to make up for that, man.
ain't nothing wrong with a smile. As long as when it's genuine, it's the best thing in the world. You make everybody else feel good around you when you smile, man.
Right.
Put a smile on everybody else's face. Speaking of smiles, y'all put smiles on our faces as creatives, actors, filmmakers, and doing the things that you guys do, and you had a great career. Well, I want to take a deeper dive into some of the obstacles that you go through in this business. And Jason, you shared with us, like, as a light-skinned brother, I've been told at times that you have dealt with colorism. Obviously, I've been told that you're not black enough for some parts.
Not just light skin, but straight hair, Mike. You know what I mean?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Straight hair. And, but all I know is African-American culture. Mm-hmm. My mom is black. My dad is black. People ask me all the time, what do you mix with? I say blood and blood. You know what I mean? What do you mix with?
Right.
But yeah. And I've gotten it in this business. I've gotten it from white casting directors or producers saying, he's great. I can't tell if he's black or not. And I understand that ignorance because oftentimes they don't see us as much as they should. Number one, so I understand that they don't understand the spectrum of colors that we come. The spectrum of hair textures that we come in. But I've gotten it so often with black producers and casting directors saying he's not black enough. He's not black enough.
What is black enough? What do you guys think black enough? What's the level of blacks that we have where you can say, okay, well, if you get to this line, you're black enough for everything.
Right.
What is
right. So now we're going back to the brown paper bag test.
Okay.
If you're darker than this brown paper bag in the eyes of casting and producers, he's black. She's black, or she's black and can fit a certain category of characters.
Right.
Whereas if you're me, you fit this certain category of characters. Some casting directors would have never seen me as a gangster, as a hustler, ever.
And you play that on American Soul.
And American Soul, right. Right.
Let me tell you something. Jason, you look like Max Julian from the Mac. You know what I'm saying? I know you can play a gangster, man. You know what I mean?
Look, man, I want to be your lover, your father, your mama, your brother, your uncle, baby. Can you dig it?
That's my favorite movie, man.
Right.
But we have Robbie Reed, Kim Coleman, legendary casting directors who do see us in so many lights and are willing to take a chance, even when they're being argued against by networks or producers or whatnot. So shout out to them. But it's a real obstacle, man.
But like you said, from a light perspective, it's one thing when white casting directors and producers see you one way. It's another thing when black casting directors and producers see you that way. But it's even worse when black society sees you a certain way and doesn't feel like you're black enough for certain things.
Right.
Rhonda, have you ever, fair skin, have you ever gone through any issues, pretty lady, light skin? Have you ever gone through anything similar to that?
Well, not based off of my color, but based off of the way I speak. Yes. So if they speak to me on the phone and maybe I sound too proper. Wow. I have been told that you sound, they kind of tilt their head of, it's that, and that,
you sound white.
Right. You sound white. So, so I guess I would do good as a voice, versus being seen. Wow. But I have been told that. So you have to kind of, you have to roll your neck and you got to be, you got to do that. And then it's acceptable. Versus, just coming in and saying the line that way. As actors, we have choices. It's based off of how we want to say the line. And if we say the line and we're true to that, and it's not Black enough, that can cost you the job. Right. So you have to kind of play the game, or find the commonality. You know, so that you're true to yourself and that you're not compromising.
Yeah, where's that line so you don't become a caricature, where you don't become that person from
right? Yeah, because I'm not going to be doing that. That's just never going to be me. So ever, and I suppose it's based off of the jobs that I've had already. I have been asked to do it and just didn't. So you know, so it cost me the job at the end of the day.
Mike, African Americans, and more specifically, African American women, have their integrity put on the line more in this business. You know what I mean? Because you're talking about, do I do this, take this job, and feed myself and my family, pay my mortgage, or do I not, because it's offensive? It will hurt the picture of our culture. What I'm putting out there, do I not take it and then try to figure out how I'm gonna pay rent this month?
Right. Or you take it and you deal with when you have to lay your head down. And now you're and now you are saying, man, I should have never done that, you know. But you did it already and it's done. And you know, at the end of the day, they're characters. But what is your real name gonna say after it's said and done? You know, my name is Rhonda Mormon. You know, so I'm going to take that with me on every role. Yeah.
When's the last time you were in a position like that?
I got Greenleaf, actually. Quick story. I was asked to audition for this role. I won't name any shows or whatnot. I actually didn't go into past the pilot stage, but the father was a degenerate gambler, Black man, with a 13-year-old daughter, to the point where he was selling his furniture, and it was a sitcom. It was a half-hour sitcom, and the daughter would save the day at the end of every episode, and there were no consequences for the father being a deadbeat, pretty much. It was just no and it was a comedy. And so I told my reps, I said, I can't go in for this. And at the time, I hadn't had much on my resume. I said, my integrity won't allow me to go in for this. And my rep, who was no longer on my team, said, Jason, you don't have enough on your resume to decide when you cannot audition for things. Wow. And I told my rep, I said, when it comes to my integrity, I always have enough on my resume not to go in for things, because that is forever. This ain't done in the dark. This is on film. My kids can watch it. My grandkids can watch it. And look at what I'm putting out there. And it's hurting the people that I go back home to and are supporting me. Is hurting them. So I turned it down. 3 weeks later, I got the audition for Greenleaf, and I'm basing skanks all over the country.
Yes, once again. Yeah, I mean, because all money ain't good money, and all opportunities aren't good. Yeah.
That's absolutely true.
At the end of the day, you got your name. That's the most important thing.
That's true.
Yeah. I wanted to, we got some comments from the show. Back to the protest. People was asking, good people fight back. Have the protest changed your opinion of Black people and minorities? That is from Good People Fight Back. That is one of the things that we have here. So.
No, because that's a wide spectrum. I mean, I would have to give a wide answer, and you can't, because now you're narrowing it down to each person. It's all based off of how they are going out. Again, it's not just minorities, it's all color, all race. So, and then what is minority in their eyes? I'm not, so is the white person that's standing next to the Black person a minority? Right. The Black person more a minority than the one that's standing next to him white? They're still out there with cardboard. They're still out there with a purpose. They're still out there because it's wrong, and wrong is wrong. So they're making their voices heard. And at the end of the day, no, I actually am inspired by it, which is why I'm saying my thinking changes constantly. Because now I'm almost tempted to just grab my cardboard with a marker on it and go out there too. So that, so it's inspiring. It's almost impulsing me to say and to feel, what do I do at this hour? What do I do? It's one thing to watch the Martin Luther King March, but it's a difference when now I'm at an opportunity, which I never knew could happen, and see with my own eyes to actually join in the difference. So.
Yeah, and I was like I was saying earlier today, I think it's not necessarily how we view minorities, but how they view us.
How they view us.
And I think this situation has allowed them to see us differently, or at least become aware and become educated about what we actually have to go through on a daily basis.
All the time.
Yeah, all the time.
Absolutely.
So this is, if there's a blessing in disguise, that's it, Jason.
Ooh, that's really good.
That's absolutely it. That's absolutely it. And I would say that what has changed in me is my view of the younger generation. You know, so often we're saying that they're lost. They're so caught up in their phones or this and that or whatever. But sometimes evil can encourage education. And these young kids, because of what we have in the office and have had in the office since November 2016, these young kids have learned policy. They've learned that it's not just about voting on the presidential election. It's local government. It's the number of judges that he can appoint. It's the number of bills that we can actually force through the House, learning the Senate and the House. And so when I hear them talk, and I hear in LA, they're talking about what demands they want, defunding the police, because they see the budget of the Los Angeles budget and how much of a disparity there is between law enforcement and mental health, social services. And they've done the research. They're not just out there yelling with their fists up. No, they actually have a plan and know what to ask for. And that's extremely encouraging for me. That's why I say this is different, man.
Yeah,
this is different. This is different.
You feel it. You feel it.
God has a plan.
Systemic racism's been around forever, but accountability is what's going to change it.
Absolutely.
When you start holding these people accountable for their actions and what they're doing, and you see that they're going to really be punished, then that will deter somebody else from doing it. Now, you're talking about local government. I'm talking about sheriff's departments. I'm talking about police chiefs or whatnot. I think the police chiefs, like the Louisville police chief, got fired today because they killed another innocent man in Louisville. I don't know if you heard about it. David McAtee. He was a guy who used to serve barbecue, actually give free barbecue to the police officers there. And there was somebody said that they shot at the police or whatever. They shot back or whatever, trying to disperse the crowd. And the Louisville police officers did not have turn their cameras on, their body cams on. So they fired the police. Now, this is coming off of what happened with Breonna Taylor just a couple of weeks ago. So that's accountability. So when you start firing the police chief who's in charge of these people who are acting like thugs, and you start holding that man accountable because he is in charge and responsible for what his men do, then that's when we're going to start seeing a little bit more change. And when people know that not only the policemen who are committing the crimes are losing their jobs, but the people who are over them are also losing their jobs as well. And that goes up to the mayor, governor, and everything else.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The accountability factor. How big is it, Donnie?
I want to go back. I want to say something because this has been bugging me. You know what I'm saying? I want to say something about the minority question. You know, when he said about minorities and us in the United States. What I hear people say about minorities, I'm talking about for me. I don't look at myself as a minority. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, Black people, we are the majority all over the world. You know what I'm saying? And I'm a worldwide dude. You know what I mean? So I don't look at myself as no minority. That's like an offensive to me. You know what I mean? Like I'm lesser than them, you know? So that's why I just had to say that, you know what I mean? So what was your question again, Mike?
That's a really good point, because if you look at it, because people always look at Black people or people of color as the minority, but we're not the minority, basically.
What I'm saying, which one is it?
You know what's crazy though, Ron? I had to ask a question that they sent in, but when you think about it, maybe that is why white people sometimes are racist, because they're afraid. They always say of losing their country. Think about it. They're afraid of becoming the minority, and that's a lot of times where that hate and that racism comes from. But my question to you was the accountability factor, man. When we start, look, we're still having protests right now, Donnie. You know why? A big reason why? They've arrested one of the 4 officers that were responsible for George Floyd's death. One. What happened to the other 3? Accountability is when they're in jail.
Yeah, and you know, and at the end of the day, I think it's bigger than those 3 police officers. Even though we need to get them, they need to be handled in a real way. All 4 of them need to be handled. And my thing is this: I'm gonna tell my prison partners, if they don't handle them, handle the dude in jail. And you know what I mean? You feel me? So at the end of the day, you know what I mean? You know, we have to. Something got to happen, man. It's like, you know, I can't. You know,
Donnie say, I mean, you know, we gonna keep it real, like we always do on the show. Because look, the thing is, nobody's condoning that here on the Mike and Donnie show. Let's get that out there right now. Nobody's condoning people being vigilantes, but think about the mentality. We're so fed up. So many Black people are fed up that they ain't looking and they ain't listen to the kneeling. They didn't pay attention to that. Now they want to look at the looting and try and put them as the criminals instead of the victims and whatnot.
Right.
What is next? If you don't hold these people accountable and put them in jail and make them pay, what's next? And that could be a possibility. So I don't want to see that. So how important is
it? Then, Mike, I feel like if they don't put them people in jail, you think that how they protesting now, it's gonna be a powder keg.
Ooh.
I think it's gonna be.
I was wondering, like, what happens after the looting? What happens after the rioting? I actually was asking myself that question. So when you get fired and we, stop, what do we do then? What, at that point, have we influenced city officials, leaders, mayors, governors? How now do we say now we want to talk? I'm just wondering if we don't do it while the rioting and the looting and everything is happening, if peace doesn't come through, if faith and our leaders and faith or even those who are just rallying and using one big voice, if we're not doing that now, are we effective enough right now to just loot and to riot? That's my question too. I was wondering that myself.
I want to piggyback off what Ronna said, because at the end of the day, Mike, we just can't get rid of the crooked cops, because, the DAs and prosecutors are crooked too. You know what I'm saying? Because they side with them and lie with them when they do something wrong.
And so the mayors.
We have to do an overhaul on the whole criminal justice system if we're going to make a change.
Yes,
right.
I
And
agree.
you saw Senator Cory Booker came out, legislation. These are the type of things. So you got to elect the senators and the congressmen that's going to vote on this type of legislation to overhaul that type of system. So once again, it all comes back. What are we going to do now that we've gotten their attention? We have to demand that they take this. And if you want to be elected in November, come November,
right,
this is what you need to do for us.
Right. And that's not solely a minority action.
Right.
It's all the new faces that we're seeing in these protests. It's their actions. You know what I mean? I always say, man, if you're white, it's been asking, what can I do? What can I do to help? I feel so awful. It's what's not right. What can I do to help? And I say this, look, man, start having conversations in your home so we can stop having to talk in ours. And allow the movement, even if you're not protesting, even if you're not holding up a sign, allow the movement to change you, to change your DNA, to change the way you view the world, to change the way you view me, your friend, and understand that shit ain't right for you. So there's steps that I can do. I can vote. I can actually listen to congressmen and to councilmen and pick up on keywords about zoning, pick up on keywords about, law enforcement to say, nah, that's not the right person. Although it won't hurt me if they are elected, it will hurt my friends because now I've been educated. So that's on them as well. It's not just the minorities.
Right. And like you said, the key words, we got a police chief here in LA, Michael Moore, who basically came out and blamed the rioters for what happened to George Floyd. When you hear things like that, the accountability, if the mayor doesn't step up and basically say something, admonish him, then you need to tell that mayor that if you don't do that and get a right police chief in here, we're going to get rid of you. All that type of accountability. So when you talk about, talking to me, when my white friends ask me, what can I do? Don't talk to me. Talk to your racist white friends that's calling me a nigga behind my back and smiling in my face.
Right.
Those are the people that you need to try and help. And if they're your friends now and they continue to do that, Donnie, you need to stop being friends with them, or you can't be friends with me.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm saying everything everybody wants to. Hey, Omega Courtney says this is great dialogue, but once again, what are we going to do with it? So what are we going to do with it?
What are we going to do? What are we going to do? That's my question too. It's not a one answer. It is a collective, collaborative effort. And we're all going to have to rally the way that we're rallying and getting up every morning and doing that. And city officials and governors and Congress and everyone, all of those after and while this is happening, we have to have, like it has been expressed, the real talk. The real conversation.
The real bottom line, if you don't pass any laws that say stop killing us, it's going to continue to happen.
Right.
And you know that, and then there will be, even if there is a law passed that stop killing us, or because killing us is killing you, since this is a racial situation, then there's probably white folks out there that will probably take that chance just because they would hate us so much that it did pass. You know, so how do we even fit in? It's like, you know, okay, well, what you just don't want us here, huh?
Yeah.
You know, so
I mean, you know, that's clear. That's been clear. That's been clear the minute we finished building the railroad.
Exactly.
The minute the cotton gin was, and they didn't need it. You know.
We have to find solutions, and we have to start. Like let's start. Let's start somewhere.
And I want to say this to all my white Caucasian brothers and sisters. You know, don't run from the truth, baby. You know what I mean? Stop running from the truth. Accept it, understand it, and understand that, you know, it hurts. It hurts that you guys enslaved us, and you guys brought us over here on them boats and whipped us and beat us and raped our women. So, you know, you have to repent for that, brother. And when we talk about that, man, we hurt inside. So I want y'all to understand, accept the truth. You know what I mean? And won't you accept the truth and say sorry when we can be one big happy family, brother?
Right. And I you know what bothers me is I don't like when it happened so long ago. I don't even understand what that means when they say it happened so long ago, like what you just expressed, Robbie, as far as that's concerned. Well, that was then. What about now? It's still now.
Yeah. Well, they had a 400-year head start, first and foremost, and it's still privilege that they need to admit and accept and let us know that, hey, you know what? We hear you. We're listening to you. We hear you, and we're going to do something about it. I got to end there because we got to wrap. But this has been a great conversation. I hope you guys enjoyed it, got something out of it. But thank you for your perspective, and thank you for your insight and using your platform to make a difference in the world. Jason, what do you got going on next?
Oh man, like the creativity, man. I'm working on a screenplay with myself, my older brother, and my dad. Man, we're acting family, so we're gonna put together something once we get out of this quarantine and all this. Absolutely. And American Soul, every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. on BET.
And Rhonda, you got that one-woman play, right?
Yes, I'm working on my one-woman show, Life Beyond the Chair, and I'm also producing a pilot with my husband, a TV series called Doors of LA. We're working over here to a family as well.
Okay, that in the family. I'm working on a pilot with my fiance. Oh Lord Jesus, I hope we can get to the wedding. Sometimes you don't want to work with the people that you love.
Oh, believe me, I know.
We appreciate y'all time. Thanks for hanging out with us. When we get back in the studio, we'd love to have you in the studio in front of the live studio audience when we're able to do that and be blessed with your presence.
Absolutely. Thank you, man. One love.
Right. That's another edition of
the Mike and Donnie Show
on Fox. So we will see you again tomorrow night on Wednesday night for more fun, entertainment, and information. Stick around for the Sam Mac Late Show is coming up next.
You're the engine that makes all things go, and you're always in disguise, my hero. I see your light in the dark, smile in my face when we all know it's hard. You're doing a good job, You're doing a good job, don't get too down. The world needs you now, know that you matter.
I want y'all to really listen to the words, all right? Please come lay with me. Don't make me lay up all night by myself. Oh, please, don't make me beg, but I will if I had to. I want you to come. I'll fill you up and down. Don't want your feet to even touch the ground. And please, just say receive. Don't even make a sound. Don't even make a squeak. Here we go, y'all gonna learn it real quick. Here we go. And cause we're gonna be all night long tonight. Yeah, we're gonna be all night long tonight.
I like sunshine. Tammy Mac. Oh, what show is that? It's the Tammy Mac Show on Fox Soul.
Welcome to the Tammy Mac Late Show on Fox Soul. You know, women have been in the forefront of this fight for decades, from Fannie Lou Hamer to Sojourner Truth to Mary McLeod Bethune to Angela Davis to Assata Shakur. We have always been the ones who step up and speak out. Tonight, we're having another much needed conversation on Fox Soul. We're giving voice to the Black women who are marching on the front lines of this movement. And you know, they say that there are more women who are marching and protesting than men, which I find to be quite interesting, but then maybe not so interesting considering Black men are getting killed by the very people who are holding us back during the protests. So it may be a wise decision for some of them to stay home. We're celebrating the Black women who hold our men down during the hard times and the Black women who mourn when our men are gunned down in the streets. And what about the women who are gunned down in the streets by police as well? Please welcome to the show today, radio personality and activist Dominique DePrima.
Hi, Tammy.
Hey, Dominique. As well as Republican Party delegate and the LA GOP's consultant, Robert Foster. Hi, Robert.
Hello, Tammy. Nice to have you. Nice to see you again.
And someone who knows firsthand what it's like to lose a family member at the hands of the police. Please welcome Tricia Michael. Hi, Tricia.
Thanks for having me.
So let's get things kicked off. We've got a lot to cover, and there's so many layers to these protests. There are just so many layers. But what is the center? What is at the center of all of it? I'll ask you first, Robert.
Well, really what's in the center of it is I'm thoroughly disgusted, and I was very disappointed when I saw the video of George Floyd being murdered. He was completely murdered. It was a killing, and it seemed as though it was pre-orchestrated. It was too much that was involved. And Tammy, you didn't know, I actually just got back from Minneapolis. I was there for Thursday night. We did the family rally on Friday. We held another rally on Saturday. And the biggest rally that happened in Minneapolis, myself, Joe Collins, and Major Williams, we put it together. And it was called A Breath of Life. We have breath, we will be heard. And the rally had 30,000 people. It happened right after the semi-truck ran through the group of people.
Yes.
We had our rally at the exact same time, and we all marched from George's memorial directly to the bridge to catch up to that group. So having a rally of 30,000 people and the epic situation that's going on,
yeah,
it's disgusting for me to see the looting. I don't want to say a group specifically is doing it, but there's been a lot of investigation. There are certain things that are politically motivated. This particular group is particularly behind it. And what they're portraying on the news, I don't care what station it would be, they were portraying on the news that it was a specific genre of people. And they were zooming in on people who were African-American and also people who were Latino and here in Los Angeles. And I had to call back to friends quickly and ask, hey, is this the situation in LA? And it was the same thing in Minneapolis. So from Australian news to Turkish news to countless news outlets, I had the opportunity to be on the front line for this particular situation, because where I stand with it, I do support some police officers, but I don't like rogue police officers. And this gentleman that did this should not only lose his job, he should serve time as though he's a murderer. All 4 of the gentlemen who were involved should serve time for murder. And
Dominique.
Trisha, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I wanted to say, Trisha, I'm sorry I didn't have your information to be able to invite you out. We invited 16 people that were involved with police aggression, brutality, murders. So the next event that we will be putting on, you can count me. You can count yourself in before I even ask you. So I wanted to say, please take my condolences for you and your family. It's a very tough time, Tammy. I mean, I'm just, it's angering because
it is an extremely tough time, and
yes,
I, which is why I would like to use my platform to stay on topic, because
yes,
as you mentioned, Robert, and as I mentioned at the top of the show, there's so many layers to what's going on. I just want to stay on topic. And for me, the topic is the killings of people, of Americans, at the hands of the police. And
Absolutely.
speaking of the killings of people at the hands of police, let's move to you, Trisha, because you lost your twin sister.
Yes, I started this fight losing my twin sister, also the Trayvon Martin stuff. Me and my sister was always like trying to catch up on the protests and how to be a part of it. And it's for a family to go through this. It's just devastating fighting the government. It's the police, the people that's supposed to protect your family, and trying to get answers that's supposed to be transparent, and it's not. And
that seems to be a part of the frustrations when Americans are killed at the hands of the police. There's never accountability nor transparency. So what did you and your family, specifically Trisha, have to go through? Like, was there any resolution? How did it happen? When did it happen?
So Black Lives Matters came into our life and kind of helped build us up to give us the strength that we was voicing our opinions on, which is going to the commission meetings and voicing. We want videos. We want to know exactly what happened, the names of the officers. We demanded all these stuff first, and it was mind-boggling going there because the mayor was just basically.
What city? I want to be clear for everyone. Tell everyone what exactly happened to your sister and in what city.
Keisha Michael was my twin sister. She was killed in Inglewood, February 21st, 2016. Her and a guy, Mark Clinton Sanders, while they were asleep in the car. We protested for probably 4 months or something or so before they fired the 5 officers. So we did accomplish that. But our family was like, what's the next step? What should we do next? We should go to the district attorney because she should be able to help us. So she did not want to listen to us. So we started a petition. So we got like 50,000 petition, took it to Jackie Lacey's office. She still didn't want to speak to the family. So we started a protest in front of Jackie Lacey City Hall. She must go. And that was my first movement of actually seeing how a lot of families was feeling this way and who was to blame for this, who was supposed to prosecute these officers. So we directed it to her office, and she still have not once met with no families. Been 600 deaths in Los Angeles, California, and she has not prosecuted not one officer.
Which is interesting because Jackie Lacey just got reelected. And I find that to be appalling.
Yes, it's very much
horrific. And things like that kind of irritate me when it comes to the Black community. We know that this has been going on, and we don't use our power and our force to make it happen, because Jackie Lacey should have long been gone for not prosecuting several people in Los Angeles who have gotten killed at the hands of the police. Dominique, you know a lot about Jackie Lacey.
Well, Jackie Lacey she got through the primary. She's not fully reelected.
Right.
She will face a challenger in November, so it ain't over yet.
Right.
The thing about Jackie Lacey, to your point, Tammy Mack, she came on my radio show and she came into the African American community and asked for our votes because she was the first Black district attorney for Los Angeles and certainly the first Black woman. And that's one reason we were disappointed. It's also one reason why she flew under the radar for as long as she did. We were rooting for her. We wanted her to do well. But 600 murders later, you know, no prosecutions, one prosecution. And she has avoided coming into the Black community. She doesn't want to do meetings. She doesn't want to meet with victims' families. So she's also the DA who has sent the most people to death row. She loves the death penalty. And so far, not one single white person has she sent, only African American and Latino people. That's problematic. And
so Dominique, the question becomes, how do Black people make their voice viable?
Well,
because their voices aren't viable.
Okay, you know what? I have to disagree with you, Tammy. Love you, but disagree with you. In LA County, we are 8% of the population and 20% of the voters. The only reason anyone gives a crap about anything we say is because we vote in greater numbers than our population, at least in Los Angeles. Now, can we do more? Yes, of course we can do more. And on a national scale, we do, you're right, we do tend to not show up for elections that aren't presidential. And I think we stayed home in droves, disappointed to not have another Black presidential candidate to vote for. I get that. But actually, we are, considering our size in the population, we tend to be quite effective, especially when we work in coalition with groups like Latino groups, which we do, like progressive groups, which we do. Can we do more? Yes. Do we have to do more? Yes. But I think your real point, what I'm hearing and what I am feeling is that we've got to leverage the momentum of all these people marching in our streets into concrete political gains.
Exactly.
Tammy, may I jump in?
Robert, I was about to ask you a question, but go ahead.
No, I was just going to jump in and say something that I love when people give hard facts. And Dominique made a hard fact. She said that Blacks and Latinos, Miss Lacey has done certain things to make sure that they are unequivocally put into incarceration. Well, the bill that was passed in 1994 by the current presidential candidate, he wrote it. Joe Biden.
I didn't say incarceration. I said death row. It's different.
Yes, ma'am. But the reason that there is incarceration is because there was a bill written in 1994 by Joe Biden, who was the current presidential candidate, that it states unequivocally that Blacks and Latinos should be searched more than any other race.
For which he's apologized, and for which it's totally irrelevant in the context of what we're talking about right now.
You can apologize, but have you turned back around and has he called Trisha to say, Trisha, I'm sorry personally for writing a crime bill that may have gotten your sister searched for no reason? He can apologize, but he has never gone back to repeal that bill. The bill is still in existence.
Her sister wasn't searched.
His apology is not necessary. I needed Senator Biden at that time, or Vice President Biden, to apologize and take that bill off of the books. The reason that George right now is sitting, he's in a morgue. The reason that he's in a morgue is because they had the ability to do this. See, Ms. Tammy, I'm sorry that you were going to ask me another question.
Let me ask you a question about that very bill. How many Republicans signed that bill?
You want me to lie to you and tell you exactly how many? I can't do that.
All of them. How about that? And here's the thing. I love that you want to litigate 1994, but right now we're in 2020, and we have a president who is bringing the military down on his own population of citizens, and who has a double standard.
Did you say the military?
Yes, the military. Who is
to stop
what? Military to stop protesters.
One second. Are they stopping protesters of violent or non-violent nature?
Can I finish a sentence? Both. Non-violent protesters were pelted with bullets and tear gas so the president can go across the street and have a photo op.
Ma'am,
Okay,
wait, I'm going to ask you a question.
absolutely.
Were
Our
you
president
there?
right now, I know you don't
Well,
want to
it
talk
was
about
all
that. You want
recorded.
to talk about 1990.
It was all recorded. I think
Yes,
we were all there.
it's on
I
there.
have a
And
question.
not only
I
that,
said, was
one more
Dominic there?
point before you jump in, because, you know, that would be fair, is that, you know, you want to say, oh, one rogue cop or 4 rogue cops. It's not 1 or 4 rogue cops. It is the entire system. Along
No, I
with the
disagree. I disagree.
Of course
I
you
disagree.
do, because you
I can
want to put
tell
a
you,
Band-Aid on a bullet
Tammy,
wound.
unequivocally, I disagree. Because the first person, Miss Dominic, that you're going to call if your house is broken into is the police. The first person you're going to call
Right,
if you're
that's
on the
why I
streets.
don't want them to be
The
racist.
first person that you're going to call, ma'am, if you're down the street and your phone is taken in your hand and the police officer is standing next to you, you're going to expect him to do his job. The thing that I'm looking at is Trisha and her sister. Her twin sister has lost her life because of a rogue, unwell-trained individual. You cannot uniformly put a whole group of
I don't know, Robert, that it's the training of the police. The police are trained quite well.
By who? But you have to break down by who, Tammy.
It's the hatred in their
trained-
heart. It's the individual hatred in the hearts of
Ma'am,
certain people.
do we all understand that most police
cannot
forces?
train someone to be rogue. If we're going to label them as a rogue cop, then we cannot very well say that they're being trained to be rogue cops, because
No, ma'am, I didn't say that. My
that
statement.
all cops
Yes.
are rogue because they're all trained in the same manner.
No, I disagree with that. See, if we take a time to be able to train the mind of the individuals that are police officers, number one, we have a lot of police officers come back from combat, from wars, from Afghanistan, from going into Libya, from going into Iraq. So as they come back from combat, there are certain tests that they do have to pass. But if we increase the psychological aspect of the police department, then we have an opportunity to be able to train the police officers effectively. If we understand the training does come from Israeli trainers at times, and in Israel, they don't have the same racial breakdown as America.
Wow,
So
you're
if-
really reaching, Robert.
No,
I love it,
I
but
love-
you're really reaching right now.
I
Why
love-
does the same training yield different results in a white neighborhood and in a black neighborhood? It's the same
Very easy.
training, different
It's
results.
very
What does that
easy.
have to do with Israel? It has to
It's
do with
very-
racism.
It is very easy, Miss
So
Dominic.
let me ask you this, Robert.
Because-
Are you suggesting that police officers are not racist?
Ma'am, I have cousins who are police officers. So I can't call my cousins racist because I've seen them handle white people and black people, Latino people and Asian people. I can't say police officers are racist. That's not possible. Not all police officers are racist.
Or can you say that there are racist police officers?
I can say there are individual racist police officers. Yes, I can tell you very clearly because I personally, I've not only lived in America, okay? I've lived in two other continents.
Well, let's talk about America at the
Yes.
moment.
No, 1 second.
Just
Let me
so
break
that
down
we
what I
can
mean by
narrow
that.
the conversation.
Let me give you the whole gist of what I was saying. An American police officer deals with individual people of all cultures in Los Angeles. But a gentleman who has a beat and he has to walk the beat in Bloomington, Indiana, may not face the same amount of culture. So when you turn around and you say, because I love when Dominic uses this word, she loves the word progressive. It has been coined, it's a coined phrase, we are progressive. Well, you're progressively taking swipes at people who you're asking to protect you. But as you take those swipes.
No, you're the one that's breaking it to individuals. And I love the way you're using your, big patriarchal vibration to just dominate all of the time.
Did you ask me to let you finish? Did you ask me to let you finish?
But you never
Are you gonna let me
finished.
finish?
So if I let you finish, I won't talk at all.
Okay, I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna let you finish, and then I'm gonna let you.
Well,
I still
it's
like you.
convenient for you. Of course, and I like you too. It's never personal, but this is about policy, right? I'm
Yes,
sure
ma'am.
you're a great guy, and I'm sure your cousin's a great guy. I know lots of cops too. Some of my best friends are white. What does that have to do with anything?
Wait a
We
minute.
are
Did you
talking
just say some of your best friends are
I
white?
was being ironic.
Rhetorical.
I was being
But
ironic.
I can guarantee,
because
aren't you mixed, Miss Dominic DePrima? Aren't
what
you
is
also?
mixed?
Are you
all
mixed
of
race?
us are mixed.
Okay,
All of
so then you
America
can
is
say
mixed.
as I can say I'm white also. You can say
Okay,
you're
I
white.
thought you said you weren't going to talk.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So it's convenient for you to bring everything down to the individual because it allows you to keep the system the same way that it's been since the days of slave catchers, since the days of Jim Crow. We have to address systemic racism. As long as you make it racism about who likes who and, you know, individuals, you know, feelings.
So
then
Robert,
we're not
let me
gonna get anywhere. We have to change policies. Sorry.
Robert, let me understand. You do not, let me phrase it in a question. Do you believe that there is a systemic racism that exists within the police department across America?
Personally, Tammy, I can't tell you I've lived in every state in America.
Well, the states in which you've lived in, do you believe that there is
in the states that I've been extremely blessed to live in, California, Michigan. I've lived in Michigan. I went to school in the Midwest.
And what's the answer to the question?
And my answer to your question is, it's impossible for us to take the police force of each individual city and group them together and say all of the police officers are racist.
No
one's saying what I'm asking. That's not my question. My question is, do you believe that America has a systemic problem when it comes to
I think that we have a problem. And Dominic will not like what I'm going to say right now. So let me finish, Tammy, and you tell Dominic, let him finish. I'm putting you
on a timer though. You got 45 seconds to say what you're going to say.
Count to 22, I'll be done. Are you ready?
Okay.
Right now, we cannot group a whole group of people into one word and say that we have a system that is set up within America by the police department to dislike Black people. Ma'am, I grew up in the inner city of Los Angeles, in South Central Los Angeles. And I've never in my life, and I grew up with Crips, with Bloods, and I grew up on a certain side, I've never once had to face that problem. If I addressed them with respect, they respected me. No matter what color I was wearing, how I was looking, they still respected me. So it's how I'm going to address them at times that will get how they're going to address me.
Well,
now,
then
go ahead, Ms. Down. I know you have something to say. Go ahead, Tammy.
Well, that certainly makes sense that you've not had that experience of most Black men in America.
No. I've had it, but it's how you respond, Tammy. See, I grew up in a house of two parents. See, Dominic is not saying the problem. Let's get to the root. The root is in certain major cities, we have a family issue.
You know, it's not that I'm not saying it. We disagree.
But now we're blaming the police.
And
we're blaming the police.
What I'd like to say here, though, Robert, is I don't believe that Trisha was subscribed to what you're saying because her sister was sitting in the car and got killed.
The police is responsible for all of what's happening. They're killing us and we can't defend ourselves.
Can I say something, Ms.
Trisha? They don't show the videos. They don't tell the family what happened. They mislead the family until you face them is anger, is frustration. Because now it's all lies. And so when we go for the truth and then the truth starts coming out, it's like they've been saying this already, or they was trying to show us, or they was investigating. It doesn't take that long to investigate, because if a Black man just walk down the street and do something wrong, they'll go to jail that same day, that moment. They'll throw everything at him. He don't have the opportunity, as police have the opportunity to say, wait, to be innocent before proven guilty.
Ms. Trisha, can I ask you a question, please?
Well, right now, it's just frustrating to think that police, it's not the blame of the police, it's most police. Just as like some Black people doing the looting and what, it's not all protesters. People is actually out there hurting, and the world is finally understanding. The people is finally listening. The people is finally coming out and voicing what they're seeing because they got the time. They're frustrated. There's no job. The kids is home. It's a lot going on. They're finally seeing what this world is really like. People are so busy that they didn't have time to sit back and say, damn, this is fucked up. Let's go out here and help these Black families. It's white people out there riding with us.
Wait a minute.
So,
Miss Trisha, I feel your pain, sister. I feel you. That's why I got on the plane. If I would have known you, I would have flown back to America to make sure I was part of your rally. I flew to Minneapolis to support George, Stephen Jackson, and their family. The same thing we're going to do here in Los Angeles.
If they don't come to Los Angeles, nobody really fight for people in Los Angeles unless it goes viral.
Sorry, let me help you.
Covers up a lot of stuff that people just.
You have met somebody. Tammy Mack has put you in front of somebody who's going to stand for you in the city of Los Angeles.
Somebody who won't let you speak, but he's going to stand for you.
I'm going to stand for you. I'm going to stand for you.
As long as you just let him talk and you don't talk, he'll stand for you.
I'm not
Right
going
now,
to
we
sit.
just need supporters. We don't need no blame or nothing. We already see what's the blaming and who was doing the beating and the hitting and the killing. We could see that. So it's not what police, what we should be kissing their ass for them not to whip us or to kill us or to shoot us. Like, that doesn't make sense. Stand up for our First Amendment rights.
That's as simple as it could get. I appreciate that, Tricia. I have to chime into some of our soulmates here. Levon said it's policy to target by race. That's already been proven. Well, Robert, she tells you to have several seats. And then my brother came home from the first Gulf War and was simply walking down the street. The cops harassed him. What does that have to do with anything? And then Sandy, our soulmate, says that this is a police culture that is boosted by the DAs and pipeline to prison. How do we explain the two different autopsy reports? I'll let Dominique handle that first.
Well, I mean, you follow the money. That's what I always say. Look at the source and follow the money. The first autopsy report is sanctioned by the state, paid for by the state, and it is supporting conclusions that hold them less liable. Let me put it that way. The second is paid for by the family, supported by the family, and I would say more independent, but certainly, it's going to be free from the obligation to the state and the police force. And that's why, really, in order to get fairness, we need to take these prosecutions out of the hands of local DAs, as President Obama's Task Force for 21st Century Policing suggested. Create independent prosecutorial bodies, because the DAs are too dependent on local cops to convict regular criminals, and they are not able to have enough independence to prosecute cops. And one real quick point, Robert, you said you haven't lived in every city, so you don't know if there's systemic racism. Look at studies, read the reports. There are decades worth of data that clearly show pattern and practice of systemic racism.
We're going to take a break and we'll come right back. It's the Tammy Mac Late Show on Fox Soul, and we're having a spirited debate about everything, to be honest, but specifically the protests that are happening in the wake of the murder of George Floyd. So please chime in with us, because we are interactive and we want to hear from you. It's the Tammy Mac Show on Fox Soul.
We know that we're asking Americans to do a lot right now. So we're asking everyone to be selfless for others so that we can protect those who are most susceptible to this virus.
A question I often get asked is, why should young people care about the spread of coronavirus? Well, we know that people with underlying medical conditions over the age of 60 are at highest risk, but they've got to get it from somebody.
Social distancing is really physical separation of people.
It's what we refer to when we ask people to stay at least 6 feet apart.
Not going to bars, not going to restaurants, not going to theaters where there are a lot of people. It all just means physical separation so that you have a space between you and others who might actually be infected or infect you.
We all have a role to play in preventing person-to-person spread of this disease, which can be deadly for vulnerable groups. For more information on how you can social distance, please go to coronavirus.gov.
Welcome back to the Tammy Mac Late Show on Fox Soul. We're talking about all the heat, all the fire that's surrounding, and literal fires, as a matter of fact, that's surrounding the protest of the murder of George Floyd at the hands of the police. Now, I want to move to you, Robert Foster. Robert Foster is a GOP delegate in Los Angeles, and Tucker Carlson was on Fox today saying that a lot of Republicans and conservatives have basically, what's the word I could use, have become marshmallows and given in to the liberals when it comes to this fight. And they named a few people who did that. One of them was actually the vice president of the United States, saying that Pence addressed racism when he should have been addressing the riots. And they also talked about, Tucker Carlson also talked about other conservatives who apologized for America's stance and America's participation in racism. Do you believe that Republicans and your colleagues and counterparts are being marshmallows and putting the blame on racism where it shouldn't be?
I believe that everyone has their opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that that's one of our First Amendments. And I want to make sure that we clarify something that happened in the first segment. Ms. Dominique DePrima did something that was common in certain news agencies. She quoted that all the votes that came in for the 1994 crime bill that was put on the deck by Joe Biden, that Bill Clinton did pass, that all the senators that were Republican, they voted yes. Well, actually, the truth is, because I was waiting for her to make that mistake, there were 161 that said no. So to answer your question, ma'am, Tammy, no one is being a softie. Each individual person has the right to have their own opinion to be voiced. So if the vice president makes his statement, or McConnell makes his statement, or I make my statement, my view may not be like theirs. My actions showed that my view was different. Nobody else on this panel was at the rally that was in Minneapolis. No one else paid for their own ticket to get on the plane and go support another brother's family that had lost. Trisha, please excuse me, I wasn't here in the country when your sister passed, when they lost someone in their family. So subsequently, when I sit down and hear people make statements about marshmallows and or others, sure, anyone can say what they would like to. On a news agency, that is their opinion, let them voice it. But on this end, as I've stated unequivocally, this gentleman was a murderer. He was a killer of an innocent individual. And as I stand, I will stand for peaceful protests to make sure. Ms. Tricia, I will correct you about something, please. Ma'am, it was the police officer that was allowed to do what he did, but unequivocally, it's because there are bills passed in the state of California that are SBs, that are assembly bills, that for the last 20 years in the city of Los Angeles, we've had a Democrat Senate, we've had Democrat Assembly, we've had Democrat Congress, we've had Democrat Mayor. So all of those bills that we sit down and watch them vote yes, yes, and yes to, that can affect us the most. The last 20 years, it's been mayor,
Actually,
Democrat,
we had a Republican mayor. We had
Congress,
Mayor Richard Reardon,
that is
and we
before,
had
that is
Governor
before
Enforcement
20 years,
Office.
Miss Dominic. I'll say it again. 20 years, Miss Tricia, mayor, Democrat, Congress in Los
I mean,
Angeles,
those
Democrat.
are convenient
Assembly.
Republican talking points, and we can, and we,
One second,
and I
Dominic, one
apologize
second,
if
please.
I got.
I've let you cut me off. I've let you cut me off,
That is
Dominic.
not true, Robert.
I'm not
You
going to
have
sit there and say
dominated
it.
time in
I
this
have
whole
said,
interview.
let me finish my statement. I was going to be quiet. Trisha,
Steamrolling is what you
one second, Tammy, please.
Robert,
One
let
second,
me get
Tammy.
Robert. I have to mute you. Let me get Trisha in, please. Go ahead, Trisha.
I was cut off though, so why? I don't get it. Please.
Go ahead, Trisha.
I feel right now at this point, the world has spoken. It's not politics. It's time for a change. Whatever bill that was made or whatever, whoever did it, Biden, this, that. I'm not really into that political stuff like as such, but it's Black people getting killed. If you're a Black man beyond that line, you should help your Black people who stop getting murdered. Not worrying about trying to help change that bill. Basically, this is what the protest is about: making change. So
that's a very interesting point. People who have experienced death, and for those who are just tuning in, Tricia Michaels' twin sister was killed at the hands of the police in Inglewood, California. She was sitting in the car with her friend, and the police killed her. And so Tricia's had to fight for some years to see some sort of retribution, to see some sort of justice for her sister, who was merely sitting in a car. And people who have to experience that really don't care about all of this stuff that we're talking about right now, about whose fault it is and who wrote the bill and who gonna change the bill in 1994. You know, it really is a lot of bullshit, to be honest. And so what do we say to people?
I would disagree with you. I'm sorry.
Hold that thought.
If there's a bill that is on the deck that allows people to do whatever they want to do, they can do it.
Robert, hold that thought. And so if there is someone who has experienced that, they want to see results and they want to see justice.
Yes.
And so we can't continue to keep putting blame. We have to be active. We have to show the action and show them what we are doing. That's what we have to do. Now, Robert, to your point, when you speak about people showing you versus doing a lot of talk, just kind of paraphrasing what you're saying. You know, you said, hey, look, I was in Minneapolis. Where were you three ladies? Where were you?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I just asked.
Well, some of us, nobody on the panel was there.
Yeah, because we were home fighting for our own
and Los Angeles,
right here in Los Angeles. Lots to do here, baby. We don't need to get on a plane.
But I have to agree with what Robert says in terms of, does intention really matter when it comes to making the laws? Because he's saying it doesn't really matter what your opinion is. That's exactly what he said. It doesn't matter how Mike Pence feels. It doesn't matter how Tucker Carlson feels. It's all everyone's opinion. And so, are we more concerned with how people feel and where their heart is versus the actions that they take? Because let's remember, Abraham Lincoln didn't free the slaves because he didn't have any.
Okay.
Right. Okay. No. You have to let me jump back in here for a second, because this brother's trying to make it sound like I don't know shit. Okay, just because I don't know the vote tally of some old ass.
But you just lied to us now. Why you lied to us?
No, I didn't lie. I make an error, and you've made quite a few, sir. Let me finish my point.
Please.
That doesn't mean that I'm wrong. In fact, it absolutely doesn't mean I'm wrong. And the reason all of this isn't bullshit, Tammy, is because Robert is sitting up here tap dancing and trying to throw up smoke screens to give you a reason to vote for Donald Trump and not for Joe Biden, because he's trying to blame Joe Biden for 400 years of systemic racism here in the United States.
Just 40, Dominique, just 40.
40, 400. It's part of a continuum, Tammy. And is Joe Biden the perfect candidate? No. Is Joe Biden the best man in the race? Absolutely, unequivocally, yes. One president walking across the street to take a picture with the Bible. The other one's meeting with Black leaders, trying to figure out what we can do to move the ball down the field right now, today, in 2020, not 1994.
Ms. Tammy, may I jump in and respond to that, please? Ms. Tammy, let me make this
statement. I'm putting you on a timer, Robert, because you be going for like 2 minutes at a time.
I promise. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I'm enjoying your show so much. Just please forgive me.
I think you're enjoying you.
And steamrolling everybody else.
Go ahead, Robert.
For you to sit and this conversation right now started because we have to state hard facts. Certain things that we may not want to swallow that pill. The bills affect people the most, because if we don't get those bills changed, people can do whatever they want to do. So the number one thing right now, as you said, I was in LA and I was here fighting. Okay, ma'am.
Yep.
I would personally like to invite you to our rally we're having in a couple of weeks, which will be a non-violent rally. I would personally like for you to come up on the stage and personally allow you to be able to speak, to support our effort to be able to have the city be able to come in peace. The reason that I got on the plane is because it is a national problem, not only an LA problem. But now let me flip it. I haven't seen Tucker. I haven't seen Vice President Pence come down to the Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Plaza to have lunch. But at the end of the day, their opinion is their own. Local politics are the problem that we're dealing with right now. We're not dealing with DC. Let DC be DC.
Did you see Joe Biden up at Doolin's? Because I did.
He's come twice.
We're going to take a break on that note right there. It's the Tammy Mac Lake Show.
He came to Doolin's.
Welcome back to the Tammy Mac Late Show on Fox Soul. Joining us is activist and radio personality Dominique DePrima. Also, Trisha Michael, whose twin sister was shot and killed at the hands of the police. Robert Foster, GOP delegate. And now joining us, Jill King. Hi, Jill.
Hi, how are you?
I hate to point this out, but you look white.
I sure am. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of the show. I know I am a guest, and that is not lost on me, and I'm just really honored to be here to talk about everything.
It's interesting that you come into this conversation because not less than a week ago, Black people were upset at Puff Daddy because Puff Daddy called a meeting, a family meeting, and invited Amy Schumer to the meeting. and Black people were like, what the hell, Puff Daddy? How is Amy Schumer in the emergency family meeting? So let the record show, I didn't call an emergency family meeting, but when we talk about racism in America, and when we talk about America and the system of America, because there is clearly a system in America that allows for injustice for certain people. And so when we talk about that, we have to include everyone in America, I believe. So thank you, Jill, for being with us today. They've said that more white women have joined these protests than Black men.
Interesting.
Why are white women taking a stand right now, Jill?
I think because I think this is just the breaking point of everything. I think that watching George Floyd be murdered by the police, that was the hardest 8-minute video I've ever had to watch. And I think that it's just enough is enough now. And so I believe that just everyone is trying to come together, trying to shine lights on the police. And I think it's very interesting that that was a big topic because watching social media, I see more of the violence of the police than what's being shown on the actual television. If you look at people's videos, I saw an older man be pushed down. We're starting to see this at light. And my take on the whole police thing, again, I also have friends that are police, but I believe if there's 10 police officers that are in a group of 1,000, you have 1,000 police officers, 10 of them are bad. And then you all of a sudden don't speak up. If you're one of the 1,000 that's watching the 10 terrible police officers, then we have 1,010 terrible police officers. Everyone needs to speak up. And I think it's people turning a blind eye. The man who murdered George Floyd, I'm almost going to get emotional about it. He's had 17 counts against him already 18. Before this happened, 18. And it's ridiculous that no one has spoken up, that the system is in place to let him keep being a police officer on the street. So I believe that it needs to be, everyone needs to speak up, or you're a bad cop too, because everyone needs, sure.
Did you believe that prior to George Floyd, did you believe that America treated Blacks unfairly?
Yes, and I can say that from personal experience. I've had many run-ins with the police, speeding, getting pulled over, making an illegal left turn on election day, actually, as I was going to vote for Hillary. And the only time I've had a bad run-in with the police, I was in college. I had 3 African-American students with me. We were on the campus activities board, decided at midnight we were going to go to the gas station and get some snacks to keep working because we were working really hard on a concert. And I got pulled over. Now, I went to school in a very, very small town in Maryland, and I put on cruise control when I because they have nothing better to do than pull over people. I was pulled over for speeding. I know I was not speeding. And I was given a warning because the cop that approached our car looked in the car, looked around, and asked for my license and registration, and then said, "Ma'am, are you okay?" I said, "Oh, am I okay? Because, did the 3 Black people in my car make you nervous? Is that what's happening?" And he didn't know what to do. And so instead of writing me a ticket, he gave me a warning, again, because of my privilege. if I had been an African American woman and said that to him, I would have been out of the car for sure. And any of my friends that might have spoke could have gotten shot. And that, to me, I saw it firsthand.
That is a clear example. That's definitely a clear example. Robert, to that, you say what? She has acknowledged her white privilege and how, and even admitted that if a Black woman were to say, why you asking me if I'm okay? Because there's 3 white men in the back of my car. So you say that it's all about the way you approach the police. It's all about the way you react and the way you respond. And she responded very cavalier and very smart alecky, and got away with it.
Well, I truly can say one thing. The privilege that she had to be able to speak was one thing. That's her First Amendment. The second thing that she has the opportunity to do is to address the officer as she did. And she said, are they frightening you? I've been pulled over by the police before myself. And at times, whether the person is white and or Black, they have never given me a ticket also. So do I have privilege because I'm tall? Do I have privilege because what is the privilege? The thing that we have to realize is that it depends on.
You've never gotten a ticket?
I've only received one time in my life a speeding ticket in Turkey.
So I clearly understand your position then now.
So then you understand when you do get pulled over, it's how we're addressing this situation.
No, I don't understand that.
I don't have to become confrontational. She specifically said, are they? It's how you say it.
She admitted that she said it in a controversial
I was pulled over. I did exactly what I needed to be. Put my hands on top of the steering wheel, turned my car off.
She said she did it in a confrontational way.
Okay. So when she said that, she put herself in a position to either be addressed the same way.
So let's talk about Orlando Castillo. What about him?
Thank you.
Man, I've actually met his sister and family this weekend. We brought them out to Minneapolis. The response of that cop, that is a rogue individual that allowed exactly what we're fighting for right now. The bills that are in position that are allowing these cops to think that are rogue, that they can do these things, we're going to get those laws repealed. The gentleman that is running for president that will probably lose, he's been in that position for 44 years. So people that believe that that man is for Black people and he wrote a crime bill in 1994, then it's not the man that is crazy. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over.
Dominique, how do you feel about this perspective? I hear Robert loud and clear when he says that Joe Biden has had 40 years to fix some things.
44, Tammy, 44.
That he's been unable to fix. And that's a fact. And so I always feel like we have to play this game, this little seesaw game, because if we're going to talk about Joe Biden's and what he's done or not done for the Black community, then we have to bounce back and talk about what Trump has done for the Black community in terms of housing and in terms of the things that he's done that's been very discriminatory. And it becomes this tennis match back and forth and back and forth that really doesn't resolve anything. I personally have said on my radio show and on the television show that I'm waiting for any candidate to talk about specifically why and how they're going to provide police reform.
Okay, well, here's the thing. We don't have to do a tennis match. I don't know if Robert is aware, but Joe Biden's done a couple things since 1994, such as becoming vice president of the United States. The aforementioned 21st Century Policing Task Force made progress under the leadership of Barack Obama and Joe Biden. In fact, they had several police departments, including the one in Ferguson, under consent decrees, similar to what we had here in LA, which are meant to reform police departments. All of that was pulled out by our current administration, avoiding the tennis match. I won't name any names, but actually Joe Biden, in his work with the 44th president of the United States, did make some strides in the area of police reform. And we can allow him to continue that work. And we know that there is already a blueprint that has been provided by Obama's task force on 21st century policing to move the ball forward.
Tricia, I want to talk to you. Do you plan on voting? I'm interested in knowing that. And how do you feel about that system of America?
Well, now I think it's time for everybody to start voting if we want to make a change. Yes, I do plan on voting. And
what is it that you would like? I want to know, what is it that you, as a victim of police brutality, or I can't even call it brutality. I don't even know what to call it, police murder. I don't know what to call it. But what is it that you would like to see happen specifically?
I would like for them to hold police accountable.
In what way?
As far as prosecuting, right now they spend all this money on going back and forth mediation with family, knowing they're the cause of the death of your loved one, and then to just pay the family out and just call it a day. Like it's like the family doesn't have more value, or like life wasn't lost. It's disgrace. They think money should just cover up their fuck up, and it's just it's a system of it. It's a lot of family that feels the same way. And
you could care less
what else can we do next?
Care less about a civil suit. You could care less about money.
That doesn't really matter. It doesn't bring them back, and it doesn't. I mean, it's justice. Say somebody murdered her. Why are they not in jail? That's their frustration.
Yesterday on the Tammy Mac Late Show here at Fox Soul, I listed off several Black men who have been murdered at the hands of police. But what was most important about that list that I'm not going to go through, because it was a list of over 16 Black men, and I'm sure we could continue counting. But what was so shocking about that list was that there were no convictions for those that were murdered by police. Why does that happen over and over, Jill?
I think because the system is just broken. And I think that everyone's talking about voting. I think it's not just voting for a president. It's voting for our city council members. It's voting for the district attorney. It's voting for your sheriff, because we get to vote for that.
Yeah.
And I think now this has all happened, and it's a time to reflect, because some primaries just happened today. I think about 7. I might be misquoting, but it is very, very important to vote and to know who is representing you at the local level, because that's where you're going to be most affected. And that's something that's really, really going to happen. So it's really, really important to look at the people that are supporting the changes that we want to see. And I don't think that that's been happening.
I want to ask you, Jill, why do you think so many white people are silent?
I think there are a lot of white people that are scared to speak out because they're afraid they're going to say the wrong thing, or their brand will be hurt, or that they don't want to be political. I don't think this is a political thing as far as right and wrong, someone being murdered because they're Black. And that is what needs to change. And I think fellow white people just need to realize their privilege, and this is actually our fight for you.
Yeah.
You guys have been fighting for hundreds of years. I think it's time for white people to step in and say, okay, we need to fix this, because this is something that just needs to stop. And people like me are not going to stop. And if I do, then I've let you down. And so I've been on the phone with so many of my friends. We're all white. We're all like, what do we do? How do we use our privilege? How do we get into rooms? How do we vote? How do we do this? And that's why I am here to listen as much as I am to speak. And I took that vow on social media from June 1st to 7th that I'm not going to post, and I'm going to let other voices be heard, and I'm just going to listen and observe. And I think that is the biggest thing that we can do right now. And the other thing I just want to address really quickly is the All Lives Matter. I think that me using my privilege with white people, especially on Facebook, I really avoid Facebook normally. I don't like it. I think there's a bunch of stuff on there that I don't care about, but I can't ignore it anymore. So when I've seen my fellow white people posting the All Lives Matter, the best way I can use it to explain it is we all agree that cancer is bad. And if we're at a breast cancer rally and we're there for breast cancer, and then I get on stage and say, well, we don't really need to care about all cancer matters, guys. Like people that are there for breast cancer be like, but we're talking about breast cancer.
Yeah.
So
I do believe
that is the biggest analogy I can give you.
I do believe that all lives matter equals to Black Lives Matter because Blacks have lives. If all lives matter, then Black Lives Matter, right? So we're essentially saying the same thing, but okay, carry on. I have to agree with you when you say it's your problem. I'm going to go even further than that. It is America's problem.
Yes.
What's interesting is when Martin Luther King was fighting for civil rights, he oftentimes didn't specifically talk about Black America. He oftentimes talked about America, justice for all, everybody. And I think he did it specifically so that Americans would view us, Black people, as Americans. What do you say to that, Dominique?
Well, yeah, I mean, that Martin Luther King was very strategic in everything he did. He also stood up for all workers. I mean, he was about Black people and racial justice, but he was also, the March on Washington was a march for jobs. It's one we could be doing right now. I mean, he was about unionizing. He was about, helping the people, the most vulnerable, including the poor, underrepresented people of every race. And I also think that there is value to focusing on the issues of African Americans as well. And that's why you do say Black Lives Matter. Maybe it should be Black Lives Matter too, so that people understand the reason we have to say it is because our country is not valuing Black lives, because that is why we are being killed week in, week out. And so, yeah, I think Dr. King, we can learn a lot from Dr. King. We can learn a lot from Malcolm X. We can learn a lot from James Baldwin, but we can also learn a lot from the young people out there on these streets right now, making their own way forward and creating new civil rights movements.
Thank you for that. Robert, I am going to give you the final word.
Well, the final word is, I love what you said, Tammy, Ms. Mack. You spoke about the women that have not been brought to the forefront. None of us speak about Tamisha Harrison. None of us speak about Yvette Smith. None of us really sit down and take time to understand that those women also lost their lives to police brutality. And cognitively, I really want us to be able to have an opportunity as a people, as you said, Dr. King said, the people of America. Our passport is all blue. We're all born in the same country. So having the opportunity as American people, as Jill did say, to go out and vote, Tricia did say she is going to vote. It is highly imperative. It's imperative for us to vote correctly in the local elections also. Thank you, Jill, for what you said. I truly appreciate that, because most of our major cities, the top 12 major cities in America, are Democratic ran. So we have to be able to have a little flux and a little change to be able to see how Texas feels, how other states like Nevada and Arizona, why the crime is much less. Tammy, I agree that there are rogue individuals, police officers. I agree that they take advantage of bills that have been put in order by old politicians. And it is time for us to put new, fresh, strong blood into the seats where those 44-year-old senators and vice presidents and other gentlemen have been in for such a long period of time. It doesn't need to happen anymore.
Well, we can definitely agree on that. I believe we need to get them old ass white men up out of the seats in Congress all together.
Hey, Tammy, this old white and black.
Been more happy if at some point an old ass white man wasn't the president of the United States, but I guess I don't have that choice at the moment. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Tricia. Thank you, Bill, and thank you to my colleague and friend Dominique Dupree.
Tricia, God bless you.
Conversation here at Fox Soul. I'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. It's the Tammy Mack Late Show on Fox Soul. Peace and love, y'all.
Would you let someone look through your phone on a first date?
Oh my God. Oh my God, no! It's some X-rated things in there.
That's a butt. Welcome to Phone Swap. It's a super awkward dating show.
How are you?
We have 2 dates ready to find love, but will what's on their phones get in the way of making a connection? Let's meet our first blind daters.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Awkward hug out of the way.
Yeah? Okay.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm just gonna get down to it, okay?
All right.
Do you do drugs?
I do not, and I don't drink.
Really?
And the water.
Oh, okay.
But that's okay. I have nothing
I thought
against
that was
it.
vodka.
A whole glass of vodka?
I don't know what you do. Hi, my name is Jocelyn, and I'm a singer and a rapper. The
great thing about dating is that guys buy me stuff. I mean, dude, if I'm gonna get ready and stuff, get all prettied up, you know, I definitely deserve some free food or free drinks. Like, why not? On a first date, I'm sometimes too honest, so I'm gonna try to hold back a little bit of things that I don't really need to say, because I don't want to scare him off. I want to trick him first. Do you like to party?
I do not. But
You don't?
I can be pulled out of the house sometimes.
So you're a homebody.
When it comes to parties, yes.
So why are you single?
I broke up a year ago with somebody, and since then I've kind of waited.
How long have you guys been together?
Almost 2 years.
Oh, did you ask her to get married?
No.
Oh, were you going to?
No.
No? Are you trying to get married?
I'm not trying to get married at all.
Okay, good, because I'm not trying to get married.
That's perfect for me. Hi, I'm Alex, and I'm a tutor and a babysitter. I'm polyamorous, which means that I'm open to dating multiple people and seeing where things go with different partners. Do you like to travel?
Yeah, I do actually.
What's your perfect vacation?
I don't know, probably being like in the Bahamas, something near the beach, water, you know?
Okay.
Maybe like having just everything paid for, that's a vacation.
Okay, do you like camping or glamping?
I never camped before.
Okay, would you? Or are you like against it?
Where are we supposed to shower?
Well, it depends. Sometimes you just don't. Or are you going to lake?
Now, the moment of truth. We just let them know they have to trade phones.
I'm good with that.
Tomato, potato. Go ahead, do it. I got nothing to hide. I'm just saying, don't snitch on me, bro, if I have something to hide, though, okay? I'm excited to go through Alex's phone because he seems so nice and wholesome, but I know he's a freak. I know he's like dirty in there and stuff, so we'll have to see. Bring it on, bro.
My lifestyle isn't for everyone, and I've had friends who have said, oh, wow, I would never do that. So I don't know which group she belongs in.
After snooping through their phones, these two will get to decide if they want a second date.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna start with her pictures. She's sending pre-night out selfies, I believe.
Yeah, I went to a concert.
I like the outfit and I like the wig, but I do like her hair as she had it before more. I mean, I don't dislike this one. I just prefer it the other way.
Oh, I was gonna wear bangs today, so good thing I didn't.
Let's see what she has been searching. Let's look at her history. What's sexuality? Okay, that is a very interesting search.
I can't believe this is happening.
Maybe she was just looking for the term because she didn't open any links.
You better be good at teaching me how to be sexual, you know?
I'm going to check out one more thing, her notes, there they are. My sexuality, let's see. This could be a song that she's writing.
It is a song.
My sexuality makes him want to have a piece, is more physicality, I mean, look at me.
A devilish I see right through his soul. And girl, I hope you know, I'm not one to control.
And that is mystery and my sexuality. So here's a previous search explained. She writes her own songs, which is something that definitely makes me more attracted to her creative side.
I do like doing music, I'm pretty good at it.
If she gets an idea, she gets creative, puts it down in her notes. So that's pretty good.
He likes it, that's cool, that makes me feel good.
Definitely think I know a lot more about her now.
It's time to turn the tables. Our daters are going to switch spots.
Okay.
She's going in.
I'm gonna look at his social media. Okay, there we go. Okay, he has a nice body.
She's saying good stuff. She's saying good things.
What are you least confident about? My mental health.
This was a really nice project about self-confidence.
I am extremely rational and I overthink often, which keeps me from being emotional 99% of the time. That 1% scares the out of me because I can't control it. Oh, that's so beautiful and sad.
Yes. Yes.
I definitely can relate to him. Like, mental illness is a really, really tough thing. People probably think they don't have mental illness, but they do. Everybody has something mentally wrong. Like, nobody's perfect. This definitely resonates with me. I'm gonna look at his photos. Let's see.
Oof, my pictures.
Some Asian girl.
No.
I don't know who this person is. She's in the shower.
There's some naked pictures.
This is somebody else now. Oh, damn.
Coming up.
I am going to check out his photos. Oh my God. I just saw something big. Oh, this is bad.
I don't know who this person is.
Remember our first date?
She's in the shower.
There's some naked pictures.
Let's dive back in.
This is somebody else now. Oh, damn. She's naked too.
She's very confused.
But she's on her knees next to his like junk. How is he not getting aroused? Is he is he like paying prostitutes? Like, is he just getting girls? Is he dating girls? Like, why are they all naked?
We went to a naked dinner and we were all naked, all the guests.
I don't want to date somebody that goes to naked parties. That's something you do when you're single, not something that you do when you're in a relationship. I'm gonna check out his dating app. Dorky but intelligent goofball. Currently reading, eating, and adulting. I'm a great cook and I give the best cuddles.
Very true.
Points if you already know what polyamory is. I'm not down with that.
She's not happy about it. It's a deal breaker for her.
I definitely have a lot to say to Alex. A lot.
That was fun.
Yeah, that was. Is it awkward seeing me now or no?
Not really. Is it for you?
No, not really, because like I don't really care.
Okay.
But like, okay, cool. You're polyamorous, aren't you?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, if I found somebody that gives me everything that I want and I feel perfectly complete, then I won't feel the need to see anybody else.
It takes time to actually realize if something's for you or not.
I agree.
Okay, yeah, we'll have to see. I think we could play it by ear. Who's the naked Asian girl?
We'll find out soon if they want to go out again. But before that, it's time for our second date.
Are you gonna drink? Oh yeah, I have on my drink. Well, cheers. So what do you like to do? Oh man, I like to have fun. Whether it's going to the movies, I like to eat. So stand up real quick, let me see something. Turn around. Okay. Turn back around. This ain't gonna happen, Cap. You got to stand up. The same thing. Stand up, turn around. Okay. You know you like what you see. I drink to that. Hey, my name is Otis, and I'm a phlebotomist. My dating life for me is to the point where I guess I'm too real for individuals, and they not ready for a commitment. I'm trying to keep it 100. They keeping about 70 or 80. I ain't got time for that. I want my future husband if I can, but for the most part, I would like somebody to be in tune with me. I can give you a certain look and you know what I'm feeling, you know what I'm thinking, and vice versa. And what brings you here? So I was in a relationship for almost a year, and we were actually engaged, and one of us called it off. Okay. Okay. I mean, so what are you looking for at this point now? So I want loyalty. I'm just at a time in my life where I just don't have time for no You sound exactly like me. But what about you? I've been single for 3 years now, by choice. And I feel like my third is gonna be something great. Okay. Hi, my name is Daryl, and I'm a brand ambassador. I am looking for husband material. Wherever he is, I can't wait to meet him. When is your birthday? My birthday is today. Really? Yes. Well, happy birthday. Thank you, thank you.
Now, the moment of truth. We just let them know they have to trade phones.
Oh my God. Are you serious? Why am I giving this man my phone? This is the part where he's gonna find out the real me. I am just hoping that this guy just don't think I am a hoe. Oh my God. You can find out a lot about a person by their phone. Because when I sing, I do single. I mean, I want him to like me. He cute. Oh my God, I can't believe he gonna see that too. I just thought about that. Oh my God.
Now, they have to watch as their date snoops their phone.
Man, I'm nervous. Let's see what we have here. So I'm gonna look at his social media. Some social medias are very much worse than others. And I am in his Instagram. 13% on my phone. Hope the phone don't die. Ah! Should I go through his DM?
Oh, he can go through my DM. I ain't got nothing to worry about the DM. Or do I?
I see somebody I know. Just want to ask you if you are already a member of my private site.
And I ignored him.
Guess he's a freak. He's beat right here.
Shut up!
I don't really do guys with makeup, but he still seems like a nice guy. Oh my God.
That was a hair show.
I guess he was a lion. I like the photo. It shows me that he's a little creative.
Thank you.
I am going to check out his photos now in his actual phone.
My pictures, no!
I want to look at the good.
He want to see some freaking gut butter nasty. See.
Oh my God. Oh, this is bad.
Coming up.
So, you know what? I want to be nosy and check out his photos.
Oh my God.
Ooh. No.
And still to come, we find out if our first couple decides to hook up or hang up.
Oh, I guess, well, she said... I'm gonna start with her pictures.
We had our first date.
I like the outfit and I like the wig, but I do like her hair as she had it before more. I mean, I don't dislike this one. I just prefer it the other way.
Oh, I was gonna wear bangs today, so good thing I didn't.
Let's check back in on our second date.
He want to see some freaking gut butter nasty. See.
Oh my God. I just saw something big. Oh my God. Oh, this is bad.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's gonna look at me so weird now. I ain't gonna know how to sit down and look at him in his face.
It's kind of hot. In a freaky way, it is kind of hot.
That just turned me on.
So now I'm gonna look through his text messages and see what he got in there.
Is it my turn? I better go through his phone.
So I'm gonna look at my Mimi. Ah! Happy birthday, baby, and may you have many more. This must be a family member or some sort.
That's my mother.
I actually love a guy who's close to his family. It shows me that he's a loving guy, he's caring. Who is daddy?
That's my daddy. My daddy is my daddy.
Wish you an extremely awesome birthday. Daddy, love you. Have a great day. Aww. That might be his father for real. I do not have a close relationship with my father. He doesn't like the fact that I'm gay.
Oh.
I would rather not talk about that because I will start crying.
That's something I want to talk to you about.
I can tell that he is family oriented, but I also see that he has a dark side. I'm not gonna judge him. There's no judgment here.
I'm very looking forward to going through his phone.
It's time for our daters to switch.
All right, I'm looking at Daryl's phone.
I am feeling crazy.
Oh, there's a baby in the background, and that's a real pretty baby.
He's talking about my niece. He probably think that's my daughter.
If we hit it off, I would like to at least have kids one day. Seems like he could be a great father figure. So let's look at the social media.
I hope that he stay where he is at.
I'm gonna check out his profile. Stuck in the middle of being hood and being classy.
I'm not hood, I'm more classy. I just said hood because I grew up in the hood.
He can be hood if he wants to, or he's from the hood, but he's classy.
He thinks he knows me.
It's great to know that he could turn it on and off. I like that. Like he got some nice feet. I like a guy that has nice feet.
I have nice feet, and I like guys with nice feet, so he better have nice feet.
Okay.
I know he's looking at this picture right now like, yummy.
Yeah, yummy. I would look at him twice, especially right here. He like to show his feet a lot, so he must have some nice toes.
He is really looking at my feet a lot.
All right, so we're gonna go through his text message. I guess it's this one right here.
This is the part that's gonna make me nervous.
It's a lot of numbers he got in here that's not saved. To me, it feels like they're not important to you for you to save the number.
Oh my God, close that up, please.
Delete my number. Ooh. Hey, what's good? Delete my number. It seems like he don't mind speaking his mind from what I see.
Yeah, you better hope I don't tell you to do that.
So, you know what? I want to be nosy and check out his photos.
Oh my God.
I wonder if that's his grandmother.
My grandmother passed away 2 years ago.
I'm very family oriented, so I expect that the same. I'm the type of person that I wouldn't mind introducing you to my folks, and I would love to meet your folks if you're serious about me.
Oh my God.
Ooh. All right, I see a lot of ass. No. This him, because I recognize his feet.
Oh my God, close this. Close it. Stop.
I'm gonna push play, Daryl.
No, get out, please. Damn. Turn this off, no! Sexy, I can dig him. Oh my God. That was so much fun. That was real fun. That was abuse. What's going on, man? I'm embarrassed. You embarrassed? I'm embarrassed. I am so embarrassed. You see my darkest secret, but you'll know better. My God. What are you thinking? You nasty. What do you mean by the hood and the classy?
Like, I'm from Baltimore. Baltimore is very ghetto fabulous. You know, I grew up in this environment where I know what's around me, but it's not me. So it's like I'm stuck in the middle of that, and I'm trying to be who I am, which is a classy gentleman.
How are you with your parents? Mother, father?
Okay, so...
Looks like he'll need a minute to think on that. Next up, we find out if our first couple is meant to be.
So who's the naked Asian girl?
Well,
Wait, hold up. Are you gonna tell me?
We just watched two totally different dates.
I'm gonna look at his photos. Some Asian girl.
No.
She's in the shower.
Some naked pictures.
I'm very family oriented, so I expect that the same. I'm the type of person that I wouldn't mind introducing you to my folks, and I would love to meet your folks if you're serious about me.
Oh my God.
Let's check in on date number 1.
Who's the naked Asian girl?
The naked Asian girl is one of my current partners, and...
That makes sense. Yep, I totally saw that coming.
So, do they want to go on another date? They now have to type up their answers and trade back phones.
Well, she said yes.
He said yes.
So I have to say that when you were looking through my phone and you said all those things about polyamory, you seemed like you weren't even going to have a talk about it. But then we talked about it, and it seemed like you gave me an opportunity to show you why I'm poly. So that really made my day.
And I said yes because I feel like you are a good person. I don't just want to close the book on you just because of that one thing. I just feel like you just haven't found that right person, and that's the only reason.
Okay. I like challenges.
Me too.
Our first date was a yes. Let's see if our second date is a match.
How are you with your parents? Mother, father?
Okay, so I love my mother to death. I love my father also, but me and my father is not that close. My father doesn't hate me, I doesn't hate him either, but I don't think that he agrees with my lifestyle.
What makes you think he doesn't?
We've always had a certain relationship, which is no relationship. I think that you know that in the African-American community, they don't really take well to being gay. So when it comes to that situation, I wish that my father was there in my life. I really do. I think that a lot of things would be different if I had my father in my life.
You mind elaborating on what would be different?
I would still be gay.
Okay.
But I know for sure that there are a lot of things that I missed as a child. Baseball games, having my father take me to get ice cream. Just any little thing that a father does for his son, I miss that. What's your relationship like with your mother and father?
Oh, man. My mother and my father is my life. Both my parents are accepting of my sexuality.
Your father accept you being gay?
He was the first individual I told.
Really?
Oh, yeah. And he said that he'd rather accept the sexuality and have him in his life than to not accept it and not never see me again, because that's what will happen.
Are you lucky?
So, do they want to go on another date? They now have to type up their answers and trade back phones.
He said yes.
He said yes. Why did you say yes?
I mean, I just want to know more about you. I think that you are a lot of things in one. It's different knowing somebody that is a gay black man who has his mother and father. So how are you going to make my life better?
I'm going to make your life better because you're looking for loyalty. And that's what you're going to get from me. I didn't know what to expect when I first walked in here. Like, you somebody that I can look into your eyes and realize that you not me. If you be 100 with me, I'll be 100 with you.
Damn, you love me already? No, I'm playing.
I don't love you yet, but who's to say that may not happen?
Let's toast to us.
All right.
New beginnings.
New beginnings. We got 2 yeses. Whoa, love is in the air.
I think you're very direct and transparent, which is the best way to get to know somebody. One date is not enough. And
Dude, it's definitely not. You're cute, you're handsome, right? Let's take a picture of that.
Will you be ready when love calls? See you next time.
And get up out your seat, jump up on your feet, hug somebody, love somebody, sing along with me. We don't wanna wait, we don't wanna wait another minute. The time is down, we ain't gotta wait to party. We ain't gonna wait, we ain't gotta wait, just go and get it.
And now, here's the host of the Q,
Welcome to the Q. Welcome to
Harris.
the Q. Yes, home edition. Actually in the home. It's a baby back here.
Hi, Wade. Hey, Kobe.
Kobe right here.
Say hi, Kobe.
Say hello. Yeah, we're doing homeschooling. So on today's show, it's a packed show. We have Danielle Santilli. She's here. We have Ashley Monique Harper. She is here. She's an actress on the Oval. Danielle Santilli. She will perform a great song for us. This is George. George, how you doing?
Good.
Okay, so we're in the middle of quarantine. The kids, how is school going, George?
Okay. No, horrible. I mean, it's
What?
okay. It's okay.
Why would you say it's
The
hard?
homeschool. The homeschooling is...
You gotta look up.
Oh, being at home, you mean?
Yes. I don't like... Yeah.
You'd rather be at school, like physical school?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I would rather for you to be at
We all would
physical
rather.
school. And can I tell you this? Could we say hello to all of the teachers, all of the administrators out there?
Hello.
You guys are.
Hello and thank you. Thank you so much.
We
now know how instrumental you guys are. I mean, we knew before, but we know now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're in education. You're a school counselor. They know that.
Yes, but I'm not a kindergarten teacher, and I'm not a third grade teacher.
Which is
all day long.
Which is all day long. Yes, it is.
They're not changing classes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you cannot get the coffee. All right, so we just wanted to do a little something different because we wanted to do a little something different at the beginning of the show because this is the family. You got all right. You got. Let me tell you my biggest problem during the quarantine with, I would say not the family, but one of the biggest, I guess, issues me and you may have is the way that I'm tough on the boys.
Yes.
You have to be tough because
you don't have to be tough. You should be nice. No, you don't have to be tough because you're already tough. What?
I know, but I'm just saying you have to be tough on boys because they're young and they're going to grow up to become responsible adults. And when they become responsible adults, you want to make sure that they're doing the right thing. And this is where you lay the foundation.
Already tough.
What?
Tough.
So this is the reason why I am tough on. And they're boys. It's not like I have.
It's true.
Like if I had a daughter, it would be something different. If I had and people say, well, no, you're not getting a sister. No.
We don't. But see, we don't have kids where you have to be tough on them.
You have to know. Every child needs discipline. It says it in all of those books.
What books?
You know, the Bible, whatever book that you study. Yeah, the Bible says something about that, right? Ye who disciplines their child shall have great adult kids who don't put you in nursing homes. Right?
What's so funny?
Is that right?
Yeah, I think you have to, especially with little boys. Oh, I don't know if y'all can see. Can y'all see Wade? I think y'all can see Wade. All right, so if you had to give me a movie, this is Disc Chalk, part of the Q. I know we had. I asked you before. How was your Mother's Day?
Mother's Day was great.
Okay.
I had a day of no cooking, no cleaning, and that is really that's really what I needed. You know, I needed a break, so that was good. I had a break.
Okay, you got a break.
Yes.
1 to 10, if you had to grade Mother's Day, what would that be?
I mean, if I had to grade
Mother's
Day,
yeah.
Mother's Day was a 10.
Are you just saying that? Let's not just give us just like fake 10s.
I'm just saying, like, it's good to like not have to do anything.
Okay.
I mean, we're in quarantine, so it's like we can't go, to brunch at, our favorite restaurant. We can't do stuff like that. So it's like,
I think
we made the most of it.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Okay.
I mean, do I want something else? Sure. I mean, if you're gifting.
What would you like?
I mean, I'd like a necklace. You know how us moms like those necklaces with our kids' names. There's some face products that I want to try that I want a Sephora gift card to try those out.
Okay.
So, I mean, however, whenever.
Okay. However, whenever we will.
However, whenever you.
However, whenever.
Okay. Got you. Is
I
there?
feel like I'm pretty easy going.
Yes.
Right? I mean, Mother's Day, every day.
Okay. How would you judge everything that's going on, with my behavior during this quarantine?
Oh, the cues you're putting in quarantine?
Excuse me?
Like you're putting in a cue in quarantine?
Why are you laughing?
Is that what we're talking about?
What does that mean?
The cue that you're putting in quarantine.
Yes.
Yeah. Those are like the things that you're doing that are making quarantine a bit difficult.
Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to get your cues in quarantine a little bit later on the show. Coming up next, we have a great performance from a Philly native. She's in LA now. Danielle Santilli. Yeah, she's in LA. She's amazing artist. She'll perform next right here on the Q. We'll be right back.
No, Pete. We don't wanna wait. We don't wanna wait another minute. The time is now. We ain't gotta wait to party. We ain't gonna wait. We ain't gotta
Welcome back to the Q. Now, I'm telling y'all, I'm bringing heat. I'm bringing really, really good singers. I found this young lady, Danielle Santilli. She lives in LA, but she has a Philly connection. You're actually from Philadelphia.
I am, yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, how long have you been in LA? I lived in LA, so I know it's like it's
hustle
it's a fight.
in town.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, how long have you been out?
Yeah, basically, I was living in Philly. I quit my corporate job. First of all, was living in DC. Quit that because music is my passion, and I love to write songs, and just figured, gotta give it a try. While I'm young, gotta do it. So moved back home to Philly and with my parents, saving that money. And so, yeah, I was living in Philly, I guess, from like 2016 to like 2019. And then I had a friend from school who was living in LA. And she basically just called me one day and said, I have a room opening up in my apartment. It's super affordable. You need to come to live in LA. And so I just took the opportunity. I was like, I've always wanted to be in California. I've never really been. And I just figured, why not give it a try? So yeah, I've been here for a year and a half now.
Well, listen, Danielle Santilli, all the way from LA, back to Philadelphia, right here on the Q.
Looking for strength, but I'm so low. Trying to lead with my eyes closed. Stumbling around, caught in circles. Stuck chasing time, don't know where to go. Free, every in, every out, pauses in between. Free, trust the gravity and let your breath become the breeze. Been searching outside, only to find that free has been here all along and it lives inside of me. every outpost is in between. Free. Take a moment for the wisdom that you haven't seen. Been searching outside only to find that free. It's been here all along and it lives inside of me. Oh, free. We don't wanna wait. We don't wanna wait another minute. The time is now. We ain't gotta wait to party. We ain't gonna wait. We ain't gotta wait.
Have you seen the son? Yes. He's a bit of a mystery, that one. I think he's kind of creepy. Why do you say that? I'm not sure. I was down the hall picking up the tray, and I just felt somebody staring at me. Was it him? I'm not sure. I just saw a naked shadow in the bedroom and then the door closed. What? Yeah. And you think it was him? I mean, I think so. Or a ghost. That's not funny. I'm trying to laugh about it. Watch yourself. I will.
Welcome, Ashley Monique Harper, to the Q. We say your full name now? Wow, look at you, fancy pants. You're
That's
so...
not fair, because I'm sure if you went 20 years ago, you could find an air check tape of me saying my entire name.
All right.
You could ask Michael Sean or anybody.
Let me tell y'all, I've known Ashley literally since, were you in high school? You were like...
I was 14 with braces.
You interned at the radio station and you knew about social media. We're like, all right, let's keep her around. And then you just moved to LA and you're doing all this stuff. Now you're an actress. Tell us about, all right, so the Oval. We're in the middle of the season now. Yeah. You told me last week this was the highest rated show on cable television.
Yeah.
That's
a
amazing.
fact.
That's amazing.
That's insane. Like, it's such a blessing. I'm so excited about that.
Yeah, so tell us about your character. We saw that you're, I like to say servant. I don't want to say maid.
You think servant sounds better than maid?
I don't know. You have the outfit on. You're a maid in the White House.
I'm a maid. I'm a housekeeper. I am seen and not heard. I would like to be seen and not heard. That's what the job calls for. But I am seen a lot, and I see a lot more than I want to. And so that is the journey of me trying to be quiet, not get seen. And the son is a creep.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Not in real life. I love him in real life.
Okay, but yeah, we can see he's spying on you. He's looking at the Cal State stickers and all these different things.
Yeah.
In real life, how did this happen? Getting connected with the Oval and being on this next season.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. They say it takes 10 years to make an overnight success, which is really interesting because whether you believe it or not, it happened to me. So I don't know about an overnight success, but I definitely have been in LA for 10 years. This February that just passed marks 10 years, and we're mid-season already in 2020. So it really worked for me. Just relationships, auditioning, self-tapes, Kim Coleman, Tyler Perry.
Yeah, that's big. I mean, because this is the Oval. This is on Tyler Perry's lot that he built in Atlanta. It looks like he built a replica of the White House, and you're actually there. Like, what does that feel like working with Tyler Perry, working on the studio? It's fresh, things are new.
It's a million-part question, yes. But for sure it was amazing. The replica of the White House is true to life. It's true to size. So that's insane. It's on his lot. His lot is huge, by the way, which I'm sure you've heard at this point. I think it's like 350 acres or something. I don't want to misquote it, but it's very large. That White House is very large. The dream building where everything happens is very large. And yeah, we're just in the White House. It feels like the White House. The columns in the front look like the White House. And Tyler just really is a stickler for detail. And he's like that to work with also, but he's super kind. And at the same time, he takes no mess. You're not getting a bunch of takes to play around.
Yeah. How does it feel? Because, I remember you being, you're still young, but this young lady, behind the scenes, working behind the scenes. Now, with this role, people are starting to see you around the nation. People are starting to reach out to you on social media. How does that kind of, feel for you now with that role?
It's funny. It's funny. It's funny, Q, because I'll just tell you, some of the DMs that I get are insane. And one of them specifically was, the most recent one was, I want to send you some of my stimulus check. So please text me. And then he put his number. So, I mean, that's kind of what my DM looks like.
So after you got his stimulus check, no, I'm kidding.
After I deposited and spent his stimulus check, I decided that I would give back.
Being on Tyler Perry's lot, I know that has to be just beyond, a dream come true. But what are some of the lessons that you're learning behind the scenes and that you're seeing from being around these giants and these greats in the business?
Oh, we always make the joke that if you can make it at Tyler Perry, you can make it anywhere. It's like a boot camp. Because how he shoots in comparison to other productions is just, you know what I mean? It's fast, but it's not rushed. So I think that's a talent in and of itself.
He's making sure that he gets his money's worth.
Oh, he's getting his money's worth.
Yeah.
He is. He's absolutely getting his money's worth. And, you just don't have time for mistakes. If you're doing a scene more than once, it's generally because the lights are messed up or something else. But it's not because you need to get into character. Now, what? Tell me.
What can we see for next season? Or we're in the middle of the season now, the Oval.
We're in the middle of the season. A lot of people think this is the second season that we've come back because we've been on a hiatus for so long, but we're not. We have so much more of this season.
Okay, what can we expect from your character, Jean Peterson? What can we expect from just the plot? Can you give us something?
Well, she sees a lot more. So in the beginning of the season, she was it was just her and Jason, which is the president's son. So a lot of her scenes were with him and her boss, Priscilla, who's her direct supervisor. So they have a really great friendship. It's kind of like mother-daughter. But as the season goes on, we kind of move away from Jason for a bit and she sees other things that she's not supposed to see. So last week, she actually saw something crazy in a laundry basket. And so the show comes on Wednesdays at 9 on BT and you'll see what she saw, you'll see what happens to her. And a lot of people think that now something has to happen to her because she knows too much. Because that's how it goes, right? Yeah, in these high profile situations, you can't know too much.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm just proud of you. Like just seeing where where you started, being this young tennis player, South Jersey, to now you're just, please follow her on social media, guys. Please, you'll see what I mean. Ashley Monique Harper is now one of Hollywood's elites. It's coming. You see, that's like I talk.
I'll fake that.
Yeah.
You don't have to put the Grey Poupon voice on it, though. You can just say
it. I'm just saying that I'm so proud of you. Wednesdays, 9 p.m. BET. Please check out the Oval. We'll be back right here on the Q right after the break.
We don't wanna wait. We don't wanna wait another minute. The time is now. We ain't gotta wait to party. We ain't gonna wait. We ain't gotta wait.
Welcome back to
the Q.
What y'all gonna say? Go ahead, say it.
Welcome back to the Q. This is another pack show.
Well, that was it. That was good. That was good.
That was really
good. They can't see you though. Hold on, you gotta say it again. All right, say it again. Say it again. Come on, Jordan.
Welcome back to the Q. And we got another pack show.
Well, the show is over. The show is over. We want to thank Danielle Santilli for performing. Amazing performer. And I'm so proud. Shout out to Ashley Monique Harper from the Oval. Show comes on BET Wednesdays at 9 p.m. Okay, so in the beginning of the show, my wife said I'm putting the Q in quarantine. Can you tell us how I'm putting the Q in quarantine?
Do you really want to hear?
Yes, we really want to hear.
I'm sure they want to hear, but do you want to hear?
I want to hear.
Yeah, okay.
I want to see the YouTube videos that you put on.
Q is putting the Q in quarantine for these reasons.
Okay.
He goes on 2.5-hour runs. He's running for 14 miles in the middle of the day.
Yeah, my mom's running for 4 miles.
Yeah,
right, correct.
You
the
know,
4 versus the 14 is like.
But it takes you a considerable amount of time.
Not a lot of miles.
Yeah, but I feel like now you're gone for an hour and a half more than me.
Okay.
Right? It's like it's not a fair exchange of the out of the house things that's happening.
Got it. Okay, so how else am I putting the Q in quarantine?
You wake up yelling. Hey, clean up! Hey, wake up! Get downstairs! Rush! Hurry up! Hey!
Also in the middle of the day, when
Hey!
we're sleeping and we have to get up early in the morning, you tell us to wake up in the middle of the day at like 2 in the morning to go to the bathroom
No, I don't. Okay, what else? How else am I putting these two in quarantine?
Have a handy dandy list.
You wrote this down?
I did. These are things I'm gonna go over with our friends. Okay. He's eating all of the snacks, guys.
No, I'm not.
You ate all the. What happened to the fruit snacks?
The boys ate it. They helped me.
They helped me. What? How about the crackers? What do you think?
I didn't eat all the crackers. The boys had some of those crackers. Okay.
Ugh. What do you? How about the candy that they had?
What candy?
The gummy bears.
No, listen. The gummy bears were communal. Those are all. That was communal. You reach out to us, theq@foxtv.com or at Quincy Harris on Instagram. All right, the baby's crying, so we gotta go. I'll see y'all later.
What up, y'all? Welcome to Dish Nation. Hey, what's up? Man, you know what it is. Coming to you live from the crib in Stay TL, along with the rest of the Stay TL crew. Portia and the brats in the building, along with Gary with the T. Chewy, Heidi, and Frank, they coming to you live from the West Coast. What up, y'all?
What's up, family?
What's up,
fam? Hi.
Now sit back, relax, and take notes, man. We got a dope show for y'all today. So listen, we're bringing some snacks, some thirst traps too. The thirst trap with the stars. We got Cardi B, Aisha Curry, Toni Braxton, and more. Woo. And the Mary-Kate Olsen divorce is the story that keeps on giving. And Katy Perry reveals what Orlando Bloom does at night. And later on in the show, Andrew Freund sits down with Bow Wow and Jesse McCartney to dish about their experiences on The Masked Singer and more. But first, what you got, Heidi?
Well, you mentioned Mary-Kate. Yeah, the drama between Mary-Kate Olsen and her soon-to-be ex-husband, Olivier Sarkozy, the drama just keeps growing. She filed for divorce, of course. We talked about it, and we talked about how she has now felt like she wants to have children. He doesn't want any more kids because he's already got 2. Well, check this out. This is going to give you so much anxiety, but this story is so juicy.
Oh,
Olivier wanted to get his kids and their mother, his ex-wife Charlotte, away from the COVID-19 because they're in New York City. So he wanted to move them out to Mary-Kate and his house out there in the Hamptons. They have a mansion. So this is what a source said. Olivier insisted to Mary-Kate that he wanted to bring his ex-wife, their kids, and his mother from the city to their Bridgehampton home.
Oh, my God.
Maybe French people have culturally have a different view of marriage, and while Mary-Kate loves his children, it was too much to have his ex-wife living with them during the pandemic.
Wow.
Now,
how big is the house?
Their mansion is 4,000 square feet.
Not big enough.
Mansion?
Not big enough.
It has 5 bedrooms, but think about this: 5 bedrooms. So there's a bedroom for the ex-wife, a bedroom for the mother-in-law, a bedroom for each of his girls. Yeah. That leaves 1 room left for Mary-Kate and Olivier, and they're getting a divorce.
The hell with it. He should have took his kids when he divorced his wife if he loved them that damn bad.
Frank, a would you rather? You have to pick one. You are in quarantine on lockdown with either your ex-wife or your mother-in-law.
Wow. I would choose Mary-Kate and Olivier's ex.
All right, y'all. James Marsden has been in a ton of movies, and he's currently in the Netflix show Dead to Me.
It's so good.
He's fantastic on that.
So good in that. Well, he recently told Ellen how he got his part in the 2007 remake of Hairspray. Check it out.
I was sitting down with Adam Shankman, the director, and Craig Zadan and Neil Marin at the time at a restaurant, an empty restaurant off Broadway. And in the middle of the interview, it was an interview because I was trying to get the job, I had a tap on my shoulder, and it was Julia Roberts. She was standing there, and she said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted to tell you that you're in my favorite movie, The Notebook, and I love what you do in the film, and congratulations on it, and nice to meet you." And then Adam Shankman turns to me and he goes, "If you didn't have the job already, I think that sort of seals it."
Yeah.
So I have Julia Roberts to thank for that.
Okay. All right. So, hey, Craig, do you buy that Julia Roberts just happened to be strolling by, or do you think she did a favor for him and they actually set this up?
Not at all. There was no way she just happened to be strolling by. It's Hollywood.
Right.
Everything is set up, and they probably did 2 takes.
Right.
Heidi, if you think that if Julia Roberts would give you an endorsement of any kind, you have an Oscar by now?
100%. I mean, can you imagine being in an audition and Julia Roberts comes up behind and goes, "Hey, I just wanted to say I thought you were really great in Notebook. I thought everything you did was just so great."
Julia Roberts can get paid Yelp reviews, and everybody would go to wherever she said. Just like, it's an automatic endorsement that everybody wants. She doesn't do a lot of them, but when she does, it can.
And like the guy said, well, if you didn't have the part before, obviously you have it now.
All right, y'all, it's time for another Thirst Trap with the Stars. Thank you. That's right. Up first is our girl Cardi B, and we know she is not shy about showing her body, but this time it's a little different. She dropped this video with the caption, "Suck it in life." Check this out. She struts out in a bikini, drops her rap, and wait for it, boom. I love it. That's what we love Cardi.
That makes me feel better.
It's a goofy
But does the stomach drop the rap? Like if she pushed the stomach out, that's what dropped the rap?
No, it was the vibration of the ass throwing the rap off. Like it was the vibration. It flung it.
That jiggle.
I just love it because now it's like now you know everybody sucks in. My whole life is sucking in my stomach.
Yes, your whole life you have totally sucked.
Same.
Well, y'all, from someone showing their tummy to someone who lost theirs, woo, baby, it's Aisha Curry. The mother of three shared the 2 photos of her snapback after losing 35 pounds with the caption, "Took me long enough," photo by Steph Curry, darling. Now, this caused some controversy because in the past, she's been very critical of people showing a lot of skin on social media. So is this a thirst trap or nah?
No,
definitely it's a thirst trap all day. She ain't exercising. Y'all know she had work done, so let's not even sit here and play crazy. She made it very clear, allegedly.
And if she did have work done, it's all right. She has had 3 children, okay? So whatever little bit of nip tuck she did, it is fine.
It's not a thirst trap because she's not even posing for the pictures. It was like, those are pictures you would delete normally. That's why it's not a thirst trap.
But I don't feel like she's trying. She's not trying to me.
She's just fine anyway.
Trap. She just looked good and showing y'all that she dropped that weight.
Anyway, okay, y'all. Up next, honey, is the beautiful, the talented Miss Toni Braxton, honey. Now, the sexy singer dropped this pitch, baby, on Instagram with the caption, "Memorial Day weekend, beaches are open and I'm beach body ready. But I'm too scared, baby, to go, honey. It's still COVID-19, honey. Y'all stay safe." Now, is this a thirst trap or not? And I know it ain't one.
What?
That's a thirst.
She
looks great. That's a thirst trap.
Amazing.
Yes.
This is beyond a thirst trap because if Miss Toni wanted to go to a beach,
her face tells you it's a thirst trap. It's a looking sexy face holding my bra like it's like.
Yeah.
You can tell she got a tattered bikini on. That is not a thirst trap. A woman would never wear a tattered bikini if she was trying to thirst trap.
It's pulled down,
It's tattered because somebody pulled down that one side.
That's
stretch that one side out. It's so damn hot. She's 52. Toni Braxton's totally my type. This is a thirst trap. She is awesome.
Yeah, she
looks
does
beautiful.
look really good.
Do it, Toni.
Do it, Toni.
Do it, Toni.
I got to relax my loins right now. So here's one for the ladies and Gary.
All right.
Talk about Ryan Phillippe, who of course is Reese Witherspoon's ex. He shared this picture with the caption, "Over it." Is this a thirst trap?
No.
Well, yeah.
That's not. I'll say yes.
He's number one. He's flexing his stomach. He's getting the flex going. It's sunny. He's a little glistening up top on his chest. He knows he looks good. Come on.
He's
good.
He just looks good.
He looks like Frank in the backyard, like he just walked out the house. It was a little humid that day, and that's why it glistens.
Now, you know he don't look like no damn
Don't
Frank.
gas
Frank.
Frank out.
He do look like Frank. I'm clocking out. I'm going to see y'all later. He don't look like Frank.
All right, up next, honey, Miss Tracy Ellis Ross is living my dream, honey. She's raiding her mama's Miss Ross closet, and we'll tell you all about it after the break.
Dish Nation. Dish Nation.
What's up, y'all? Welcome back to Dish Nation.
What's up?
Now, it looks like Orlando Bloom is just a big kid at heart. Now, in a recent interview, his fiancée, Katy Perry, revealed that since quarantining, that the actor spends entire evenings building Legos and drinking whiskey. Now, she said, "We have a Lego room in our house. It was a TV room, and now it's a Lego room. He gets these Legos, which are super hard to do, like model cars and stuff. And he'll make those in 2 days, and then he displays them on the wall. Totally get it. My kid does the same thing. It's a total lifestyle."
It's crazy that we're talking about this because I'm a big old Lego freak myself. But also, I've taken up barbering, y'all, because I haven't seen my barber in almost 4 months.
How do you do the back of your own neck? How do you do the back of your neck? Do you trust your girlfriend to do it?
I do it with mirrors, man. I get the mirrors popping, and I just like see what's behind me.
You rather do all that than let her try her hand. Let her become a barber on you.
Right? Nah, because women get fancy and adventurous. You'll mess up and have like a Clark Gable mustache.
Women get scared. My girl's like, I don't want to mess it up. I don't want to mess it up. I don't want to mess it up.
She'll end up with a mullet.
All right, Gary. Well, your niece, Tracy Ellis Ross, has some sticky fingers. That's right. That's right. Her beautiful, glamorous mother, Diana Ross, does not like her shopping habits because guess what? It come from her house. Yes, that's right.
Yes, that's where the good stuff is.
She has admitted to going over to her mother's house and putting those sticky fingers to work. So when asked about a rug she swiped from her mother's kitchen, she said, yeah, I still have it. I often go to my mom's house and do what I call shopping. I'm not kidding. There's pillows right there, totally from my mom. Yeah, that little table right there, walked out of the house with it. She turns around and I walk out like I've gone shopping, like I've gone to Bloomingdale's. Thank you, Ma.
Go ahead, Gary, sound off, because I know you and your feelings about her daughter being in her mom, Miss Diana Ross's closet. And I know that's your queen, honey.
That's right. I think Tracy should be able to go to her mom's house. She has multiple mansions, and I'm sure Miss Ross probably, instead of her having a garage sale, because most people that's rich like Miss Ross wouldn't have a garage sale because they would invite a lot of peasants in. So I think it's a good thing that, you know, Tracy goes to her mom's house and get things.
When I moved out, I was like 24, 25. And when I tell y'all, I took floor lamps from the living room. I took the mats out of the bathroom. And then I took a chair and an ottoman. My mama came into my house like, oh, hell no.
You probably started confusing her at some point because she thought she was at her house because so much of her stuff was at your crib.
Right. All right, y'all know what time it is?
It's deal time.
That's right, and today's deal is the Clear Audio Edge Pulse in-ear wireless heart rate headphones. These small, lightweight headphones are perfect for your workout while you're on the go. They're compact and they have infrared sensors to ensure accurate heart rate monitoring and designed with flexible ear loops and silicone tips so they'll be secure and they'll feel comfortable for you. You can connect them to your phone or tablet with an NFC-compatible Bluetooth device without ever having to open the settings at all. Just tap the compatible device and the headphones will like, voila, you good to go, baby. They also shockproof and water resistant, y'all.
Brent, okay, I love these. I need a pair. Just tell me how much.
Okay, well, here we go. Usually they can run as high as $150, but for our Dish Nation viewers, it's only $29.
Oh, my God.
Yes, just go to morningsave.com and tell them Dish Nation sent you.
Coming up, our boy Andrew Freund sits down with the runner-ups from The Masked Singer, Bow Wow, and Jesse McCartney after the break. Don't go nowhere.
Dish Nation. Dish Nation.
Hey guys, welcome back to Dish Nation. Now, I know some of you are going through Masked Singer withdrawal, but guess what? We have the guys. Yep, Jesse McCartney and Bow Wow are here to join me right now. Take me kind of behind the scenes. What are some kind of fun or maybe embarrassing moments that you experienced behind the scenes that we don't see on the show?
Well, I was constantly knocking things over. When you're wearing a turtle shell, your body width is suddenly a lot different than what you're used to. And so when you're walking around with a shell like this, I actually took out one of the costume designers she's like this short little thing. And I was like running backstage with the thing and I just completely took her out.
What sucked was when I would sweat and like, you know, I had my webbed hands and there was no way to get it from being like on my eyelashes and it's just dripping. And I'm just like, some performances I'm like one eye open. Y'all can't see it because of the mask, but it was rough.
Now, I think it's unique because you guys filmed this months and months and months ago. What was it like for you to keep this secret this whole time?
It wasn't easy and it was incredibly stressful. The only person that really knew was my fiance who signed the NDA. And then, you know, my team. But aside from those people, everyone else I lied to, including my mom.
You're a mother. You lied to your own mother.
My own mother, but she knew. There was no way I could keep it from her.
Funny story, the episode that T-Pain was judging, that night I left to go back home to Atlanta. T-Pain texted me a DM of a frog emoji, and I read it but never replied to it. airport and get in first class. T-Pain is sitting right behind me on the plane. So the whole ride home from LA, I'm like leaning in my chair with the blanket over me so he never sees me. And T-Pain never knew that I was in front of him on that plane.
Oh, damn, because he would have put 2 and 2 together for sure. How did it feel to make Ken and Nicole cry? Because they were bawling like little children.
I saw Nicole shed a tear, which I was nervous about because she cries for everybody else the whole season, and I didn't get a single tear. And then finally I got her at the end, which was nice. But it makes me very happy that Ken cried because I love Ken. Ken is one of my favorites.
Who were some of the people that you thought were interesting that they thought you were?
You know, Ken, his guesses are always just off. So he guessed LL Cool J, and I'm like, yo, dude, arms is bigger than my whole body. There's no way in the world that LL is in this purple suit. Yo, like, he would bust out of this thing. There's no way.
I got Gavin DeGraw, which was really nice. Billy Joe from Green Day. I got Adam Lambert. And then a lot of boy banders, which seems like a natural guess when you're, you know, a singer and dancing and singing and white boy, you know, singing soul music.
Like, what's next for you? How do you think this is gonna maybe launch you back into music, or what do you want to do next?
You know, finished up 2 albums. Me and Omarion's been, you know, working on a lot of new music and bouncing tracks back and forth to each other via email. He's in LA, I'm in Atlanta, and, you know, so many television shows that we're producing. We're still doing Grown Up Hip Hop. Atlanta, we're actually filming right now.
So my new single just dropped. It's called Friends, like the TV show. It's an homage to all of my friends. I think everybody's gonna relate to this song. I think everyone's in a place where they just wanna get out of the house, get back to their normal routines, bump into people on the street, you know, go out to bars, go out to the beach, do whatever it is they do with their friends. And so it's just sort of a love song to all of my besties kind of vibe.
Thank you, Jesse.
Awesome. Thanks, Andrew.
Well, thanks to the cast of The Masked Singer for sitting down and dishing with me. Be sure to check out season 4 when it premieres this fall, only on Fox. But first, there's more Dish Nation after the break.
Dish Nation. Dish Nation.
Welcome back to Dish Nation. Well, y'all, looks like Sofia Vergara is enjoying her time being cooped up with her husband, Joe Manganiello. Woo! Now, while some couples want to kill each other because they've been social distancing together for so long, Sofia says her relationship is actually thriving, y'all. Here's what she said. We're all staying at home. I have a big house, so I've been able to have my son, my niece, my husband, and my 3 dogs. We don't have to be on top of each other. Joe works out at the gym while I'm recording some things, or he has his Zoom meetings at his office. We've been lucky that we can escape. Everyone does their own thing. I think that's why we haven't had one fight yet.
Oh, yes. Come on. So Portia scared.
Wow, that's a great...
Now, you know, Portia Joe is pretty easy on the eyes, girl. Do you think that's why they haven't had a fight yet? Because he's easy to look at?
Yes, honey, that's why they haven't had a fight. They take their aggression out of each other in the bedroom, baby. They are in the bed 24/7. They only wake up to have some coffee and to do a Zoom call, okay?
No. Well, she really told why they don't have a fight because, honey, he's on the east wing and she's on the west wing, honey. When you living in a 2-bedroom house, y'all gonna fight.
Okay, so let me just ask Portia, Chewy, and Head Crack. Have y'all been able to not have one argument with your spouse during this pandemic?
We've had some pretty juicy ones. We've probably broken up at least 3-4 times during this quarantine, but we're doing good. We're good.
I could be on a debate team by the time I get out of this quarantine. Like, I have really mastered the art of arguing with people and making you look crazy, even when you're right.
Okay, Gary, this one is for you. Do you think you could be up under your partner for days without getting tired of them?
Yes, if they knew, honey, if I just met them a week ago, of course, honey, we can stay together, honey, for a good while.
The show is over, but don't forget to head over to morningsave.com to take advantage of today's great deal.
The Isaiah Factor Uncensored starts right now.
And welcome to The Factor Uncensored. What a remarkable, incredible, and proud day for us here in the city of Houston. When we take a look at what happened in downtown Houston, more than 60,000 people came out to remember George Floyd and pay respect to his family. And of course, we were there. Here's a look at today's events.
What's his name? What's his name? What's his name?
I've seen every race out here, and it is packed.
It's not a question. No more will I cry when my son leaves the house.
And I would urge our protesters, don't let people hijack this movement.
I'm angry because not only do we want an arrest, we want a conviction.
I'm overwhelmed at how beautiful this is.
Get your knee off our neck. And unfortunately, George Floyd was not able to say that for himself.
They want to catch you on camera throwing a brick, turning over a car, burning down a building, so that they can justify murdering us.
Say his name. Say his name. Man. Never, man, I would have thought it would have had this many people, man. For my brother, man. Man, I love y'all, man. Y'all just don't know that, man. Man. Say, I don't want nobody to be protesting violently, man.
No justice, no peace.
What a beautiful day in the city of Houston, remembering a man, George Floyd, and of course someone who was front and center and has been on the ground since all of this began is Houston Police Chief Art Acevedo. Now, he knew Houstonians would behave properly, just like we saw today, peacefully. We had a chance to speak with him. And for those who haven't said it to you, you have been a model police chief out in the trenches, talking with people, going above and beyond the call of duty.
Well, I don't know about that, but I've been doing my job, which is what Mayor Turner brought me here, is to this great city, and I've been well accompanied with guys like Troy Finner, a homegrown chief, and Matt Slinker grew up in this area, and just the whole team, and the men and women in the Houston Police Department and our friends that have been here helping us, and ultimately our community. Man, this is H-Town. And so far, we've shown the world that we're not going to do what other people are doing, because above everything, no matter how much we hurt, we love our city more than anything else, and it says a lot about this community.
From the very beginning, Chief, you made it quite clear you understand, or you understood the pain that many African Americans were going through when they witnessed the death of George Floyd on the ground in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Hey, Isaiah, when you see a man laying down, already handcuffed, and seeing someone just with their weight on their neck, that is unconscionable. There's no excuse, there's no justification. Like I told my team, the neck is off limits unless you're in a fight for your life, right? It is off limits. And what people don't understand, the anger, they have to understand that when a black person looks at that man, they see their own family member, they see their own child, they see their own son, they see their own brother. And so I understand it, because that little old lady, I was telling my team at Walgreens, that little 80-year-old grandmother, I lost my mother at 83. And I saw my mother's face in that woman. And so this is a child of God, and those officers didn't show any mercy. And I understand it, because we're supposed to be keepers of the peace and peace officers. And I've seen a lot of bad things by police, but that is about as bad as I've seen in my career.
How has that made you reflect on how you do business here in Houston and your department? Any changes coming, any policies, any mandates from you after witnessing what you saw on that video?
Well, we've already put out a repeated edict about our expectations in terms of what we do and we don't do and how we do it. We're looking at our own officer-involved shootings right now that we've had a series of officer-involved shootings in a short period of time that that no matter whether they're legal or not legal, justified or not justified, we're looking at them to see how can we have done things differently to try to prevent the use of deadly force in the first place, not just for the officer's own sake, but for the entire community and suspect's safety. And I can tell you that the Mr. Chavez shooting that's under investigation right now, where there's a lot of concern in the community, that was the man on the ground that we saw the iPhone video. We've already gone out and bought some equipment that we believe will help us try to have those kind of encounters end differently. Not to say that we're excusing anything or not, because we're doing a lot of work on that investigation, but that's the way that we approach every single critical incident. And there's a reason we go in person. We don't rely on a report, we rely on our own eyes. And that's why you see the chiefs there in the middle of the night, walking the scene, looking at the evidence and looking at the videos, because we want to be the eyes and ears, and ultimately we want to make well-informed decisions for this community. Because one of the things that I know about this city is that we're not here to talk about anybody's life in terms of any mistakes they would have made, because that's what people are trying to do. This is about how he died and the way that he was treated, which unequivocally was wrong. It didn't need to happen. And again, I'm proud that our department, our men and women see it. I've been talking to a lot of my cops. They're repulsed by what they've seen. And even labor leaders, union leaders for police are speaking out, which gives me great hope as we move forward in this profession and in this nation.
And really quick, the last question. I think I saw a tweet from CNN. Basically, you telling the president, keep his mouth shut.
Well, you know, we've been sending messages to the White House to please, we being police chiefs, I can tell you we've sent quite a few backdoor messages, several, to please be productive, please be, have a message of healing. And sadly, that wasn't heeded. So, you know, I'm not sure if I had to do a redo, I'd probably put it that way. But you know, I always tell my cops, you can question my decisions, but you can't question my heart. I challenge people to question my heart, because I know that one of the things about people, and especially people from the Caribbean, we're emotional, and I'm not excusing it, but clearly we need messages of healing, unification, and most importantly, messages of what are we going to do next to do our very best to not just deal with policing, because this is not all about policing this anger. This is about the food deserts, the health deserts that Mayor Turner talks about. This is about the educational shortcomings in this country, the opportunity that communities, poor communities, with a predominant community of color, but also a lot of poor white people face. We have got to talk about how we deliver the American dream to all Americans, and not just a portion of Americans.
All right, Chief, thank you for your time. And once again, reporters are not supposed to say it, but damn good job this weekend.
Thank you, my brother. Keep us all in prayer. Keep us in prayer.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely will do. Thank you, Chief. Always good talking to the chief. Still ahead on The Factor, how to talk to your children about race issues and keep them from becoming one. We have a shocking video ahead. Plus, she's a no BS attorney from New York who spent 10 years fighting for people of color. Hear her explain why releasing people from jail will actually keep us safer. You don't want to miss this conversation about criminal justice reform. That's still ahead. Stay with us. And welcome back to The Factor Uncensored. If you ever thought President Trump didn't give a damn about what he says or what he does, then you're right. The man hijacked a church today. Take a look at this. Protesters in Washington, D.C. found out real quick when their asses got blasted with tear gas and rubber bullets so the president and his entourage could get to church. That church was St. John's Episcopal, and no one from the parish even knew they were coming. President Trump didn't go inside, it wasn't about that, but instead posed for cameras holding up the world's holiest book, the Bible.
To hold up a Bible in front of a space that you have just cleared out with weapons, where innocent people were hit with rubber bullets and tear gas, and I, in my collar, was literally wiping away people's tears from the tear gas, and I was driven off of that holy ground for the opportunity for somebody to stand in front of it and pretend to be or claim to be somebody of that book.
We call upon the president, sir, to repent, to repent, to repent. With that repentance comes action.
Wow, it's time to repent, President Trump. He won't likely do that. We'll be back with more Factor Uncensored in just a moment. Stay with me. Wow. And welcome back to the Factor Uncensored. She has made headlines for being a blunt attorney out there, also a public defender for the last 10 years, and now she's running for district attorney in the city of New York. And Eliza Orlins joins us here on the Factor Uncensored. You are very blunt, you're very real when it comes to dealing with issues with minorities in the community, and also bond and being locked up in jail. Eliza, tell us why it's important to be honest when you're running for district attorney and when you're reaching out to the people.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Well, I think the critical thing is to speak out about these issues because this is what is actually happening. And the elected district attorney stands up in court every day and says, on behalf of the people, and says that they represent the people. And so if they are out there representing the people, but disproportionately locking up people of color, low-income folks, people with disabilities, LGBTQIA folks, then that is, you have to stand up and say, not in my name. And it's what made me decide to challenge him and is why I'm running for district attorney, but also why I constantly speak up about this, because this is the reality of what's happening. In our country, we disproportionately lock up people of color. We disproportionately, see police violence against communities of color. And I think it's imperative that we speak up about those things.
One of the things that we're doing here in Harris County, Texas, is dealing with bail reform. And when we have individuals who simply can't afford to get out, sometimes there's a personal recognizance bond. But police in Harris County, they have made that their issue, saying you're allowing criminals back out on the streets. So how do you keep bail reform from becoming an issue for police, where they say if someone is let out on a PR bond, then once they get back out on the streets, then they commit another crime, and it's one vicious cycle?
Well, we talk a lot about cash bail here in New York as well, and like in Harris County, we have release on one's own recognizance, and releasing people is actually the thing we can do to keep our communities safe. And I think we're sold this false narrative between public safety and locking people up. But the reality is our communities are safer when we don't incarcerate people, because when we lock someone up, whether it be for just a matter of, 3 weeks or 3 days, that person is exponentially more likely to reoffend or get rearrested if they've been locked up. Because if you think about it, it makes sense. They lose their job, they lose their home, they can't pay their rent. If they're a single parent, they lose their children to foster care, and then they get released and they become someone who is more likely to get rearrested or to reoffend. And so, in fact, releasing people is what we can do to keep our communities safe. And we should not have any wealth-based detention where there are two systems of justice, one for those who are able to afford to buy their freedom and another for those who cannot.
One of the issues that we're dealing with here in Houston and the rest of the country is dealing with is George Floyd. He was killed in Minneapolis after being arrested last week by 4 police officers there. One officer obviously had his knee in Floyd's neck. An autopsy, independent autopsy, came out yesterday saying he died from asphyxiation. So when you hear of situations like that, when minorities are being arrested by cops and end up dead.
George Floyd's murder, which was captured on video with a man kneeling on his neck, a police officer kneeling on his neck for 9 minutes, was not an accident, but it also was not an aberration. We have seen over and over again communities of color be targeted by the police, and we've seen especially people of color be murdered by the police. And, you know, thankfully, George Floyd's murder was captured on camera. And so hopefully the perpetrator will be held accountable. But we need to be holding police officers accountable for brutality and violence against our communities of color.
Is that an issue that you're looking to tackle in New York City? We have seen a lot of videos come out of New York where officers have just gone too far with individuals. And we all know, you and I both know, there are some good officers out there. Majority of the officers are good, but when they're bad, they're bad. So is that something that you're looking to tackle as district attorney in New York City?
I think any district attorney needs to tackle this very important issue, but as district attorney in Manhattan, I need to take on the NYPD and make sure that bad officers are held accountable, that those who abuse their power and, you know, assault, injure, or kill people are prosecuted under the law. There needs to be a level of transparency regarding the records of bad police officers. And I have pledged that I will not take a dime of police union money. I don't think any DA candidate should be taking money from police unions. I think it is a conflict of interest. And I pledge not to do so.
Eliza, thank you for joining us here on The Factor Uncensored, and we wish you much luck running for district attorney.
Thank you, and thank you for having me.
All righty, and we'll be back with more Factor Uncensored in just a moment. And welcome back to The Factor Uncensored. Here's a nice, young, racist teenager who should be put on punishment and made to pray in a dark corner until she gets hot because the devil is busy with her. Take a listen.
Everyone's like, oh my God, stop treating us like black, stop treating us this way, you know, and stop acting like it. Stop acting like a black. Act like a normal person. And then we won't judge you by your color, because you all act the same. You're all in jail, family member after family member, robbing banks, doing all this. Act like a normal person. Get a job.
Wow. Where do you get young people like that from? I thought we were waiting on the old ass people to die off, but they're starting fresh and young again. Well, we went to some experts to talk to them about how to keep your child from growing up racist like that, and also how to deal with racial issues.
Well, I would say that based on her behavior, she had to be taught that. To be that angry and to have a strong argument like that, no way that you just pick that up today of what's going on right now. You had to be taught that. A lot of times parents feel like, well, I didn't verbally teach my child this, but your actions. And I don't think we are aware of our actions around our children. Right. Would you agree?
Agree. And how easily they pick up on those nonverbal cues. Right. They, you know, it's not so much what you say, but it's how you conduct yourself, like you just said. You know, it's our responsibility as parents, regardless of where we live, regardless of the color of our skin, our responsibility as parents is to instill upon our children civility. And that's a word that we don't hear enough of, right, but we see the results of a lack of it. So civility is having that basic kindness and respect and extending that to all members of our society. Without civility, we have no basis for respect. We have no basis for accountability. We have no basis for empathy. So when we lack stability, we see the door is open for us to now experience all of the things that we're experiencing right now. And unfortunately for that young lady, even if she decides to change her mind at some point, she's going to be forever attached to that comment that she posted out there. And I place that responsibility back at home. It is in our homes where we have them as a captive audience. Our children, our nephews, our nieces, our sisters, our brothers, our parents, our grandparents. It is our responsibility to train them and help them understand and instill upon them, you know, the right behaviors for a polite society.
And before we start talking to our children, we need to make sure that we in the right frame of mind, that we have taken part of the emotion out, and let's stick with the facts. And I think sometimes we don't know the difference between empathy versus sympathy. And not only with our children, you have friends. We have friends that may not understand or know how to even approach us. When you operating in sympathy, it shows that, okay, I'm sorry for your loss. There's no union there. You know, you feel slightly bad, but you're not there. Empathy, you You may not know what to say, but you're in it. You feel the emotions.
Yes.
And that's one thing I want to make sure that if you don't know what to say, just have empathy. Put yourself in those shoes or put yourself in our shoes.
Right.
And that way your children can learn from you when you show empathy. Empathy is heart. There should be a moment like you say, ooh, you're feeling it as if you are being impacted immediately. Right. Would you say?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it should drive you to respond. Even if you don't know exactly what to say, it's just you being there in that moment, calling your friend, checking on them, saying, hey, I'm just checking on you. That's all. I mean, that's the basis of our friendship, because when all of the dust settles and everyone goes back into their own little quiet corners and everything, this is still going to be an issue that we have to address. This is not a one-time situation that comes and bubbles up into our zeitgeist and then goes away. No, this is a serious issue that we have to address, but we have to be honest and frank about it and be accountable for our own contributions to where we are right now.
All right. Monica and Darian Lewis from the Monica Lewis School of Etiquette, we want to thank you guys for joining us here on The Factor Uncensored.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And of course, we'll be back with more Factor Uncensored in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us. Welcome back. So proud of you today, Houston. Great job with the George Floyd event. We'll see you back here tomorrow night at 10:30.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here on Divorce Court to make my relationship that's been over a decade work. The biggest issues with us are insecurity and us consistently arguing. I just wanted to stop.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toller presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Tyresha Brown and Yusuf Jackson. You have been together for 11 years. Mr. Jackson, you want to make sure that this relationship works, and you've come to see me because you've got some problems. Why don't you tell me, Mr. Jackson, why you're here today and what you'd like to get from me?
Okay. Well, I'm here today because I want to save this relationship. I love this woman with all my heart, and I haven't, in the last decade, it's only been her. So however you can help us cope with our problem, it'll be greatly needed.
What do you think is the greatest problem that the two of you have at this juncture?
The consistent arguments.
About?
We'll be talking about something.
Right.
Then it'll turn into an argument. Like little things. We've been together so long, and every day almost, all the time, every day, it takes a toll on you after a while, so.
Well, Ms. Brown, I'm gonna ask you. He says you guys argue a lot, is that true?
Yes, we do.
And what are the arguments generally about? Just day-to-day anything? Or?
Yeah, just differences. We have a lot of differences. We don't quite see eye to eye. He also has a unique way of going about expressing himself, and sometimes it comes off as...
Explain his unique way of coming across.
Well, I feel that Yusuf is overly aggressive for reasons that may have took place with little issues that happened within his growing up. So just with the mixture of that and then me being who I am, and I'm, very, I stand up for myself.
Yeah, you're passionate.
Yeah, I'm very
you're
passionate.
You're confident.
Yes.
You're assertive, and when that gets up together with angry, there's a whole lot going on.
Exactly.
When you say he's overly aggressive, can you give me an example of a response or a reaction that he has had that I would see as overly aggressive?
Okay, so yeah, one day we were driving in the car. We were looking around for apartments, and Yusuf and I, we began to talk about money,
about what? I'm sorry.
About money. About who was going to pay for what, or, just making plans on if we did move in together, how that will work for us. So at that time, Yusuf, he had just got fired from a job, and he was extremely emotional. So we were just driving, and the talk turned into an argument, which led me to pull over to the side, just to try to calm things down. And he got out the car. He was still loud, very loud at this point, and so he ended up getting arrested.
Mr. Jackson, do you recall that event? I'm sure you do.
I do.
Tell me your version of that story. How
Well,
did that go?
I necessarily did get fired. I did not get fired. They changed me post because I was complaining about how they were treating me in that facility. So they said it's gonna take a couple of weeks to that time to find me somewhere else to be. So long story short, that did happen, but it didn't happen as how she's saying.
That's why I'm asking. Give me your version of it.
Well, yeah, the only reason they did lock me up and take me to jail is because I was being belligerent to the officer. They were already gonna let me go because I didn't do anything. So.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, Miss Lady.
In this environment,
yes,
belligerent to the officer, how much sense does that make to you?
It makes no sense. You're right, it doesn't. But it's, you know, it's what he said to me is why I made my remark how I did.
You know, he's not in charge of you, you in charge of you until you get so excited that the law allows him to get in charge of you. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, yeah.
You were there with your lady. Now, here's what I got in the first 4 minutes. You got a problem with work, you got a problem with your woman, and you got a problem with the law. So, at the bottom of all three problems, we got you.
Right.
Do you have a problem with your aggression or your anger? Can't help you if you don't tell me the truth.
You know what? I'm not gonna sit here and lie. I do have a problem, a slight problem with it.
It's only a slight problem because you only get that angry with her. Is that what you said? If I got it wrong, let me know.
Well, only with her, I do get that angry. Only with her.
But you had a problem with the work and with the officer.
Yeah, I had issues.
And they're
that
not
day.
her.
Right.
So can you just step back a little bit and look at the behaviors and the problems that you've had over time? Do you see any pattern that you get into it with people?
No.
You don't see that?
I don't.
Okay.
Because I normally don't get into altercations with anyone.
Okay. Ms. Brown, is that accurate?
No. I believe that Yusef has found his avenue of the person that will put up with that through me.
Can you give me a list of some other people that you've seen him get into it with to demonstrate that he has an anger issue and that it is not solely associated or a function of his dealings with you?
Absolutely. It started at home with his mother. As of recently, he's gotten to the point where he talks to her so bad, I feel sorry for her. But I also know that Yusef needs help. I can't really quote what he say to her besides negative things from my perspective. I can't really quote why she...
Right. I got it. Any other people, though, that you've seen him get into it with?
Not really, no. Every now and then he might have little words here and there with people, but as far as, like, anything overly aggressive, no.
Okay. All right, Mr. Jackson, we're going to continue to talk because I want to get to the bottom of this because I want everybody to walk out of here feeling better than they felt when they walked in.
He was having a whole relationship on Xbox Live.
An emotional relationship?
Yes.
They were on
spending...
Xbox Live?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did that happen, Mr. Jackson? Ms. Brown, the two of you have been through a lot of personal struggles. Can you give me an idea of the pressures that both of you have been under with respect to this relationship?
Yes. Early on in our relationship, Yusef and I encountered our first big breakup because the relationship is off and on. So our first big breakup kind of centered around an altercation that took place between his family and mine. Soon after that, I returned to an ex-boyfriend and I got pregnant and come to find out I was pregnant in my tube, so I had
an
to have...
ectopic pregnancy, right.
I had ectopic pregnancy issues. It happened twice. So now I can't have children naturally, which also affects our relationship.
Are you concerned that he doesn't really want to be with you long term because you can't have kids now?
that has something to do with.
Has he ever said anything like that to you?
No.
Okay. Mr. Jackson, you tell me, do you have any concerns over the fact that she can't have children? Does that change how you feel about being with her long term?
It doesn't. I've been knowing about this issue for quite some time, and I told her I will never leave her side despite what she's going through, because I know that there's a possibility for her to get pregnant regardless of her situation.
But even if that doesn't happen, I mean, you're not hanging on to that hope as a sole reason to stay. Is that true or is that not true? Just be truthful, because you feel how you feel.
Well, you're right. It's not true. That's not the sole purpose from why I'm staying. I really love her with all my heart, and this is why I've been here with her, fighting with her to make things better and to make it happen. Make it happen. That's it.
Ms. Brown, you said that he cheated on you while you were pregnant or after your miscarriages. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Tell me what happened.
Well, Yusef and I eventually got back together, and I didn't quite understand why he took to Xbox Live so much, but then I found out that he was having a whole relationship on Xbox Live.
An emotional relationship?
Yes.
On,
they were
on Xbox Live?
Absolutely.
Did that happen, Mr. Jackson?
It did.
Okay. Thank you for your honesty.
Yes.
How did that happen?
Well, at that time in my life, I was young, so I was playing the video game a lot. So I met someone.
You got caught up.
I did.
You got caught up.
I met someone on there, and we were talking, then things started to turn, and...
It's easy to do.
Yeah.
Don't make it right, but it's easy to do.
Right.
Is his cheating something that you got to look way in the back to see, or is it something that's continued throughout time?
Being that our relationship is primarily off and on, I don't really know.
You can't really?
Yeah. I don't know what he does when he's not around.
How often do you break up in any given year?
2-3 times now.
2-3 times a year?
Yeah.
Do you break up over cheating or just because you're arguing, or is there one constant underlying issue that keeps knocking you guys over?
Honestly, I feel that Yusef doesn't want to take on, he doesn't want to take on the responsibilities that I take on.
What responsibility?
Meaning, you know, just basic adult responsibilities.
Oh, grown man stuff.
Correct.
The bills, the lights, the cable, making sure everything is... Now, Mr. Jackson, take a minute.
Go ahead, I'm ready.
Open your mind wide like a prairie.
Yes.
Are you ready to settle down or no?
I've been ready to settle down. Our consistent arguing is kind of drifting me away from that.
I got you.
It is.
I got you. All right. I think I see what's going on, but I'm not sure, so we're going to take a little more time and explore.
I started a small business online. It was just a little candle company. I was just, you know, testing it out. He told me it was dumb.
What would you do if your partner frequently got into altercations with the police? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court.
Okay, Judge Lynn, we have another viewer's question ready for your judgment call. My wife reconnected with an old flame on social media. They haven't made any plans to meet up, but I fear it may happen. What should I do?
My answer to this question is my answer to most questions, which is stop and have a conversation. Don't wonder about it. Don't think what if. Sit her down and say, hey, this is going on. This is how I feel about it, and we need to talk. Ms. Brown, you said some things in your paper that were concerning to me, and one of them was that you feel like he's negative about any and everything that you do, that you feel criticized and diminished. Why don't you explain why you feel that way? And give me some examples of the things that he says.
Okay. I feel Yusef doesn't support me because of the harsh remarks that he makes. For instance, I started a small business online. It was just a little candle company. I was just, you know, testing it out. He told me it was dumb.
Is it a constant thing or just every once in a while? I mean, my husband and I sometimes, well, that was a dumb idea. You know, that does happen, or is it a constant thing?
Yeah, it's periodic.
Periodic?
Yeah, it doesn't happen every single day that we're around each other, but it happens enough for it to be an issue.
Okay.
You know?
Do you know what she's talking about?
I don't.
Yeah.
I understand where she's coming from, but that's not, no.
Did you tell her candle business was dumb?
I made a remark saying that it could have been a little better because she is...
See, now, you know, I've been married a long time. And when people come up to me and say things like, I made a remark that it may have been a little better, that don't ring true to me.
Right.
That doesn't ring true. That's something I would say here in this environment, in a professional, like, hey, you could have made a little better tie selection.
Right.
But not at home with my man. I love your tie. It was nothing personal. It wasn't nothing personal. But that's not what happens at a house.
Right.
So what did you really say?
I really don't recall what I said. I just know it kind of upsetted her when I said it. So I didn't mean it.
Yeah.
I didn't mean it for her to... I'm
so
not trying to deprive her.
So once you saw that
from
she
what
was
she's doing.
upset, what did you do?
Apologized. Said I was sorry. And
Is that true?
I don't recall an apology, no.
I don't think that happened either, because that's not how that go.
Right.
You say she's a trigger for you. That's what you said in the beginning. You said you don't have a general anger problem. You say she's a trigger for you. And then you tell me that you talked to her very, you know, very coolly and very calmly. And when you saw that she didn't respond to that cool, calm comment, you apologized. That's not what happened. It's not what happened at all. I get it. I get what you don't get.
Yeah.
I get it. Mr. Jackson, I'm going to say this to you. I believe that you love Ms. Brown. I really do. But I think sometimes the most loving and caring and meaningful thing that you can do for somebody is step away. Because I think you're in a situation where she feels whittled away, broken, and a little bit frightened.
Yeah.
And you're the cause of it. And whether or not you intend it or don't intend it, whether or not it's a part of a greater anger problem or she's simply the trigger, which I don't believe in none of that, but okay, any of that, no matter what reason it is, you're harming her on the regular. And if you really, really love her, what you need to do is step away. Look at yourself, look at your heart, look at your actions, look at what you do, how you feel, what you say, how you interact, and say, how am I hurting her? And what can I do to become a person that doesn't do that before? And am I man enough to stay away from her long enough until I am the kind of man that can bring her love and calm and care and security and protection, and not the kind of her that makes her quiver? She is like paper. She is like paper over there, and I don't mean just to talk about you, Ms. Brown. I've seen a lot of Ms. Browns, and I want you to never forget how strong and capable you are. And I want you to understand that you are not defined by the children that you have or the man that you have or the children that you can't have or the man that you can't have. You're defined by your candle business. I mean, you know, who knows? You might light that sucker on fire. You are defined by what you do and how well you do it. And I think that you have the right to be happy. And if this particular individual doesn't make you happy, you can love him. But you could love him from across town. Now, if you're scared of him, the leaving part is complicated. And I'm going to have somebody talk to you about what you should do and what local help you should get if you're leaving somebody that she's scared of. I hope she's not scared of you.
She's not frightened of me. No.
You have no insight at all. She is. And I'm telling you that you should back off and back away. Be man enough to do that. And if she backs away, you be man enough to and breathe through it and not think about like it's the end of life.
Right.
It's not, you know, it's just a relationship that didn't work out. Ms. Brown, if you're afraid of him, don't be afraid to say that you're afraid of him. And there are people that will help you deal with exiting a relationship you have concerns about. I hope that's not necessary.
No, Your Honor.
But did you hear what I said?
I did.
What you gonna do when you leave here?
take your advice and do some self-healing and some self-searching.
And leave her alone while you do. You with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck to you. I wish you the very best. You as well. This matter is adjourned.
I think Yusuf is getting just as tired as I am.
Okay.
So hopefully he does take the judge's advice today, because it'll help.
Do you think counseling is something you guys will actually move forward with?
I'm not sure. Maybe in the future.